type of level. I'm back. I am excited that Paidia's, happy to have me back on the desk, and excited to see some Halo action, and hopefully break in the desk vibes.
Hey, it's going to be a great day. I hope you all are ready for it because we are ready to go. We're going to give a little overview of what has led the 8 teams to what we have here today. And so, Phoebe, I'm going to send it right back to you. Can you kind of give us a summary of what that journey through the overall series has looked like and what teams maybe are standing out to you?
Yes, Magic. So if you're just joining us, you haven't kept up with the last few weeks, the teams have been playing sort of each week in a couple of sort of split matches and in 2 sort of pools. The top 4 from those pools have been put into a bracket to play today in the finals. Some teams to sort of keep your eyes on are sort of Queen Divine, Pingu Pals, Eclipse, and Jinx, who are potentially some of the front runners that could potentially end up taking this tournament. And an interesting thing to know, as we see the map counts on this, no team here actually made it through the split and the split matches with a clean record. All teams ended up dropping a series and dropping some maps.
Yeah, that definitely shows us it's going to be some tight competition, but what are they fighting for is the question. Colin, can you break down a little bit of the prize, and especially all those little extras being thrown in are really filling out the prize pool?
Yeah, first and foremost, a big shout out to Razer and Xbox for helping out with a little bit extra prizes to go along with it. But when you're looking at it broken down in first, second, and third, first place taking $1,000 USD, along with a Razer Kyra Xbox H or Halo Infinite headset, a Razer Black Widow V3 green switch Xbox keyboard, Razer Goliathus extended mousepad, and a Razer Death Adder V2 Halo Infinite mouse. In second place, $600 USD, an Xbox Series S, and then you can see, I'll talk about it later, the little bit of a variety pack that's along the bottom. And then third place, $400 USD, Razer Wolverine Xbox controller, a Razer Snakey Snake, which is honestly kind of my favorite thing amongst all of these. Super cute.
Yeah, I kind of want third place just for that.
Exactly.
You just want an army of them. An army of them on the desk.
Yeah. And then this is what I want to shout out too. Big thank you to Xbox for the Xbox Game Pass for all 3 teams inside of the variety pack, and alongside that, the Paidia hoodie and a sticker pack to go with it. So a lot to play for. A lot of pricing to go with, and a big shout out to our sponsors, Razer and Xbox, for coming through.
Absolutely right. And Xbox also letting us broadcast here on their channel. We super appreciate it. Colin, you're the perfect person to break down pricing because you're actually repping the Paidia hoodie yourself. So good on you for that one.
I'm excited. This is good. It's a good hoodie. It's comfy. I kind of got it a little bit big. It is a large, even though I'm usually a medium, and it is so comfy. Oversized hoodies, they're just the best.
I love it. I love it. Trooper, for you, I want to cast it to you. Kind of give us a little bit of an overview of what we're looking at, because we have multiple splits leading up into the championship finals. Can you talk us through some of those points?
Yeah, this is going to be today the end of the first split as we go through 3 in total throughout the entire series, and then leading all the way up to our championship. The entire splits are going to be played with pool play mostly, best of 5, and then our top 8 in a double elimination bracket. But when we move to the championships and we have all the points accumulated and decide who's going to be that final top 8, we're going to have a double elimination best of 5 bracket.
Ooh.
And if you guys are already familiar with the championship best of 5 double eliminations, I mean, for whatever reason, you tend to see even more bracket resets on things like that. And I don't want to give away spoilers. I apologize if I went too far ahead in the script, but yeah, I'm just getting more excited just to seeing exactly how much more gameplay that we have beyond the split.
Yeah, mark your calendars now for that September 10th championship. But let's look at the bracket that we have in front of us for today. And I'm actually going to go around the table, ask each of you to pick which team you think is going to take the win for today's tournament. And Phoebe, I'm going to start with you. What do you got?
Well, I've got to go with Pingu Pals. They finished second runners-up the last time around, the last time we were here, and Magic. We captured that together. They gave us some surprising games last time around. They were in fact the team that gave us, I think, one of the clutchest on the deadline like final second wins like in the whole of the last series. So there's some clutch players, ideas, Lady Echidna. I think they could potentially turn up if they're on fire and potentially take out some of these teams. And we've seen them do it before and get so close to winning. So maybe this time they're out for blood. Those penguins are hungry. They want dinner, and they're going to take it.
Hey, I'd love to see these two playing together again. What about for you, Colin? Which team is a standout in your mind?
Right away, I'm doubling down with Phoebe. I'm going Pingu Pals all the way. Big fan of Pingu growing up. I don't know too much about these teams, but as a runner-up, this is a straight revenge story, Magic. You know, this is just, they want to get this back. I can tell, you know, already having a great run throughout the group play. So in this bracket, I'm looking at them to complete the revenge story and get it done the second go-around.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. But what about you, Trooper? Are we going to go 3 for 3, or are you going to shake up the pot a little bit? Stir the pot, stir the pot a little bit.
So it might not be too exciting to make this as my prediction, but I gotta go Queen Divine. That's where the easy money is, in my opinion. You have the team of Queen and Divine Damsel. They have been building chemistry for years in competitive circuits, in tournaments, and different things like that. You actually aren't going to find, I don't believe, a team with better chemistry and longer experience playing together than these two. And especially with them winning the last time that we went through these splits, they came out on top, winning the championship. I got to give them all of the prediction today.
Okay, well, I'm going to round it out with another team to keep your eye on. My pick for this is going to be Eclipse. Now, yesterday, my predictions, I was 3 out of 3. I'm not trying to say I'm going to carry it through, but Eclipse is going to be my team to watch. Miss Lehcar, MsAudy are newly formed as a duo, but watching them play together is a thing of beauty, and I think they're going to tear through this bracket, although it's not going to be an easy road no matter which of the teams you picked. We are going to dive into the first matchup. Trooper, Phoebe, thank you so much for coming by. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on the broadcast, but for the first matchup, it's going to be Colin and I are going to take it away, but don't worry, they'll be right back.
I'm super excited for this first matchup because it seems like we got two great teams to open this one up for. Mostly, Magic, I'm looking forward to the semis because when we get down into the semifinals, I can see some really good matchups lining up. But right away inside the quarterfinals, what we get is a chance for an underdog to upset. And right here in this first match, I mean, if we get an upset, this would be a crazy one.
It would be wild to start the day on an upset. We are going to dive into the matchup between Queen Divine and Equipo7, a team we hadn't talked about yet, but those two players, both Latinas coming out of the Latin American community, they know how to shred on the sticks when it comes out to Halo. Just a big thank you I want to say here before we get too far into the show. Paidia for putting this all together. It's a safe, inclusive environment, and though today's tournament is a women's only series, they do also provide a lot of tournaments that are open to multiple groups and communities of gamers, so make sure to check them out for more upcoming events. But with that said, we're going to dive in. Sorry, Colin, what you got?
No, I was going to say, you know, it's just a very strong thing to work towards. You know, a safe space for all, it should be given. And I'm excited to see these teams match up against each other in the tournament. But, you know, for everybody out there, go over to Paidia.com or PaidiaGaming.com and, you know, sign up, go check it out because there's a lot going on over there and a lot of good things going on over there. So, you know, go check it out. I'm sure you'll find something nice.
And while you're there, pick up a hoodie so you can look as good as Colin does on the cast here. I mean, he's kind of flexing.
You know what? I just decided, Magic, we're going to be co-casting together. I had to get a hoodie to match your hair. So a little bit of continuity going on there.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Now, if you dye your hair blue, we'll go full circle. So it will be all good to go.
I know what I'm doing next time.
So this first series that we're looking at between Queen Divine and Equipo7, what kind of the maps do you think are most maybe competitive in this 2v2 format?
Well, right away, you have to look towards, you know, a map with a very wide variety inside the sandbox. I'm looking towards, you know, live fire and streets, maybe even recharge to be that kind of a case. But we're starting off with live fire and we're ending with live fire instead of these best of fives. And when you look at it, you're looking at the sniper rifles to really kind of give leeway to a team in opening up, you know, what is going to really give you that broad advantage. The sniper rifle, it can open up the lane. The one-shot headshot is definitely going to be lethal.
I love to see the sniper in a 2v2 format. I absolutely agree. We do have some weapon bans in place, including the heat wave, most kind of important here for this live fire map, but the sniper is all good to go, and it'll be interesting to see who goes after it first right out the gates.
Right away, it's a 2-1 in favor of Equipo 7. Immediately cut down to an even game, and that's going to give Overshield over to Queen Divine, Troopers team that we're looking at to open this up. And look at right away, this Overshield getting aggressive. Looking to take the fight to Equipo 7, Magic. And, you have to be careful here if you're Bellairy.
Yeah, Bellairy finds herself in a tough spot, kind of low ground, but she is going to get some help from her teammate, and with it, is able to come out with the trade. Laboma doing a little extra damage there on Divine Damsel. But Divine Damsel overall is leading the way. All 3 kills on the board for her team. And now we're back on board with Laboma. She helped out her teammate in that last combat. Let's see if they regroup or maybe divide and conquer.
3-3. Cutting down that Overshield is definitely going to give you a lot of momentum going into the next gunfights, but Bellairy gets caught out in 2-on-1. Divine Damsel is going to take them down now. Laboma caught in an awkward gunfight. Divine Damsel is going to find 2 in a row now, putting them up 5-3. And in fact, it's actually been 5 in a row from Divine Damsel.
Ooh, what a nice start for Divine Damsel, and she needs it to kind of, keep her duo in this game. Bellairy comes back, answering her own, sitting at 4, and look at this, Colin. She comes out with the sniper, scoping into those walls, but she's finding this target. Divine Damsel about to meet that sniper with the body shot and the melee cleanup. She says, this might be a long-range weapon, but watch what I can do in close quarters combat.
Why not a little bit of a shot punch, and that's going to reward you with an Overshield. Laboma catches Queen X3 out in the open as well. Now 7-5. We've swung the way of Equipo 7 with a 2-kill advantage. Now the sniper Overshield combo looking to bring this even farther. The sniper shot's going to miss, but the BR to clean it up, and information on where Divine Damsel is as well. You can see the hunt is going to be on to see if they can catch her out in the open, although a little bit of an escape route. She gets out and away.
A nice little retreat from Divine Damsel, especially when you're playing in 2s. It's so easy. One player gets taken down, you're left alone, you find yourself in that 1v2. Sometimes the best play is really to just bail out. Laboma was taken down by Queen, and now 2 misses on the snipe from Bellairy means that the double kill is coming through. Queen has a couple kills on the board. I think she also has, she gives the sniper over to Divine Damsel, but she's kind of keeping Overwatch, and they have this tower side under control with the sniper spawning in 3 seconds.
A little bit of a Hail Mary with those shots, but ultimately doesn't give up the sniper, burning the ammo. It's a 1-for-1 at the middle. You can see the fly's gonna be out. It's a beatdown trade as well, so both teams staying even from both gunfights, as the cleanup was fantastic from Equipo 7 to make that happen, even though they're in an unfortunate and unfavorable position. And now off the respawn, that sniper rifle is gonna be on the mines. You can see in the hands of Divine Damsel right now. The repulsor in the back pocket. Sniper's going to go over to Equipo 7. Laboma caught out in the open. Finds the beatdown onto Queen X3. Now, can you come away with the second one? The nade to help her out. And Divine Damsel finds the trade.
You know what was so smart about that play, Colin? You see how Divine Damsel is getting the shots off, getting the grenade off, but the whole time she's kind of back, walking backwards at the same time, moonwalking, if you will. She was planning to finish off that kill, but already working her way towards cover at the same time. It's just such a big brain play, and Divine Damsel executed so well. So now she rotates back around. She has the full health. She gets the melee. She cleans up the sniper, and with it, they have a 1-point lead.
5 shots on the sniper. Hits the body shot. Cleans up with the BR as crisp as ever. Bellairy inside Plasma. Takes a shot to the leg, and Divine Damsel is gaining so much momentum right now with this sniper. The Overshield again going into the hands of Queen Divine. Has 3 Overshields in their pocket. Let's see if they can push their lead even farther. Up by 3 right now. Sniper shot's going to miss. Still Overshield inside that health bar. Is Laboma trying to finesse their life, although you can see that Queen Divine not really enforcing this gunfight. You want to catch up with Queen X3. Divine Damsel's going to go there. Bellairy is down for the count. Laboma for the trade. And it's still a 3-point game right now. Laboma's going to go back for this gunfight. And neither person's going to take this right now. Divine Damsel just gives it up.
I'm not surprised that Divine Damsel gave it up. I'm surprised that La Bulma didn't push the issue. You know, they are down 3 points, so you're more likely to want to play a little bit more risky for those wins. But in the end, it pays off because La Bulma preserved her life, was able to get a takedown on Queen. Divine answers right back with a killing spree to boot. We're left with a little 1v1 if either player or both chooses it, but it looks like Bellieri is going to kind of rotate back, and look at Queen spawn. Complete opposite corner of the map. This is from Washington to Florida. You see Queen over at the dummy side, leaving Divine Damsel on her own to face this 1v2. The repulsor in hand nearly gets him behind the gap, but wasn't enough time for her shield to come back. It was indeed, and she cleans up both kills.
And even though Queen X3 was so far away, Magic, you see Divine Damsel stays alive long enough so that she can rotate, get those shots in. Bellieri down to no shields, cleaned up. And that is going to be a huge lead for Queen Divine. What was once a tie game, neck and neck. Equipo 7 now down 19 to 14. Looking to claw their way back into this. You can see Overshield coming up in 7 seconds. Damsel is going to go down. La Bulma to catch that kill. They have information on Queen X3. The nades looking to chip down that health for Bellieri to clean this one up, but still alive. Overshield's going to be popped. Equipo 7 now looking to use it to fly on forward, overwhelm Queen X3. I can't believe she's still alive right now, just in enemy territory, thriving at the moment. There's actually a chance for Divine Damsel to get back into this.
She is milking her life for all it's worth, and you called it. Divine Damsel actually comes back. Queen gets the kill on Bellieri, and wow, the table turned in that situation. What was a 1v2 just fell apart in the hands of Equipo 7, and now we're looking at a 6-point lead. Queen, I mean, she might not have the kills on the board right now, Colin, but the survivability came in so huge right there.
And right there, your Equipo 7, that is a missed opportunity. Big cleanup with an aid onto La Bulma from a Divine Damsel. Now 15 kills in the game, putting up big numbers inside this live fire. And with the sniper in hand, only 3 kills needed to put away map 1 and go up in the series. And you can already see Equipo 7 have rotated to join each other hand in hand. But here's the sniper shot, hits the body. Bellieri's still alive, but for how long? La Bulma's going to get cleaned up. Bellieri drops down towards the tunnel, seeing if you can escape and play your life. And it seems like Bellieri may have finessed her life and escaped from enemy territory. But here we go. Sniper shot's going to miss.
Now, Divine Damsel right there was kind of peeking towards tower side, and that dummy door run instead caught her off guard, but she immediately regroups, rushes top mid, gets the melee. Bellieri gets a takedown on Queen. We're left in a 1v1, and Divine Damsel, I'm telling you what, she is playing in peak performance, top form, coming out 17-6, and Queen Divine is taking game 1 of this best of 5 series.
Well, there's just some opportunities in that first game that automatically stands out to me, Magic, as Queen Divine, the survivability and converting those power weapons into kills. Equipo 7, you weren't really seeing that towards the later end of the game. Towards the start of the game, Equipo 7 were playing it so perfectly, holding a neck-and-neck game against one of the top teams you're going to be seeing inside of this bracket. And then as soon as you started to see Divine Damsel picking up those overshields, putting on the pressure, and really separating Equipo 7, you saw a little bit of a steamroll, and towards the end, Equipo 7, they were just falling too far behind.
No, I absolutely agree with you, and I think the story of that game is Divine Damsel with the sniper, giving us a great start to this show, and I bet we're going to catch some of that on the highlight replays here as well. We did talk a little bit about Queen, her surviving in that 1v2 situation, allowing Divine Damsel to come back, but don't count out Equipo 7 just yet. Bellieri and La Bulma, they might have had their work cut out with them against a sniper, but game 2 is coming back to Aquarius. No sniper involved here. Also, still no heat wave. It's on the ban list, but we will have some use of the active camo. But these replays, man, really impressive. A strong start from Queen Divine.
Well, it's how you can use the rest of the sandbox. Really, Aquarius, it is a completely different story, just in pacing alone, Magic. And that's why I like Aquarius. It's more of a, I guess, a brawly map. You can play 2 different styles, maybe separate on the mini-map, or separate on the map, and hold crossfires, get numbers up, and then fly forward. But other teams, they just like to play together, pick up those sidekicks, see if you can just beat your enemy team to the draw. And it's one thing that you really need to highlight: the thrusters as well as the active camo, because both of those can really turn the tides of the game, just like the sniper rifle and the overshield would inside live fire.
Yeah, pair that with some dynamo grenades and you have quite the kit to work with. So looking forward to seeing how Equipo7 can bounce back and use all of these tools. I want to see a sidekick takedown. We saw a couple of them, previously, but for today, that'll be an interesting thing to watch if that is the choice. In the last game, we saw a lot of Queen and Divine doing that divide and conquer. You saw Divine kind of holding a snipe lane and then Queen going in with a flank. So I kind of expect that same strategy here in game number 2 on Aquarius. I could be wrong. And then in return, Beliary and Labulma mostly playing together. So we'll see how that plays out when they come to Aquarius. It's a new map. There's new equipment to work with and another chance for Equipo7 to get back in this series.
Well, if I'm Equipo7, I want to come back into the series right now because going down 2-0 into a recharge is not where you want to be because you saw what the live fire was with the sniper in the hands of Divine Damsel. It is a lethal weapon, and that shock rifle, it can be the same exact story. So off this break off, I'm looking for steady map control and even a power-up pickup. Beliary goes incognito.
Absolutely the way you want to start. So 1-to-1 on kills, but the power up in the hands of Beliary, she can get some work done. That camo is so crucial, especially in this format. She gets the first early picks, but her location has been revealed, and the grenade from Queen finds her out. So it was enough to get them a nice little start. She got a couple assists on the board, but in the end, Divine and Queen were able to cancel out the use of that camo, but they're fighting right back.
You're right. It's similar patterns from that live fire's break-off where Beliary got the overshield and just wasn't able to convert. Now, you don't want to see them fly too far forward because, again, Labulma falls right into the trap. Divine Damsel baiting into Queen X3, and that is now going to be a 3-3 tie between both teams. You see Beliary looking to regroup with Labulma off the respawn. Shots into Queen X3. Beliary jumps on up. Not able to clean this one up just yet. Play their life. Backs on forward. Still 3-on-3. This is going to be a dangerous one. You don't want to be caught out here if you're Labulma. The dynamo grenades looking to chip up some of this damage. But right now, both teams, they are just rotating. They're dancing around each other.
Oh, some nice opening shots there from Labulma, and she goes through to clean up the kill. Now using that dynamo kind of as a scout mechanic, right? Tosses it into utilities, see if she gets any pings to help her find where the players are, and she finds Divine Damsel, gives her a little melee, and now they have a 2-point lead. A great start coming out from Labulma, sitting at 5-2.
Really close respawn, and that's going to punish Labulma. Another one bites the dust there. 6 kills already inside the Aquarius, and there's 6 for Equipo7. So putting up some big numbers with the help of Beliary now on the escape. Play their life, but walking right into Divine Damsel should be a kill for Queen Divine, although still alive inside the spawn. Labulma looking towards Beliary. You got an active camo up. Now Shot's going to be trading out back towards Queen Divine. As Beliary gets overwhelmed, that's going to be active camo picked up from Queen Divine. Now looking to transfer that and convert it into some damage, but at least Labulma walks away with the trade.
Divine Damsel is going to be the one left with the active camo after that trade went through. And we're kind of seeing a reverse, where last game Divine Damsel was the one with all the kills for her team. Now on Equipo7, it's all Labulma with Queen and Divine splitting it. And Divine says, I'm going to get back what I had from last game. Takes and a great use of that thruster you mentioned earlier as the commando. So the game is just a 1-point differential. I think there was a stutter there, but we're right back in it as we rotate over to Divine Damsel now without active camo, but a similar situation with both Equipo7 back in this base. What can she create?
Big nades onto the first. Labulma goes down. Big cleanup at a Queen X3 and recovers those thrusters. And, off of that big mix-up, Queen Divine now flips the script up by 2. Equipo7 on the back foot. Labulma is going to get caught out information through closet. Big nade onto Queen X3. She gets cleaned up by Beliary. A trade from Divine Damsel. The information's there. Sidekick in hand. 1 HP. Labulma, can you get this one? The dynamo grenades, the thruster in hand. Plenty of resources to get away, but Labulma hunts her down.
Great play from Labulma. Just the patience and the tracking. She didn't overcommit to that fight. She waited for the opportune moment to pounce, and she comes away with that kill. Labulma right now leading the way across the board with those 8 kills. Again, all of these matches are going to be to 25 or to time, and we are in a best of 5 series, so there's plenty of time for Equipo7, currently down 3 points, to work their way back as we're just about halfway through this match.
That kill into Beliary opens up a flank now for Divine Damsel. Labulma, the positioning is going to be known, and just looking for an opportunity to strike here. Divine Damsel slowly rotating through this map, hops up top into the middle of the map. Bellieri will find Queen X3, and now that's going to leave Divine Damsel in a 1v2. Bellieri finishes the job. That's going to be active camo to Equip 07. The thrusters as well were right there. So plenty now for Equip 07 to bring this one back down by 2. But if you remember back to Livefire, they didn't have the best success with these power-ups.
I want to see Labolma because she has the active camo off of that win at top center. With it, she gets another kill, and she is just playing so smart in this game. I really love the patience that she's displaying, playing her life at top mid, waiting for the double team to come over to help. She does get taken down in that instance, but overall, as a player, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from her right here. And she's keeping her team in this game as they're only down 2 points. This would be pretty huge win for Equip 07, not just against, the former champions of the Paidia 2v2, but also to tie up that series.
Big nade here. We're going to play their live. Queen X3 still alive, using these thrusters to full potential. Even out onto Laboma, transferring this into maybe a kill. The reversal onto Laboma. Queen X3 finessing her life. Whether it's Livefire or Aquarius, it's the same story, Magic.
Yeah, you can call me Moon. It's okay, Colin. But, usually go by Magic. Either way, you were absolutely right. You said, let's see the thrusters be a big factor in this matchup. And you got it right there with none other than Queen giving us a great demonstration. You can go back and record that. And this is how to use a thruster 101. You take a clip and you put it in the textbook because Queen knows exactly how to use this utility. That was a great demonstration. And now with Divine Damsel using the Needler, something I don't think we've seen yet in this match. We haven't got a sidekick play either, but that Needler takedown from Divine Damsel looked pretty clean.
Boma in a pretty sticky situation comes out with a kill on a Queen X3 and also escapes without the information going there. Another active camo is going to be up. Bellieri to pick up the power up. Divine Damsel still using that Needler and just tearing up the field. Bellieri's going to give herself away, and that's going to be the active camo down again. And a big cleanup there from Queen Divine as they are up 21-15, Magic. And this could even get ugly right now with the kill onto Laboma. The big nade's going to help, and Laboma manages to stay alive.
That staying alive can pay off. We saw it in game number 1 and game number 2. Being able to fall back and regroup with your teammate can come in so clutch and can sometimes be the difference between a win and a loss. But right now on board with Laboma, getting some great shots across. She had Queen down to 1 HP. She has some shots now on Divine Damsel. But here comes that flank play. We saw it earlier from Queen, and now with the use of the thruster, Queen is taking this fight low on health, and Laboma is going to capitalize with a nice takedown.
It's a big finish right there. You recognize that Queen X3 has been flanking all through Aquarius and Livefire, now looking to just surge on forward, see if you can capitalize on this momentum that has been gained, although big nade should disengage Equip 07 from that gunfight. And big eyes from Queen X3. Divine Damsel with the nade, and now 2 kills needed to go up 2-0 in the series. And look at this, right off the bat, Divine Damsel notices she has time. She's going for the thrusters.
I hope she has time. She took a little damage there. She's watching that circle as that kind of green ring shows you how close the spawn is on the thrusters. She knew she only had a few seconds left, but with even the thruster, Laboma again proving what skill she has with the BR, just lasering those shots out across. And now a big win for map control coming out from Equip 07 as they have the chance to post up in this top mid. Is it too little too late with that 5-point deficit? I don't know, but this battle could be the deciding for the whole match.
Team shot now. 1 kill needed in the 2v1, and that's going to be the cleanup. Queen Divine up 2-0. Equip 07, it has been neck and neck, but they just cannot get the job done. And heading into this recharge, I'm hoping they could find some momentum, Magic, because so far, Queen Divine, they have looked next level.
Yeah, I mean, going into recharge is definitely going to be an interesting play. We still will have the active camo ready to go. We will not have the use of the energy sword, but shock rifle is in play. Similar to the sniper that we had on Livefire, they will have the use of that shock rifle, and it can be such a big factor on one of the larger, more open 2v2 maps that we have here, if you can hit those shots across the map. But looking over the stats, I mean, you have to recognize Divine Damsel. This is some of the best play I've seen from her. She's always been just a rock solid player, but today she's hit another level in the gameplay.
And you can see that divide and conquer mentality that you highlighted, Magic, was put into full effect inside Aquarius. I mean, Queen X3 has been fantastic at just, dealing damage so that Divine Damsel can find those cleanup kills. And, having 6 assists into that, you cannot talk enough about how important it is to have that player who is rotating around the map and just chipping away at your enemies, allowing you to clean up when you can. You even through that, I mean, Laboma and Bellieri, they had, I think 3 active camos that were shut down from Queen Divine. So some big things coming out of Queen Divine just to recognize the situation they're in, slow it down, find out where that power-up is, and take it down.
No, absolutely right. They were very efficient in their gameplay. Credit to Equipo 7. Laboma in particular made some huge plays. Very patient, milking her life, coming back and taking the advantage. So I think that can play really well heading into game number 3 on Recharge. But this is it, right? Their backs against the wall, at least in the winner's side of the bracket. This is double elimination, so they'll have another life per se, even if they get bumped down. But I want to see them take this map coming out on Recharge. It plays so differently from both Live Fire and Aquarius. This is the map in 2v2s, at least from my experience, Colin, is that I've seen most often going to time. I think it's just the nature of it. There's more hiding places, there's more range, and it's kind of like this ring, right? With a big open area in the middle that neither team will traverse unless there's that incentive, and that incentive being the camo.
It's the pit where none shall enter. Because if you do, it's going to get a little bit rough. But either way, Magic, you're going into this map, you're looking at keeping it neck and neck. And yeah, I was looking at the sheet, and I'm like, wait, this isn't Recharge. We're going to streets before that. I'm used to the parallels going back and forth throughout it. But either way, this is something where that sandbox can get a little out of hand, because if you get a hold of this map, if you get a hold of that spanker, it can be dangerous.
It's okay, everybody at home, if you're laughing at us for breaking down Recharge so well. We'll just save that recording for later when we actually get to the map. But we want to dive into streets right now, which is actually where we're going. Hey, this map has the pizza sign. What's not to love about going down to the streets?
Everybody loves pizza.
Jump might not exist right now. It'll be coming back. But, I mean, I love the artwork of this map. And the gameplay for 2v2s plays really fun.
Well, the plasma grenade, Queen sticks to the foot of Laboma. Sends it to the grave now. 2 kill advantage for Queen Divine. Now, this one is a little bit more fundamental. Unlike Recharge, you will be seeing those rotations stagger out Equipo 7. So if they're not able to restabilize, it can get ugly. And you can see that. Laboma plays their life, allows Bellieri off the respawn to get into a situation to trade it out. Queen X3 still finding the kill into Laboma up top. As you can see, that both teams just respecting each other at the moment, recognizing what sort of the map is controlled and not overstepping.
Now, here's my expectation. Whenever we've seen this in the last 2 matches, Queen is usually the player that goes off the flank. Right now, she's playing pretty close to her teammate Divine Damsel, as Divine Damsel does take down that kill. But watch and see, because here comes that flank play, rotate around. Rockets, however, are not in play. So there's not that draw to center of the map that we were talking about with Recharge and the camo. So she's going to make a full rotation. No incentive to cut down the middle. But look at this pinch. If they can find Laboma on the low ground, it looks like they're going to. She's going to find herself in a tough spot. Queen does get taken down. Laboma and Bellieri combining enough damage, but we're left with a little 1v1 here between Bellieri and Divine Damsel, unless they decide to fall back and wait for those respawns.
Oh, from up top, Queen X3 off the respawn, getting right back into business. She's looking like a track star on this map, but you don't have to worry about the middle of the map at all. So it's like a little bit of track and field running all the way around the outside. So making sure you're always on pace, putting some hot shots in from behind. Now looking to stay alive using the thrusters, but right into the hands of Bellieri, welcoming Divine Damsel with open arms.
Open arms, ready for her. And now off of the respawns, we have a 5-8 game. Queen Divine have a 4-point lead now as they take down another kill. Now the pressure's on Bellieri, finding herself in that 1v2. We see it so often, not able to milk her life in this situation. Here comes Divine Damsel, ever playing the aggressor. She's playing at such a quick pace in all of these games, and so far it's been paying off. She finds Laboma at the back of A, but no, the combined fire is strong. You gotta respect Laboma's BR as she takes down Divine Damsel, leaving Queen and Bellieri in a little scramble over here on the Bulldog spawn. Grenades flying everywhere. We got a drop wall. We got pretty much everything going down, but it's still a 5-point game.
Everything in the kitchen sink being utilized full effect, but Bellieri still goes down on situations. The trades from Queen Divine, keeping them up 12-7, Magic. And if you're Equipo 7, you need to find a moment to take control, to seize this map, and you need a clean 2 down to make it happen. You're going to be seeing Divine Damsel find the information. Queen X3 cleans up Bellieri with the crossfire, feeding in the information to their teammates. Queen Divine, they have just been so synchronized and so together that Equipo 7, I don't even think they realize they're falling into the traps when they do.
I mean, those traps are pretty masterfully placed, and there's another takedown coming out. Now we're on board with Bellieri. She punishes back, takes down Queen. A nice grenade if she can get that ricochet around the corner, dealing out some damage to Divine Damsel, and she has the help of her teammate. They can close in this trap. They can reverse it back on Divine Damsel. Queen's here.
Oh, no.
Everybody's meeting in the middle of the map with BRs and melees flying about. Divine Damsel has her lock on the Bulma, finishes off that kill with a nice little use of the thrust.
It's scrappy in the middle of the map. The beatdown doesn't miss, and if you're Laboma, it is heartbreaking in that gunfight because Equipo 7, they had a chance to flip that one around, although Queen Divine, their communication has been on point. They're going to do it again. Drop wall blocks out the plasma grenade, but not soon enough as the nade still hits. Laboma cleans it up with a nade of their own. The trade from Queen X3, and now a chance here for Equipo 7 to pull 2 down out of Queen Divine's hands, and Laboma will find the cleanup. So 10-17, down by 7. It's now or never. You're down 2-0 in the series, and you have to put your foot down right here in Streets, or else you're going to be going to the loser bracket.
They're definitely not ready to go to the lower bracket just yet, but they have a 6-point differential in front of them. Some great team fire. You guys might see that reticle doesn't look like it's tracking. It's just the observer. She is on point with these shots as Laboma is lasering across the map with her BR at the ready. They have Divine Damsel trapped on B stairs, and I love this team fire. Unfortunately, a beautiful grenade, or maybe fortunately for Queen, that grenade was well placed. The Bulma answers back, so slowly Equipo 7 are working their way one kill at a time back into this game. Now the lead is only 4 points for Queen Divine.
Across 3 gunfights, Equipo 7, they go 4 for 1.
Nice.
They're cutting down that lead ever so slowly, but surely. They're going to get information on both players. Here they come for the collapse. Big nade's going to chip them down. You see Divine Damsel getting those early shots in. Coming around the corner, it's going to be Queen X3 for the cleanup. Bellieri gets spotted. Now shots are in, and Divine Damsel with the assist of Queen X3. It's going to be another 2 down, bring that lead back up to 6, 20-14. Only 5 kills needed, Magic, for them to put away the series.
I mean, I have a growing suspicion we'll see Queen and Divine again in today's tournament, and Queen on that flank play has been masterful. You saw it right there. She snuck around through arcade, caught Equipo 7 off guard, comes down with a kill and an assist. It's just working for Queen and Divine, that play style. I don't see them going away from it. It's really going to be pressure on these other teams to find a way to counter that split, and usually that means collapsing aggressively on one side or the other. Right now, Equipo 7 don't seem like they have that answer, but it's not over yet. 3 points still remaining from Queen Divine moving forward in the bracket.
Nice shots from the commando. Bellieri gonna keep that pressure on. See both from Equipo 7 hovering around PD as Bellieri separating from their duo. This is silence. That's the most silence we've seen this, but because of that now, Laboma gonna get punished with some shots in behind. Queen X3 finds the cleanup. Bellieri now in a sticky situation, and 2 are converted in for Queen Divine, 24-15. This is not where you want to be here if you're Equipo 7. You can already see the confidence coming out from Divine Damsel to clean this one up. It's going to be a spectacular win for Divine Damsel and Queen X3 to take the series 3-0.
You know, forget about chicken and waffles. Today we got steak and pancakes, or at least we got the steak. I'm still holding out hope for a pancake later on in the tournament. What a great showing from Queen and Divine. Now, don't count out Equipo 7 just yet. Laboma and Bellieri have the lower bracket to work their way through. Even though they go down in this first matchup, I feel like Queen and Divine kind of lived up to that favorite pick. We heard Trooper predict them for the overall win. They are the returning winners from the previous Paidia tournament, and you can see why in their gameplay in front of us.
And we talk about the synergy throughout this Queen Divine team, Magic. As we're taking a look at the stats real quick, you saw Divine Damsel with 10 assists inside that straight. So that's the biggest deficit we saw between all three maps was inside of that straights map, and the way that they were rotating around it, always making sure that they were communicating where the respawns were from Equipo 7. I don't think there was a single stone unturned from Queen Divine inside of that map number 3. So very strong map to close it out, you know, really showcasing, you know, how well they play together and how much they can really turn things around towards the later end and really fire it up. So it's a great way to push on through the series now, pushing into the semifinals. So I think they're going to play the winner of Jinx versus Gish Leah. If I pronounced that wrong, I apologize. But, you know, that's going to be an exciting one.
That's the best I would have done, too. So I respect it.
I'm excited for this one, too, because if Jinx goes through into the semifinals to play Queen Divine now, I mean, Jinx was at the top of the bracket from, I think, the second side. So that's going to be a big game to watch out for.
Yeah, 2 pools coming together, the top 4 from either side, and you're absolutely right. Jinx is a team we haven't talked about and should be talking about. That's the combination of Janelle and Mink. Similar to Queen and Divine Damsel, these two have played together as a duo for a long time, so they have that similar level of team synergy. So watch out for that team moving forward in the bracket. There's a lot more Halo to come. Don't go away. After this, we're going to be bringing Trooper and Phoebe back. I'm excited to watch them as they go into the upper semifinals that you kind of alluded to there, Colin. This next matchup will be coming your way right after this.
You sure do like to share your opinions, talking big like somebody's listening. Nobody's listening. It's so fun and games until it doesn't toss me out. I'll hit the ignition. Now you listen. Hop up in the window. Smaller and smaller you fade out. Hop up in the window. Yeah. You cannot get my vibe, no there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, watch me levitate. Try to paint me like a no name, so sorry, but we're not the same. No, we're not the same. Boo-hoo, poor you, please forgive me, cause I don't feel any pity. I'm fed up with lies, you wanted my demise, now you're watching me rise, rise, rise. Up in the window, smaller and smaller you fade out. Up in the window, yeah. You cannot get my vibe, no there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, watch me levitate.
Watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, levitate. Watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate, watch me levitate.
Watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, watch me levitate. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when you bite in your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you bite in your lip. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just two. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just two. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. Give it to me like world without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you bite in your lip. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you bite in your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. When the walls are breaking down, when we falling with our head on the ground, do you feel it's reaching now? Can you hear the curtains fall? It is certain, it's emerging. We've been waiting for the shadows to rise. On the surface, we are fearless. When we hear it coming, the word is out. When the heart is filled with doubt, when the light is covered by clouds, can you hear the sirens call? Can you feel the curtains fall? It is certain, it's emerging. We've been waiting for the shadows to rise. On the surface, we are fearless. When we hear it coming, the word is out.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll We'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
I got nothing to hide. I got nothing to hide. I got nothing to hide. Got nothing to hide. Nothing.
There are theories that throughout the vast universe exist garden worlds, home to complex ecosystems and unknown life forms. Life can be ravenous. Many philosophers believe this is the nature of life itself, to grow and evolve through consumption of energy. In a distant galaxy, a shattered planet has a history wrought with lessons for intelligent species to learn. What happens when life accelerates out of control? Welcome to the world of Paidia. Paidia presents a world contrary to popular culture, a world defined by ecological sustainability, social equity, and self-governance. The people of Paidia live collectively and regard nature and humanity as one, as they strive to create a mutually beneficial relationship with their environment. This planet is home to an inclusive cast of characters whose stories do not focus on the horrors of our reality, but the hope that could be fostered if the systems holding us back were removed. Built on the 66-million-year-old bones of a collapsed alien society, humanity on Paidia looks forward to an optimistic, adventurous, and hopeful future.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the action here at the Paidia Gaming Halo Infinite 2v2 Split 1 Finals. We are here, my name is Trooper, along with my co-caster and colleague and friend Phoebe, and we are ready to jump into our next game of the day, Queen Divine, who we just saw go through a quick 3-0 to move on into the bracket, and they're going to be taking on the team of Jinx. I want to throw it over to Phoebe and ask, what exactly do you think we're going to be expecting in this game?
Yes, sorry about that. I'm cutting myself off there, having a little bit of issue with framing. But as we look at this bracket, an interesting thing to note before we talk about Queen Divine versus Jinx, on the Jinx side of things, they dropped a map against Gishlia, I think, the people that they were playing. So they ended up closing that out 3-1, still a win. But unlike Queen Divine, who got the perfect 3-0, there may be sort of taking a little bit of a moment to warm themselves up a little bit, get used to the game, get used to sort of playing their Halo a little bit, which is maybe something to watch out for in this series, because these two teams are two that we expect to be sort of on fire and contenders to win. It's surprising for one of those teams, Jinx, to have dropped a map this sort of early, first round. So I think that's something to watch out for.
I do believe while we were watching the last game, we were kind of speaking about how most of the time you do see generally in the beginning of brackets a lot of 3-0s. That does tend to happen because of how the seedings go and whatnot. But yeah, I would think as long as they only dropped one map, I wouldn't say it's a cause for concern. No need to ring any alarm bells yet, although it is pretty interesting just comparing that to the fact that Queen Divine, basically, they were there for a cup of coffee in their last series, and now they're moving on into the next game. So I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to keep up that same energy going into this game.
Yes, and just quickly, a little bit of an update from production. On the other side of the bracket, Eclipse very definitively 3-0'd SakuraCom in their match on that side of the bracket. So they should be going up against Pingu Pals. We're not going to be covering that match, but that should be a potential interesting game. But focusing on the match that we've got to talk about here, Jinx versus Queen Divine. Very quickly, last time out, Queen Divine won the 2v2. Jinx with the third team finished third place. So bit of a grudge match between these teams, potentially. But very quickly, I just want to talk about the maps. So our map pool as we jump into game number 1 here on Recharge. Might be familiar with this map from Magic, talking about that during Streets.
Yeah, they gave the entire full breakdown for us in the last series, so we don't need to say another word.
They did our job for us, but but after Recharge, there will be Streets, Live Fire, and if needed, Aquarius and Recharge. So that's the map pool for this series. Starting off with game number 1, do you want to, bring us in off the start of this one?
Absolutely. As we do kick things off here, falling over on the side of Jinx, who take a 2-1 lead after our opening engagement. You do know, if you're familiar with Recharge, that the biggest portion of the map that you really have to focus on is getting that camo in your hands because of how effective that could be. It's opening the doors, making plays, throwing off your teammates. But another thing to think about is how that dynamic changes with 2v2 versus 4v4. The flanks, they're going to take a little bit longer maybe to fully execute and actually make the most potential out of those plays. So I can't wait to see how these teams adapt on this map.
Yes, indeed. And it's not just the camo. With the fact that this is the only map in Halo Infinite that is fully enclosed inside, you can grapple from that roof, and you can use the grapple and other pieces of equipment to make plays as well. So just in general, equipment control is going to be very, very key on this map, and it's going to be interesting to see how these players sort of use that equipment to push setups, hold setups, and just to generally play their Halo. And looking at the scoreboard, we have a very early 2-kill lead, 4-2, as 2 minutes have ticked by on the clock to Queen Divine. They are going up early in this series.
Yeah, that's a great point that you made, actually, Phoebe, about the power weapons that you actually find on the map and different things with equipment and all of those additions. Because a lot of the times with Halo, people see it as a straightforward FPS, more bare bones, and you deal with what you got on your drop. But a lot of these weapons that you can find on the map, they are so much more devastating in opening up the game and the map for your team. And as you see that camo coming into play right there on that double kill.
Yeah, not just only a double kill, a killing spree as well. So that's 5 kills consecutively without dying for Divine Damsel here. So she is going off. She's found herself a shock rifle. Fortunately for the team of Jinx, no shock rifle on Camo, as Camo has ticked over. Minx narrowly escaping with her life there, not peeking out too much. I don't think she knew that the shock rifle was looking at her nice, beautiful head there, but she still gets to stay alive as we see things sort of slow down with this 4-point lead. Janelle narrowly escaping the shock rifle there. Things just looking at a bit of a stalemate right now.
Ooh, very nice shots to make it across there in that tight pocket. And a thing to try and remember is when you have a power weapon, say, like the shock rifle here, I think the best course of action for your opponents is if they can manage to isolate you away from your teammate, to just make that push and rush them, especially with the slow reload time and fire rate on this weapon. So if you do see certain things like that on the map and you're able to play that strength in numbers and use that to your advantage, I think that that's going to work out very well. And as you see, that is exactly a perfect example right there as they bum rush with the grenades, get that shock rifle, and pick up the frag.
Yeah, and perfect timing as well as Camo is coming up off respawn. I believe Minx will be going for it, picks it up but isn't able to plug it into their chest. So Divine Damsel will be able to get that camo and control of that if we can hop on board with her and see what she's doing with the camo large.
And Divine Damsel is on a tear right now, 7-2. Out here on this first map of the series. So a great start as Queen was really leading the way as the lead fragger previously. Divine Damsel is saying this is exactly why we are such a good team. We come as a package deal, and we do have those two deadly players on our team that are really going to make a difference as opposed to a lot of others. You see now as they funnel back in to the elevator area of this room, they do try to push back more players over on the opposing side. Jinx is going to be maintaining that area. Oh, but they do leave the top doorway at the stairs open, and it does catch one of them off guard. Looks like that now that is the opportunity for Queen Divine to start running away with this lead.
Yes, but credit where credit is due to for Janelle. The push was coming in, the collapse was coming in. She was able to get out, escape, go towards where the spawners are. Minx does challenge there, is taken out. Janelle's going to be caught on her own here. Push is coming in, she tries, but Divine just heating up with that BR. 10-2 with 2 assists. She is going on a tear right now as the scoreline is 15-8, I believe. I gotta say, with the caliber of these two teams, game number 1, this is not a scoreline I was kind of expecting. I was kind of expecting these two teams to be sort of closer matched. But maybe this is a sign of sort of why Jinx dropped that map in the first sort of game, as Divine Damsel will find herself another camo and a second killing spree as well from her previous engagement.
I'm wondering if potentially I could get information from our producer, if it's handy. What exactly, which map did Jinx drop in that previous series? Was it the first map? Is it maybe some jitters that they're getting out and kind of, or maybe just getting the bearings of their opponents every time and able to kind of finish things off? At least what we're looking at now, I can't say that I'm surprised. My prediction, Queen Divine, is doing exactly business as usual. But you do see that differential point right there, 19 to 10. I really wonder if Jinx is going to be able to come back with such an insurmountable lead to overcome here.
Yeah, it's an insurmountable lead at the moment. It's now 10-point lead as we're seeing the use of the grapple there to move to safety. They just need 4 points to close this one out in the side of Queen Divine. This is what you call surgical halo. This is clean, methodical, calculated. Queen Divine, they're here to show business, and they're doing just that with an 11-point lead and control of camos, shock rifle, everything.
Oh, right there, using it to perfection and getting the shot across the map to set them up to hopefully close the game out. They do have now 2 players from Jinx going to be brushing right into that side of the cargo near elevator. One gets taken down for perfect shots of that BR. And there's just 1 kill separating them from Queen Divine, winning their 4th map in a row in this entire event. Let's see how much more they can keep this energy going.
And that is game. They've done it.
1-0, Queen Divine taking the opening map here against Jinx. And look at that scoreline. It's a thing of beauty. Divine Damsel, 15-3 on this opening map with only 3 assists. That goes to show you that she put her foot forward in a lot of these gunfights, and she came out as the better woman in these fights as well. You do have a lot more opportunities in the next 2 maps, but this opening map really did make a statement, Phoebe.
Yes, it is making a statement, and I think, you know, the statement kind of is Divine Damsel might need a shower after that one, because the sweat is probably pouring onto the controller. That was surgical halo, clean, methodical, 15-3. She was slaying, hitting her shots, controlling the power weapons, controlling the shock rifle, controlling the camos, intercepting Jinx's camo grabs, getting the slays coming up clutch. If we were to talk about keys to victory, if Jinx were to turn the series around, at this moment in time, it's just got to be shut Divine Damsel down. She is tearing it up. She is she's on fire. And this is only, the 2nd game of the day? She wants to make a mark.
You know, and I think it's now her time to shine, because I believe that from what we were seeing, it looked like Queen was really dominating in terms of fragging and being the lead scorer in the previous series. And now Divine Damsel says, "Hold on, it's my turn. Step aside. I got this." And really, you did say shutting down Divine Damsel might be a key to victory for them. But to be honest, I feel like with Queen Divine, it's really a pick your poison scenario between those 2 players. The experience and the chemistry they have is almost second to none.
That is true, because if we were to look at the scoreboard that is what I call the perfect pace to resistance team doubles outcome. It wasn't a 12-13. It wasn't anything like that. It was a 15 kills to Divine and 10 kills. Nice, even and round for both players, both doing their part. A great teamwork. As we hop into map number 2 here, we're on streets, and we're going to be opening things up with Mint rushing up through the driveway and meets a face full of nades and BR shots as Queen, you talked about it, she picks up a double kill right off the bat.
Yep, and that's also you got to give a shout out to both of these ladies on this team, because they're setting each other up for these amazing sequences to wrap up these kills and get these killing sprees and get all these multi-kills. And they're playing so well with each other right now. As you can see, when they're getting heated up, it's probably not going to spell well for your team.
Oh, yeah, they're getting it heating up there. One of the things I just noticed on some of those engagements there, like, those were ego challenges. Like, Queen was ego challenging. The nade was coming in. The nade was flying in. She doesn't care. And she just goes right out, cleans up the kill, stays alive. Like, there's no tomorrow. They are confident at this point, Queen Divine. They know how dominant they were on the last map. They know how dominant they are off the opening of this map, as the scoreline is 7-2. Yeah. As we look at across the who's doing damage, it's 5-2 split. Queen is going off on streaks here.
You know, looking at the previous map too, recharge, a lot of it, you have the big open area, a lot of the fights, you're creating distance. In this map, it's really all about angles. And right here, you do see how Queen Divine is able to really just formulate these perfectly and kind of have them fall into their trap so far. But the way that things are lining up, you do have Jinx now starting to claw their way back. So do not count them out yet.
Oh, yeah, no, totally. Do not count them out just yet. They are the team that, of course, the last time out, when there was a 2v2, they finished 3rd place. They are good players. As we see the hold this medal come in now for Janelle. If you're new to Halo Infinite, what that medal basically means is she started firing with one weapon, dropped it instead of switching because it's faster, pulled out the second and cleaned it up with that. As we see, the rockets are now up. Both teams fighting over that. Divine trying to make a play, will be taken down. But I don't think we're actually, correction, I don't think we're actually playing with power weapons. So it's there, but nobody's going to be using it, I think.
Yeah, I believe those are not, those are actually on our list of rule bans as far as equipment and power weapons. And for those that are in chat, that are watching the stream, you will also be pleased to know that the Mangler is also bad. So no worries there. We don't have to worry about that, and we're just going for some straight, some beautiful BR gameplay for the most part here.
I may be starting a lynch mob in the chat, but I kind of actually like the Mangler. You know, I get the melee issues, but that 3-shot perfect on it can be so satisfying sometimes. But weapon sandbox decisions aside, focusing in on this game, it's starting to close up a little bit. It was a little bit of a massive lead. It has reduced slightly. It's now 13-8 in favor of Queen Divine. I
just wanted to add, since you mentioned that that little mention up there about being a fan of the Mangler, I just wanted to have this disclaimer that my co-caster Phoebe's views do not reflect those of Caster Trooper.
True
and back to the action, as we do have a 3-kill lead here. Make that 2 now for Queen Divine. Jinx are still ever since that opening 7-2 lead to start off the game. Really, Jinx has been neck and neck with them this entire time. And if they take this map, that would actually, I kind of think it would spell or relate more to what they did in the previous series too, because they did have that one map that they dropped, but could they be setting the table to maybe work towards another 3-1 win?
I think what this is saying is maybe they're a team that needs a little bit of time to just eat up, because now it is consistently a sort of, well, screw that. It was consistently a 1-2 kill sort of lead in contention. It's now a 3-kill lead in favor of Queen Divine. Sort of even split, 8-8 on the kill feed. They're both starting to heat up a little bit.
I mean, hey, I know personally, I'm no pro player, obviously, but I need at least a dozen or so games just to warm up. I mean, so I'm assuming that these players, as skilled as they are, they need quite a few less to do so. But I mean, hey, Queen Divine, they seem to be firing on all cylinders from the jump today. And Jinx right now, if anything, I think that they're starting to catch fire right here in front of us.
Yes, they are. As this slows down a little bit, they will find the players. Nades coming in, not able to capitalize on it. BR kind of beating the wall there, so maybe a little bit of frustration for one of these teams there. Scorelines now, I believe, 18-14, 4 kills. Yes, 18-14, 4 kills in favor of Queen Divine. It's getting close here to them taking map number 2 here. So, with 6 kills needed, make that 5 with that fight there. 5 kills needed on this map. What would you do if you were in the Jinx shoes here?
Well, I think the idea here is what we started to see them do right before the last couple of engagements. Things were starting to slow down, and I believe that that played more into their favor. You want to maybe try and use the aggression from Queen Divine against them. Maybe make them overstep and put themselves in a situation where they shouldn't be, and try and capitalize on double downing on one specific player and use the strength in your numbers there. Obviously, the numbers only being 2, but that is the best way to win these fights. Try and single out one player at a time and try and wipe them off the map quicker. But before I could even get finished my thought, we're only 2 kills away from Queen Divine taking the second map.
Yeah, it's almost as if Queen Divine were hearing exactly what you were saying and doing it themselves on Jinx there. So, yes, we are 2 kills away from
They're like,
closing this one out. Janelle narrowly sneaks away with her life there.
Ooh, that was sneaky. Oh, but the trade's coming in. This might be the last shot that they have here. And very smart play here by Damsel, just backing off. Getting the regen there and looking for that final shot across the map. Already looking to set things up with a quick shot. And now both these players on each team are separating, but here comes the flank through. Players on Minx are isolated, and there goes the trade out right there for Divine to win the second map in a row on the series.
Yes, they are now up to 2-0 in the series, but one thing to note from this was a lot closer of a game.
Yes.
This was only 5 points difference, something like that, between both the teams here. So, you know, Janelle and Minx, they have the potential. They could win this series. They just need to play their game, and they need to play their game, well, you know, better than Queen Divine. You know, they're maybe taking just a little bit too long to switch on a little bit, which has put them in a position where they need to go for the reverse sweep here. They want to stay in the upper bracket. They've got to play Perfect Halo now.
And it's tough, too, because a lot of times, especially when you're looking at Team Slayer, the games go by relatively quick. You're now cutting your score line in half that you need to reach that threshold, being at 25. So a lot of these games go by 8 minutes, sometime even quicker than that. So when it comes to being ready or not, really, it's if you're not, once the map starts, a lot of the time you do have to kind of slow down the pace and do what you can do best to dictate how your opponents are going to react and how you're going to adapt to their decisions. And you did mention, Phoebe, that it's almost as if like Queen Divine heard me while they were syncing up their gameplay to what I was saying, but I don't want anybody in chat getting any ideas. All right. They're my prediction, but I didn't give them an earbud. They don't hear what I'm saying. The no cheating in this bracket or in this entire event. Trust me.
Yes, absolutely no cheating. Cause you know,
if there was cheating, they would have just said,
important.
screw it. I'm picking up the rockets and using hopefully nobody notices.
No, not with rockets. They'd go for the Molar. Assuming that's still on the maps.
I'm out of here.
As we make Trooper leave there. But going into live fire here, going into map number 3, this is a very different map to what we've seen so far. This is sort of like you've got one building on one end, one tower on one end, a kind of like corridor in the middle. The rest of it's just open field, open sight lines. So both these teams are going to need to be very careful with how they push through this map, how they use their sort of map knowledge, especially on the side of Jinx here, because too many mistakes here, and it's down into the losers bracket they go.
And also thinking how well Queen Divine's team was able to execute it and pull out the victory in that first map on Recharge. Being an asymmetrical map as well as live fire, I'm wondering if they're going to have an equal level of dominance here, or if Jinx is going to be able to slow things down, kind of like we did see in the previous game.
Well, one thing we did see in the previous game is power weapons. One thing we are going to see in this game is power weapons, as the sniper is something that players can use. So we might see some headshots. So we're going to need to see both these teams control the power weapons, control the overshield, as not the camo, as we see the sniper and overshield transition into the hands of Minx. But her overshield will be melted. She will get the reversal on Queen there, and actually get the lead For the first time in this series, they are leading by 1 point, and sniper in the hands of Minx. And we saw last time out, she is disgusting with the sniper. So, will this be the start of the Minx show in this series?
Oh, she's getting... She is overextending right now. She really wants to go after that kill, and she gets it, but did not expect the second teammate to be there. And it doesn't look like that's her opponent. Realized that she dropped that sniper right near that doorway. She actually is going to be making a move now towards that hallway. Let's see if they're going to be able to get it. I believe that they were able to get in and out in time, but I believe that's holding that sniper tower with a lead. That's probably going to be your best bet. You're going to be able to kind of get the intel as needed and call out where you're going to need those rotations at any given time, as opposed to being holed up in the garage area.
Well, I don't think that Jinx were listening to you there, because they decided to rush straight through mid and nearly get themselves picked off by a sniper. So, yeah, it's...
Oh, that was so close to a back smack right there. Getting caught in the corner and now moving forward with, I believe that's OS now, fully equipped and ready to do some damage, as well as holding down that sniper. Let's see what Janelle can get going here as they do. She does hear footsteps now coming around the underneath of the tower and does get the advantage on that player and isolating them. Again, that is what I was talking about in the previous map. A very nice demonstration there as they're able to just kind of hone in on one player specifically at a time, especially while they have at least a couple kill lead. That's a good way to supplement this lead.
Yes, it is. It's a good way to supplement this lead. New sniper is coming up in 3 seconds. It looks like Jinx aren't going to be in a position to challenge for it. Just as I say that, they are able to make their jumps up into the sandbags area. Divine does get the body shot off, but it's not enough. Double kill comes in there from Minx. She finds herself a fresh sniper. 7 bullets to play with. That could just be 7 headshots. Oh! Hello, Minx.
I'm giving it a round of applause, but I don't want to peek my microphone for the broadcast. That was absolutely stellar right there. And looking exactly what they were waiting to do. They're looking to pull it off right here because Queen Divine, they're actually struggling right now looking at their scoreboard. Their kill death, this is by far the worst that they have seen so far in terms of the leaderboard so far today.
Yes, it is the worst they've seen. Queen will find herself the sniper. 4 bullets to play with. Overshield coming up in 4 seconds. Queen Divine pushing over to make sure they grab that control of the power weapons. Control of the power-ups is, you know, step 1 in coming back and potentially even winning a map in Team Slayer. As Queen is opting to push in, will get noob comboed and taking out there.
Wow. Effective and deadly.
Transitions. Yes, effective and deadly, and Sniper will transition into the hands of Janelle, trying to go one-on-one with the Overshield player. Hits them in the toe, I believe, there, which was just enough to melt off their Overshield. But Sniper will transition once again into the hands of Divine Damsel and Queen Divine, putting them into, you know, a bit of a position to come back in this series that is just now a 3 kill deficit.
Yeah, and Jinx and Queen Divine have now seemingly flip-flopped the side of the map that they are controlling here. So you do have the sniper in the hands of Damsel, looking to see whose head she could take out first. Queen now going to be rotating all the way around towards the opposing side of green. Let's see if they're going to find anybody, but it turns out they were looking in the wrong spot. They had them waiting right behind them for the flank, and now Damsel has to get out of harm's way, and she does barely in time right through tunnel, getting over to garage, and hopefully getting out of harm's way for now.
Yes, and good on Queen there coming up clutch, because she was potentially in a 2v1 with Damsel being isolated, having to run through that garage there. She manages to stay alive, you know, get the kill and Minx, stay alive, as Divine Damsel will also pick up one in the tower area. Both these players doing what they needed to do to get out of a bad situation there, and potentially put themselves into a place where they can come back providing they can get control of this next overshield, which has gone into the hands of Janelle.
And make that the sniper as well, Phoebe. They are fully stocked, ready to move forward and hopefully keep adding on to this lead. As the last couple engagements, it looked like that Queen Divine started to figure things out and how they can best adapt and get the advantage. And you can see now Janelle sliding right in to that engagement, no fear at all, and running off her opponent while she still has a little bit of that overshield. She wants to be aggressive because you want to use it before it completely runs out to its effectiveness. And look at that, using, I believe, the repulsion to get all the way up to the mid section of the map, and Janelle follows her right up there and is able to take her out with the exact same maneuver.
Yes, indeed, and that is now a 3-kill lead as well in favor of Jinx here. They're holding this lead. They know their life in the winner's bracket here is on the line. They know they need to play Perfect Halo, play Reverse Sweep. We're not seeing Perfect Halo from them at the moment. There's few sort of mistakes in there, here and there, but they're playing just enough to hold that lead. And hey, if you got a 3-point lead, you know, as long as you keep hold of it, you're gonna, you know, win at the end of the day. So,
oh, Damsel's finally feeling it. Rocking that no-scope on Minx right there, and it looks like there's still a 2-kill lead, though. But with that sniper in their hands, it might not be for long, Phoebe.
Yeah, no, it might not be for long. And we see Divine Damsel just, you know, answering back to what Minx was doing earlier. Double kill coming in as well. It's now 19-19. It's tied up. Now this is where we're going to really see what the clutch factor of these two teams are. And I'm going to give advantage to Jinx here because they're getting overshield control. It looks like Queen Divine aren't going to be able to do anything to stop them from grabbing this OS, as OS is going to be into the hands of Janelle as she's looking around the tower site, looking for players. If you're Queen Divine here, you're just going to stay away from this, and stay away from this, they will not be able to.
Oh, she's chasing around the stairs now. Oh, but there goes the plasma pistol to take out the entire overshield. But Janelle, lucky enough to stay alive for now. Oh, but her opponent knew that she was weak and followed up with that engagement there. But Jinx, with only that 1-kill lead here. 3 to go for them to win this. Playing it slow right now might be the play. Let's see how aggressive we see Queen Divine get in these final moments as Janelle does pick up the melee there on Queen to set them up here with only 2 kills remaining. They're sticking together here in this tight hallway, but look at the nade coming in from Damsel to take out Janelle in that matter. So right now, we have 3 away from Divine to get back into this thing, but only a 1-kill deficit between these two teams in the final moments.
Yes, 1-kill deficit and a new sniper in play. So it's going to be curious to see if anyone actually goes for that. As Divine...
Oh, this could be it!
This could be, but Divine is running away. Minx knows where she's going. Knows where she will appear. And the trade is there. Jinx, take it! We are going to game number 4.
Hats off to Jinx right there. Beautiful idea right there at the very end. If I'm not mistaken, was that Minx that got that final kill? Because
yes,
the smart play there was knowing you had the 1-kill lead and also 1 kill away from victory. Be aggressive and hunt that player down, knowing you're most likely going to get the trade with the melee. She did that to perfection, and they ended up pulling it out by 1 kill.
As I said, you know, they had a 3-kill lead. If you got a 3-kill lead, you do trading, you're still going to win because you have that advantage. They may have lost that 3-kill lead, but they maintained 1. Going trade for trade, you win. It's, you know, scruffy. It's close. It says something about the caliber of both these two teams, but they're able to just clutch up when they needed to. Because if they lost that, they would be going into the losers bracket. But, you know, they didn't. They won it. They keeping the series alive. It means we're going to at least a game 4 at the moment. So we will get to see Aquarius, which is going to be another different map to what we've seen so far, because this one is quite a inside map. It's quite enclosed. There's there's only really the thruster when it comes to equipment, but getting to that thruster, you've got to go into no man's land. So
I
it's gonna
believe,
be...
unless they are changed up on the settings, I believe dynamo grenades are in play on this map as well, which do come in handy quite a bit, especially in those tight hallways on the sides of the map. This map is split mainly into 3 specific lanes. You do have each end having one base, and then the top mid area that a lot of players like to try and formulate around, get full scope of the map, and also get on top of that active camo, which we are seeing popped right away, jumping into this map.
Yes, and it's going to be Queen that gets that first camouflage of this map. We're seeing her sort of sneak around. She knows she'll now know that both the players are over towards the Dynamo side of the map. And she's going to be like Jaws. Like Jaws sneaking in. That sneak shot will up to fire early. Divine is pushing in. Dynamo nades are in play as Queen isn't going to be able to push in. But Divine throws the nades in, gets double kill. The camo didn't even need to be part of the play there. Just grab the intel and allow Divine to, link the stamps on those nades and send them.
Yeah, those dynamo grenades are so effective based on the fact that you're pretty much just throwing them and you can get a one shot every time if you put them in the right spot. And a lot of these areas, especially when you're connecting right here in utility, for example, there's such a tight area and you have nowhere to really get away from. So if you're able to lead your opponents into these traps and maybe bait them in a sense to try and push a kill that they might think is a guarantee, you can really set them up for disaster in a sense there.
Well, speaking of traps, one was just sprung recently as Divine Damsel got her second double kill of this map. It's now a 7-1 lead in favor of Queen Divine here. They're coming out firing on this map. Janelle's going to be trapped over in the gold sort of closet utility area. Camo's going to be coming up. And it looks like Queen is going to get another free uncontested camo as Divine is having to just stay alive and trap these players in gold. We'll get the reversal on Minx here. And it's just, compared to what we saw last time around live fire, this is just domination. This is the Queen Divine domination that we've seen already return. What's happened?
Damsel is really feeling herself right now. 8-1 thus far with no assists, just completely running things as she's going forward to try and get as many kills as possible and racking up a double kill right there in front of her eyes and getting the help from her teammate as well on the back end. They were able to sandwich those players of Jinx in that hallway in such a perfect way. And really, you're on a 10-1 start for your KD right now. And with the killing frenzy, someone stop her. Thank you, Janelle.
Curse of the caster there. You bring up the 10-1 and it's immediately 11-2.
Blame me for that. I apologize, chat. And I apologize to Damsel as well.
Yes, but Queen has also finally died. Although she hasn't been getting many kills, she's been getting the assists. The team shot is there, 7 assists. She was also doing a very good job playing her life as we're more than nearly 4 minutes into the game, and she's had her first death. Both these players on this team very dominant as we see some crisp shots coming in from Divine and a dynamo nade onto Minx there as she will clean up both players here. 17-3.
Divine Damsel, you gonna save some for Queen? Sheesh.
Yeah, I don't think so. She's challenging 2 more. Won't pick anything up just yet, but doing enough to just trap them in the base as Queen will find herself her 3rd kill.
Oh, she is
killing spree. The teabags, the disrespect are coming out. You could almost confuse, sometimes with Halo, you could almost confuse everyone with being British with how much they love their teabags.
Well said indeed. And right here, another kill there for Divine Damsel, I believe, getting a 4-shot perfectly on Janelle as reading what we saw there on the kill feed. We got to follow now along with Minx to see what the plan of action is here. And honestly, if there even can be one when you're down 20-3.
Honestly, no plan of action at all. Yeah, hate to say it, but this is the point of, yeah, it's done. Your goose is cooked at this point. Queen Divine could just charge because they can't lose. And that's exactly what they're doing, as they're now just 3 points away. And make that 2 to Jinx's 4 here. This is quite a demanding lead, and I just wanted to, it's not a score line, it's not a stat that, Jinx should be proud of. But for a little bit of time there, Janelle was doing all the ones. 1 kill, 1 assist, 11 deaths.
I think personally, Jinx on the last map on Livefire played it so well to perfection and showed exactly why they should be in this event. The problem is, going against Queen Divine, we've been over it many times already today, and I'll say it one more. Their chemistry, their experience, and how well they're able to mesh together and adapt to any opponent that gets thrown in front of them, it's really impressive to see. And honestly, that last map victory for Jinx's squad seems to have awoken something in Queen Divine.
Yeah, it has. And Trooper, I got a question for you. How do you like your steak dinner? Because that was a very well done, methodical, crispy over the barbecues steak dinner from Queen Divine right there. 25-6.
Winner steak dinner? Is that a thing?
It is now. And I think they'll be happy with that. They would definitely be happy with that. They've taken their tea bags. They're having their tea with their steak dinner. Personally, not my choice of drink for steak dinner, but, each is their own. Gotta say, I think they were quite angry that they dropped the map there because they kept them to single digit kills. Like, single digits. They couldn't even break 10. That was methodical, surgical Halo, if ever I saw that.
And I think a big thing is also the change in elevation in comparison to the last 2 maps that we watched. You see Livefire, asymmetrical, mostly flatlands, although you do have the big center in the middle that leads over to the tower. If you do maintain possession or control of that area of the map, you're going to have a lot more success throughout the entire game. But on this map, a lot of it came down to the verticality, the lanes, and the angles that each one of these teams were able to hit. And Divine Damsel just going out into business for herself almost in a lot of these occasions. And really, she followed up nicely to what Queen was doing in, I'd say, the first series when they played. It was mostly all Queen. And now Divine Damsel said, hey, don't forget about me.
Yes. And we've talked a lot about this series. There was another series happening at the same time that we unfortunately, couldn't watch. We've had a bit of an update. There was another team that got the exact same record as Queen Divine in pool play. That was Eclipse.
Yes.
They got the exact same map record, and currently, right now, they have been up 2-0 over Pingu Pals on the other side of the bracket. So it may be a little bit too early to make a grand finals prediction, but could we potentially see Queen Divine versus Eclipse in the grand finals later on?
I think a lot of people would love to see both of the powerhouse teams go against each other. Although I think it's kind of interesting to see too how things have been affected, where Jinx leading the other pool and how Queen Divine was able to wrap up this series. I mean, really going forward, Queen Divine, obviously they already know what to expect for the most part. But I think for everybody that's watching, and even me and you, Phoebe, I personally would love to see the matchup with Eclipse and see exactly what kind of highlights and plays that we would get from that.
Yes, I would love to see that matchup as well, especially with some of the drama that's been going around, because it ain't esports without a little bit of drama going on. Eclipse, our team that has had a little bit of controversy, a little bit of drama. And we've just got a new update. Pingu Pals win map 3. The series is now 2-1. So it seems like on the other side of the bracket, there is a series going on. So don't count those penguins down in that very cold South Pole out just yet. They've got a little bit of life on them. Go Pingu Pals. Totally not biased. Totally not biased. But yes, no, it's, as I was saying, you know, it is an esports without a little bit of drama. It'd be nice to, you know, it'd be nice to see the team that have had some accusations levied against them actually come into an environment where it's difficult to impossible to actually say, you know, cheat or anything with some of the accusations that have gone against them. Play the Halo and just show up and put their money where their mouth is, and it's what they seem to be doing so far.
Indeed, and I couldn't agree more. And I wanted to thank everybody for tuning in today, as we are only midway through the action here today. And we wanted to give a big shout out to Paidia Gaming, because Paidia is a women-led company that is building an inclusive gaming community to empower gamers such as yourself to safely connect, learn, and play their favorite games. You can actually go and make an account at PaidiaGaming.com if you would like to get in and meet some people and communities for a secure and inclusive gaming environment that's fun for everybody. We wanted to thank you guys one more time for tuning in. We're going to send it over now to our other casters, Seymour and Magix, and we will see you guys in the next series after that. Don't go anywhere.
To break.
Don't you dare say that I wanted everything to fall apart when it's hard to me. 'Cause my only crime was hoping there is something more than this loneliness I feel. But no one makes me feel less alive. We're fighting fire. The way you push my buttons just right. We're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. We're fighting fire. We're fire. Maybe if we took a moment long enough to realize how alike we are, that not everything is broken. 'Cause you know me better than anyone by far. But no one makes me feel less alive. We're fighting fire. The way you push my buttons just right. We're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. Fighting fire. We're fire. Two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. We're fighting fire. We're fire.
Was never easy growing up. About time I read a book to distract myself from this reality. Oh, it's been a couple years, I feel the same. Guess I'll never really learn this fucking game, but I'm here to play it now. I don't wanna cry again, even if I lose a friend. You say you had good intent when you hurt me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. I don't wanna try anymore. Yeah, I won't show up at your door in the morning. Said that it wasn't planned when you hurt me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. Oh no. I don't wanna cry again, even if I lose a friend. You say you had good intent when you hurt me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. I don't wanna try anymore. Yeah, I won't show up at your door in the morning. Said that it wasn't planned when you hurt me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. I wanna go back in time to when things were easier, before it got all complicated. Oh, just give me the strength to move on, 'cause I don't really wanna move on. I gotta do what's best for me. I don't wanna cry again, even if I lose a friend. You say you had good intent when you hurt
Who's to stop this world from spinning? Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with this life, like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass, you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, will you be right when I wake to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep.
There are theories that throughout the vast universe exist garden worlds, home to complex ecosystems and unknown life forms. Life can be ravenous. Many philosophers believe this is the nature of life itself, to grow and evolve through consumption of energy. In a distant galaxy, a shattered planet has a history wrought with lessons for intelligent species to learn. What happens when life accelerates out of control? Welcome to the world of Paidia. Paidia presents a world contrary to popular culture, a world defined by ecological sustainability, social equity, and self-governance. The people of Paidia live collectively and regard nature and humanity as one, as they strive to create a mutually beneficial relationship with their environment. This planet is home to an inclusive cast of characters whose stories do not focus on the horrors of our reality, but the hope that could be fostered if the systems holding us back were removed. Built on the 66-million-year-old bones of a collapsed alien society, humanity on Paidia looks forward to an optimistic, adventurous, and hopeful future.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with the Paidia Circuit, a women's 2v2 series of events. There are 3 splits all leading up to that championship finals coming up September 10th. Mark your calendars. Big thanks to Paidia for putting this together. This Halo Infinite event has already been heating up, but I want to toss it to Colin. What else can people find on PaidiaGaming.com?
Well, first and foremost, we encourage everyone to go make an account at PaidiaGaming.com because inside of that website, it's a powered portal for tournaments. Anyone with a free account on PaidiaGaming.com is able to sign up for tournaments, host tournaments, play in matchmaking seasons, and much more. It's not just Halo, which we're highlighting today. There's plenty of other games to be checking out. So we encourage you guys to go check it out. And not just that, you know, Paidia, if you're looking for some super comfortable hoodies, go over to PaidiaGamingShop.com and maybe you yourself
Rub it in.
could be wearing something nice and comfy. Maybe an oversized hoodie. This is great. I can't highlight it more.
I can't wait for mine to make it here. I know Trooper was
pain.
talking that he also has a matching hoodie.
pain.
Phoebe, what color? Did you pick a color for the hoodie?
I don't know. Can't remember. Too many things going on at the moment.
I
Too
just
much
want to see
chaos.
if all 4 of us
Oh,
would have ended up in purple. That's all.
All I know is the pain of being on the other side of the pond and a 60 days of sea container over the water before we get one. The pain!
It's really a shame, but luckily Paidia can ship across the pond. That's an awesome, fact that they do provide
Yes,
that. And
right.
check out the merchandise because Colin is repping it well. Trooper, we also wanted to talk a little bit about our other sponsors and that overall prize pool. Can you break that down for the audience, please?
Absolutely. As we do know, each one of our splits, we have a total in 3 throughout this entire event. $2,000 prize pool for each one. Finals are going to be getting $5,000. But looking at this and how things are split up, you can see in our split 1, each player getting a cool $1,000 to take home. And also, we got to big thanks to Paidia's founding partners, Razer and Xbox. The top team today will be going home with gear worthy of a Spartan. As you can see, a bunch of beautiful peripherals you're going to be getting from Razer, part of their headset that they got actually from their Halo Infinite series. You do have a Black Widow keyboard as well, and a nice mouse mat as well. I need one that size myself. One of those cool hoodies would be nice to get. I wonder if they're actually going to get one before us at this point. But
Definitely gonna
gotta
get one
say,
before me.
oh, I mean, hopefully, either way. Moving on to see the second place prizing, $600 for each player for the second place team, each one getting their own Xbox Series S console. Amazing to take that home as well, something I haven't even got my hands on yet. And then, of course, with the final place, I would actually say is probably the best prize amount. Looking at that cute little snake that you get from the Razer plush mascot, and then also an Xbox controller as well. So we have a lot on the line today.
No, love to see it. I mean, 2,000 for each split, and then that 5,000 at the championship finals, rounding out over a $10,000 prize pool, plus all of these awesome goodies. I mean, that's a lot to want to play for. And Phoebe, why don't you break down that league format? How do each of these separate splits kind of tie into that big finals that we're looking forward to in September?
So, what happens is teams sign up for each split. The sign-ups, I think, for split number 2 are live as of today. When you sign up, split, as you can see, runs from the 6th to the 25th of June. Play through in pools. I think for a period of time over the weeks. Play matches each team, I believe, once in your pool. And you come to a split finals where you play for points, and the points determine your seeding for that very sweet championship on September 10th.
Absolutely right. So 9 through 12, 13 through 16, those points have been assigned, but today's tournament is to determine the points and prize breakdown for those top 8 teams. So branching off right from that, what do we have in front of us today, and how does it match up with you all's predictions? Is there anything that surprised you? I guess, Colin, I'll go back to you. From what we've seen today, any surprises?
Pingu Pal's lost. Magic. And I'm sad. Eclipse took them down 3-1. So they're going to be making their run through the losers bracket. But what I'm impressed by is Queen Divine so far. They have been taking names through the winners bracket, and ultimately now in the winners finals, they are looking like what could be the best team inside of the tournament so far, but we haven't seen them face up against the opposite side of the bracket, and we haven't yet seen Eclipse on stream, so they're going to be playing up against Eclipse now, and I think that's going to be an interesting one to fare up to.
I mean, this is Eclipse My Choice versus Trooper's Choice, Queen Divine. You got to be pretty proud, Trooper, of how Queen and Divine Damsel have been playing so far.
I'm proud, but not surprised, as they have been dominating so far throughout today, and really what we could hope to see from them playing at the highest caliber they can.
No, absolutely right. It's going to be an exciting matchup, but we also have to recognize lower bracket is continuing forward. It's a double elimination, so even if they go out in the upper bracket, they have another life. Phoebe, what can you kind of summarize, I guess, from that lower bracket and the teams we have left there?
So, 2 teams have already gone out in the lower bracket. Gishla and Pushin P, they have dropped. So there's a interesting game to keep an eye on. Jinx versus SakuraCom in the lower bracket. That's going to be Janelle and Minx's team versus Sakura and CommandStation, I believe. So that's going to be a very tough match. And sort of both teams playing with their tournament sort of life on the line and playing for those all-important seeding sort of points. And on the subject of Jinx, something that's kind of surprised me a little bit with them is they were the 3rd place team the last time that we did a 2v2 after they got knocked out by Pingu Pals. Looking at this bracket, one thing that's surprising is them dropping a sort of map to Gishla. They've kind of looked like they haven't been firing on all cylinders. So it should be a close game, but I don't think Jinx are really turning up. the best that they can. So this might be the end for a team that was quite dominant the last time around.
Okay, so quick question then, Phoebe. It looks like Equipo 7, if I'm reading the bracket correctly, are going to go up against Pingu Pals. Are you sticking with Pingu Pals to win that series, or do you want to change your prediction now?
I think so, because the last time they matched up, Pingu Pals actually beat Equipo 7 3-0 in the pools.
Okay.
So I think they could take that, and it'll be a question of whether or not they can get past Jinx and or SakuraCom.
Yeah, definitely a lot of good competition. We will be heading to the lower bracket a little bit later, but right now we're going to go into that winners finals. So unfortunately, Trooper Phoebe, we got to say goodbye, but it's only for now. It's not goodbye, it's see you later. But awesome job on the cast, and looking forward to having you back on again here shortly.
Absolutely. Can't wait to pick it up.
Awesome. So, Colin, on that note, we're diving right into this next matchup with the winners finals. What do you expect out of these two teams that we're going to have in front of us?
High class Halo. This could potentially be the grand final, Magic, in the future. So that both of these teams, this is a good opportunity for them to just step up to the podium, stand on top, and just show who's the dominant team right now inside of this bracket. I mean, winners finals, oftentimes inside esports, the team who wins this is going to be in a very favorable position along the line, because into that grand finals, it should be a double best of 5 for the team coming out of the losers brackets. This is a big one on the line right now, especially considering a winner here would secure yourself top 3.
I mean, that's going to be great. You're already in the prize pool with that win coming out right here. And then the lower bracket, that's a tough road to climb. So I appreciate your expertise in, esports. You watch a lot, you listen to a lot of esports, so you kind of see how this played out. We'll see if the teams can break that trend or if it continues to follow the pattern. But we are going to get into this best of 5 series between Queen Divine and Eclipse. You mentioned this earlier. Eclipse is a team we haven't seen on the broadcast yet. That's Lehcar and MsAudy. I've seen them playing together in a 4v4 format, but as far as twos, I have not seen these two as a pairing. I'm really interested to see how they play together and how unified they can be against a very experienced duo of Queen and Divine Damsel.
An experienced duo who just took down half of your team right before this as well. So, it might be a little bit bad blood going on, right? It's like seeing your teammates drop back in the semifinals to this exact same team. So right now, if you're Eclipse, you're looking to get not just revenge over your teammates, but an opportunity to take the top right now of this 2v2 bracket. So when you're looking at the upper finals, folks, I mean, magically we'll see a recharge, but that's going to be map number 2. We got Aquarius, Recharge, Livefire, Streets, and Aquarius to show up to this upper final. And, throughout these maps, it's looking to be an exciting one. We are going to get another Livefire, which means that I'm going to be seeing Damsel step up to the plate with that sniper, because she has been on fire all day long.
I absolutely agree. I think Divine Damsel, if I had to pick one player from today's tournament that's a standout, I've seen Divine Damsel play in multiple tournaments. She's always been a solid, high skill, high intellect player. But today, I really feel like she's played on a whole nother level.
It's what you need right now. Tournament on the line, you have to reach new heights. And right now, she's taking that skill ceiling and she's pushing right through that alongside Queen X3. You can't talk enough about her too, because the synergy between these two, the way that Queen is flanking, setting up Divine Damsel for those plays has just been phenomenal. So we're going to be hopping into this Aquarius between these two teams. And, you and I were talking about this in the green room, Magic, is that Aquarius seems to be the best map for these two. We just saw them smoke the competition just before that break.
25-6 against Janelle and Minx, which Janelle and Minx are an amazing competitor in and of themselves. So to see that kind of domination on this Aquarius map, it might lead for Queen and Divine Damsel getting a little momentum coming into this fresh matchup. But as we say it, Queen does take down a kill, but at the cost of the active camo, which goes into the hands of MsAudy.
Immediately, she slows it down, too, with the active camo. Waiting for an opportunity to strike. Here it is. Shots on. Won't clean it up. This Divine Damsel will get away, but the active camo is still alive. Waiting for Miss Lehcar to set up. Now to pinch. She's going to get really aggressive. MsAudy in no position to trade that out. Will hop up top, take down Queen X3, but, that cost of Miss Lehcar going down, keeping Queen Divine in the lead.
You love to see these two teams meeting. We knew it was only a matter of time before they faced off, and here we get it right at a crucial time in the winners finals. Right out the gates, you even see these grenades colliding in midair, and I think that speaks to how evenly matched these two teams are, even launching their throwables at the same time. But you see a little regroup here as Queen dips back. In the past, we've seen Divine Damsel kind of taking the aggressive, and then Queen getting those opportunity shots from a flank position. We'll see if that carries through in this matchup. So far, it looks like a very similar scenario.
Oh, big kill from Miss Lehcar. Making sure that similar scenario this time flips the way of Eclipse.
I'm sorry I gave us both that tongue twister. Colin, I'm really sorry. Similar scenario. Let's
It's
leave
tough,
that
you know?
buried.
Look at this now. An opportunity to strike for Eclipse. Use those dynamo grenades to catch some information, maybe chip down the shields of Queen Divine. But right now, finessing her life, Miss Lehcar trying to stay alive, regenerate these shields. Divine Damsel will get the shots on a trade from MsAudy, but keeping up with the lead. Queen Divine back up to a 2-point advantage. Now Queen X3 looking to reap the reward of an active camo.
And I feel like the active camo is even more crucial with the lack of the heat wave. So we have weapon bans, but no equipment bans. Dynamos are in play.
Yes.
You talked about the thruster being key, and we saw some great use of it from both Queen and Divine Damsel earlier. But I think the active camo is even stronger because you don't have to worry about coming into the face of a heat wave, right? Which is one of the biggest counters when you're like surprised or caught off guard. So now with this active camo, Queen can pick and choose where she wants to rotate on the map. MsAudy with some predictive grenades, just kind of guarding and forcing Queen to fall back. I like this stall tactic coming out from Eclipse.
Won't be able to clean up Miss Lehcar, and look at that.
How?
Magic. Eclipse completely shuts down the active camo and manages to take a 1-point game off of that. So a missed opportunity there from Queen Divine with maybe a misplay on that active camo. And now you can see Eclipse setting up for map control up top mid. Beautiful shots from MsAudy will clean up Divine Damsel, cutting this lead now back even. Well, it was until the trades come through. Back to a 9-9. Thrusters will be picked up. Eclipse, they have completely brought this back with that little blunder on the active camo, but you know, to branch off of that point that you're making, Magic, with the active camo, I'd like to see teams, if they lose out on it, pick up those dynamo grenades, because you can get so much information on where that player is and maybe even clean up a player just like that.
What a beautiful cleanup, and these two teams are back again, neck and neck. You know, if I had $1 for every time this match was tied up, I'd have like $5, and that'd be pretty good. I'd take it. But now MsAudy back on the aggressive. Even with the use of the thruster, ends up losing that low ground fight. Tough positioning for her, and now Divine Damsel and Queen are sweeping through top mid. Miss Lehcar in a tough position, using the dynamos, trying to create space, but ultimately taken down. Meanwhile, MsAudy does get a little bit of an opportunity attack if you're from the D&D world, and takes down Queen. And so we're back to a 1-point game.
Big active camo fight, and here comes the help. Beautiful shots coming out from your teammate. Eclipse will be able to take her down. Opportunity here for the camo. They're going to force Queen off the high ground. Camo's going to be picked up here from MsAudy as well. So that camo now looking to push an opportunity for Eclipse to take their lead even farther, up by 2, 14-12. This is a situation where Queen Divine, they don't want to fall too far behind, because it's honestly, throughout this bracket, this is uncharted territory.
It is an uncharted territory because they haven't faced Eclipse just yet. They did face them in the pool play, where Eclipse won 3-0 over Queen Divine. But in the end, their records were identical. And thanks to Phoebe for going and finding some of that information and passing it on to us, because I think it just plays into the drama of how intense and how close this matchup is. But you see that 2-point advantage, Eclipse trying to hang on to it and maybe being able to play a little bit slower because of that lead.
Nades force Eclipse off a power position. They double back. They overwhelm. And look at that. They transition into 2, 16-12. Queen Divine, they thought they had him trapped, but you know, it's just a matter of perspective in that situation. As Eclipse were able to make a good situation from a bad one. Now looking to make it even better. Slides on into the closet. Dynamo grenades won't be able to clean up. The help from Divine Damsel manages to take down Miss Lehcar. Now looking at this, you're only down by 3 if you take this down cleanly. And MsAudy gets cleaned up. That is going to be a 2-point game once again. But MsAudy manages to stay alive, and Miss Lehcar off the respawn takes down Queen.
I just feel like the resets from MsAudy and Miss Lehcar have been cleaner, including this 1v1 that MsAudy gets the win on. They are just back in the action so quickly, and their momentum is only growing as they increase their lead to 6. It's coming down to the wire. 6 points between the two teams, but also 6 points away from the first round win for Eclipse. It's now or never for Queen and Divine, and unfortunately MsAudy is going to pick up another kill before she's taken down. Looks like we have 2 players left up, Queen and Miss Lehcar, if they end up in a 1v1 situation.
Wow.
Miss Lehcar, even against a 1v2, shows no fear. Commando spray goes down, and so does the player.
Straight shots with the Commando. 21-14. MsAudy looking to swing wide on this opportunity and catch Queen Divine looking the wrong way. Be a pinch set up here from Eclipse, and it's time to strike between the two of them. Up top, it's going to be a one-on-one here. Divine Damsel going to be caught out, tagged down low. The cleanup, is it going to be? Miss Lehcar finds it with the Commando. Transitions over to Queen. Full HP. Can she get it done? No, Queen manages to stay alive. Big shots coming out, and that is a crucial win. 16-22.
It was a crucial win, but now 3 points between Eclipse and taking this game number 1. We have a best of 5, but you know the first match is setting the pace. And with it, Queen gets the melee off, now falling back to preserve her life. Meanwhile, Divine Damsel gets a pick of her own. That's 2 kills closer, a crucial fight happening, and Queen and Divine cut that lead to 4.
All these are so crucial. We're highlighting it, Magic, because you're not just finding kills on your own, but you're just keeping Eclipse away from map point. And that is ultimately the quest here for Queen Divine. Is keeping them far away from that map point as they can. Shots are going to be ringing out, down to 1 HP. Divine Damsel playing alive. Look at Queen flying on forward. Caught in a 1v2. Manages to get a trade. 23-19 as that lead still going to be even as where it laid before. And hunting for this last player is going to be MsAudy up top from behind the beatdown. Can you finish it up? She can. Nice hands from MsAudy. As this lead, this could be it right here. The Dynamo Grenade not going to find the cleanup. It's going to be assist from the teammate. And Eclipse take map 1.
What a huge play right there from MsAudy as she flanked around where Divine Damsel was. She got the kill, but she also picked up the Dynamo Grenades, which allowed her to escape, create some space, and then the cleanup kill comes through from Miss Lehcar for the win. But wow, this matchup was back and forth. First half, it was tie after tie after tie, and suddenly we saw Eclipse kind of footing and take off towards the end.
You know, we maybe said there's a little bit more riding on this game storyline-wise, a revenge for MsAudy and Miss Lehcar after they just watched their teammates on Jinx get taken down in the semifinals to this Queen Divine's team. So Magic coming out like that, we weren't too worried about them because we know these two on Eclipse are the main slayers of that team. So now we really get to see the true potential of that roster here inside of Eclipse.
Yeah, but the opposite is also true, right? Queen and Divine Damsel, they are a duo that is used to having the odds stacked against them. They're used to being in a tight position. And one of the things that really highlights this team of 2 is how consistent they are under pressure, and now that pressure has been applied by the Eclipse lineup. Miss Lehcar and MsAudy coming out strong. You have to highlight MsAudy, a 14-8 in their first matchup. Can she keep that kind of pace for the rest of the series? I mean, a best of 5 can go by pretty quick, but you have to treat each game as an individual unit.
Well, these Lady Spartan Pro Series rivals are playing with some passion on their shoulders right now, Magic. We saw it in game number 1, and coming up next is going to be a recharge. And it's actually going to be a recharge. We're not just playing with you guys. Map number 2 on recharge.
Okay,
is going to be
recharge. All right.
An exciting one because, you know, when we were highlighting it before, you might not have the energy sword, but you still have that active camo to work with. And on top of that, that shock rifle comes into play. And remember, you know, it's what we've been talking about, Magic, is we see Divine Damsel with that sniper rifle and live fire. I can only imagine what she's going to be like with the shock rifle in hand.
Absolutely right. The shock rifle, I think, is going to be the big factor. Also, the camo, they play very differently, obviously, with the shock rifle and the cross-map shots, and then the active camo allowing you to make an aggressive push. But those are the 2 items that could force teams out of cover. If there was a game in the series that could go to time, recharge is the most likely for that to happen with so many little hidey holes and camping positions. But again, those power-ups are there, like, just taunting you, right? They're like a pizza when you're trying to go no carbs. They wanted to lure you out of cover. So we'll see which teams go for it. And more importantly, you kind of discussed this earlier. It's one thing to go after the camo down there in pit. It's another to escape with your life.
You're right. It's a deadly pit you might not want to walk into. And right away, the battle's going to be finding a perfect shot from Miss Lehcar. That's going to give up camo now in the hands of Eclipse. You see MsAudy goes incognito, and right off of that early engagement, Miss Lehcar is taking map control into her own hands with attic positioning in control of Queen Divine. They're kind of trapped inside of pipes, and here comes MsAudy.
They have to predict this flank trap play coming. They know that the camo is in the hands of Eclipse. And there's one takedown. There's a second takedown. Queen and Divine Damsel, I have to say, their defense is so strong because that's what they were forced to play, right? They were in this pipe spawn, the active camo closing in, but they knew how to cover every angle and have that defensive hold. Ends up with 2 takedowns and the shock rifle in the hands of, you guessed it, Divine Damsel.
See what she can do. Right around the corner is MsAudy. Oh, just barely missing out on the timing. Up she goes, and missing out on that first shot. It's going to punish you. In fact, MsAudy is going to punish you herself. Recover that shock rifle right off of that dead body. And now 4-2. That lead that Eclipse once had. They're going to be right in that position. But, you know, Queen Divine not going to be too far away. The shot's going to miss from the shock rifle. But the information on one, Miss Lehcar in a position to punish. They don't know where Queen is.
There's the split we've been seeing from Queen and Divine Damsel. They've been very consistently splitting, but in this case, Miss Lehcar was ready for that split, and MsAudy, they were just in 2 separate 1v1s, and they each won out that battle. Every encounter we've seen so far in this match has been a 2-0 for one side or the other. We've not seen any trades happening. We're not seeing any, 1-2s or 1v1 fights, but these players are wiping Queen and Divine right now, and it's on them to find an answer as the score is 6-2. There's some low ground position now from Divine Damsel going through blue pipes. Queen is up here at the long haul, still waiting for MsAudy. Can she clutch it up with that shock rifle headshot?
And you know, this divide and conquer mentality has been the recipe to success for Queen Divine, but this is the winners finals, and I feel like they're going to have to adjust at some point because Eclipse are just isolating these 1v1s so perfectly. Oh, the active camo is going to be right there. They don't know. Not sure which player that is. It's going to have to be Divine Damsel to strike. Waiting for Queen to make a move. Miss Lehcar gets stuck by a plasma grenade. Now chance to take them both down. And from the shadows, it's Divine Damsel to cut the lead down to 2.
Absolutely right. That's a huge win. And again, I just see 2-0 on every encounter. They're trading back and forth, but either way, 2 people respawn, 2 players get to regain those power weapons and the map position that they want. In this case, we do see Divine Damsel with the grapple. Now she trades it out for a repulsor. She has a little bit left to work with in that shock rifle, but not much. Will it be enough to get some crossfire as Queen goes down? Ooh. Doesn't quite connect on that shot. Falling back to regen the shield and waiting again for her teammate to come back in this fight, but MsAudy does not give her the time, takes her down, and now Queen finds herself trapped in the lift corner and also eliminated a 5-point lead.
That was immensely knowledgeable from Eclipse to isolate and stagger out that last player in Queen on that respawn, and transitions now with the shock rifle in hand. Finally, we get a shot ringing off the head of Queen X3. It's going to be Miss Lehcar now looking to put this sniper rifle to use as they're looking to use their numbers to surge on forward, see if they can trap out Divine Damsel, but I'm not sure if they know she's down here. Use out the nades, feed it out. Finally, they're going to know there's going to be a battle here for active camo, potentially. You can see Divine Damsel finds one, the beatdown on a Miss Lehcar, who tries to use the grapple hook to get a little fancy, but that might cost active camo.
That was a double kill from Divine Damsel, if I'm not mistaken, and opens up for Queen to steal away that active camo. Now, this plays right into her playstyle, right? That flank mentality, that opportunity. She's so patient waiting. She picks these shots on Miss Lehcar, finishes it out, but she's revealed her position. Where is MsAudy? She locks on the target. Divine Damsel softens her up, and Queen gets the finish. That's 2 down, and a lot of the credit goes to securing that active camo, and she's not stopping as she scoops up the shock rifle. I think there's a player coming up to her right. I don't know if she's aware of it. Up on attic above her, there's the drop down from Miss Lehcar going in. It is going to be a trade. We haven't seen many of those, but one happens in front of us. It's a 3-point lead right now. Eclipse over Queen Divine.
You can't afford these trades. Early shots from Divine Damsel, and Queen off the respawn catches eyes on. It's going to be beautiful team shots to take that kill down. Now 12 to 10, but you need to play your life there if you're Queen X3. There's just some one-on-one losses that you can't be giving up at the middle portion of this game. And it's something that I was going to highlight is that we saw Queen Divine do so well in the early side of this bracket, but we haven't seen them playing their life as cautious as they have been.
Yeah, I mean, some of it might come down to that rivalry you mentioned earlier. It's really hard when you want to ego challenge all of those peak shots. It's hard to have that restraint. So we'll see if they, you know, find a little bit more of that, are able to withdraw and use it to their advantage. On Divine Damsel now, as she rotates through, they have a player on the run, are not able to collapse on her. It's MsAudy at the back of B stairs. Now comes the trap in, but MsAudy is going to get a takedown before she is removed. Divine Damsel comes through and wins the double kill as she takes down MsAudy.
Nice shots coming out from Divine Damsel all day long. 6 and 5 so far inside of this game. But it just hasn't been enough to cut this down. I had to look at that. I'm like, where did that remote detonation come from? But it was all the way into pipes from the respawn and elevators. Big shots coming in from Eclipse. They overwhelmed Divine Damsel as well. Now staggered out is Queen, looking to stay alive. But on the hunt here, Eclipse, you can see MsAudy already looking to make something happen with this active camo. This could get ugly.
The remote detonation speaking to just the player knowledge coming out from Eclipse. They know exactly where those grenades are spawning, and sometimes being close to a grenade spawn can work against you because they can be detonated for damage enough for a takedown in this situation. But we're seeing things for maybe the first time starting to slow down, which can definitely happen on Recharge more than any other map. We might see a little bit of a standoff here, neither team wanting to give up ground, but Divine Damsel finds herself really weak. Lehcar also low on health, but she finishes off the kill, and now they're locking targets on Queen, who is alone on Attic. Let's watch this rotation, not just from Lehcar, but MsAudy as she collapses as well. Can't connect on the melee. I don't know where Queen just went. She dropped down to B stairs. She's still alive.
How is she still alive? Magic, how is she still alive? Audy's gonna find the headshot on the Divine Damsel.
Magic is how she's still alive.
You're right. 19 to 14 as Queen may have just finessed her life long enough to get something going, but Lehcar on the hunt is going to force her right out into the hands of MsAudy. And now Eclipse in a 6-point advantage inside a Recharge. We're going to put this out of the grasp of Queen Divine as off the respawn, you can see some shots ringing out from Queen Divine. Going to give away the positioning. Now here comes MsAudy looking to make a play. Which is nobody able to finish their food for Queen Divine. They need to start transitioning these early damage into kills.
You saw the use of the repulsor to create some space, and there is the finished kill as MsAudy connects with the shock rifle to take down Divine Damsel. Queen now falling back, waiting for that respawn, needing a teammate because they're, 3 away from going down 0-2 in the series if they don't find a comeback now. And MsAudy connects on a headshot with a shock rifle. Now they're just 2 away. Things are spiraling out of control as Lehcar also picks up the active camo.
Time to put this one away. Brilliant shots out of Queen. Gonna maintain this map for themselves. Divine Damsel finds the backsmack onto MsAudy as well. So slowly but surely climbing their way back. As we got to see them on Aquarius do this exact same thing, and they made it happen. They weren't able to get it done. So now down 23 to 16. What can we get out of Queen Divine when they're really backed up into the corner? And even still, look at Eclipse and the way that they're playing. They don't want to give up anything to Queen Divine Magic. So you can see they're literally holding hands over on Hydro Ramp.
I mean, a lot of us make friends by holding hands in Halo, crouching down, trying to stay out of sight. And that's what Eclipse is doing. You like to see the team bonding between MsAudy and Lehcar. This is their first tournament as a duo that I'm aware of, and you can already tell how unified they have been as a team of 2. But also with that advantage, 7 points, what incentive is there for them to push out and pick a fight? All that pressure goes to Queen Divine. The only thing we have working for Queen Divine is that they have control of power-ups when those spawns come through. That might be what they need, including Divine Damsel with that shock rifle. She needs to find a pick and then take down that opening kill to just try to make something happen.
This is risky. If you had a repulsor here, if you're Queen Divine, you can mine the gap on both of those players right here and now.
I think that MsAudy or Lehcar, because they're closer to repulsor spawn, I think they have repulsor.
They're going to have it. And here they come to strike out from their positioning. No longer holding hands. It's time to put some damage on the board, and they're going to clean up one. Looking to put away this map now. Queen is going to stay alive for a shot. Here comes the shock rifle. Misses the first one. This might punish. The grapple hook's not going to land. Oh, and Queen's looking to get it done, but MsAudy with the fadeaway to put away the map. The shock rifle gets it done in the end, Magic. 25-17. Eclipse now up 2-0. They are looking phenomenal.
What a finish, too. That close quarter shock rifle perfect kill from MsAudy. I mean, you want to take the win, but I feel like the way they won that was just the cherry on top. A very beautiful finish. We're going to catch some of these replays. Meanwhile, a quick update. SakuraCom versus Jinx. It's 2-1 in the lower bracket. So PinkSakvra and CommandStation take out Janelle and Minx. So watch out for that team coming up through the lower bracket. We have action happening all over. So many good teams, and we're just trying to highlight as much of the action. But wow, that was quite the game. Look at MsAudy, look at Ms. Lehcar. Their stat line's almost identical.
I know that in the break room, Phoebe is sitting there like, I predicted that. I said, you got to watch out for SakuraCom. And here we go. They take down Jinx. That is a big win right there because Jinx, weren't they the top inside of their pool going into this one as well?
I think you're right.
Dipping out a little bit earlier than expected, and that is a big win for SakuraCom. Excited to see that team and the momentum that they gained off of that in the future. But you're right. I mean, what we have right now, this series between Queen Divine and Eclipse has been a treat. You know, across two maps, we were really excited to see what Queen Divine would bring in and the momentum that they had throughout the winner's bracket so far. But Eclipse, they put a halt to that. And now you're a little bit worried going into this live fire because on every ounce of the paper, MsAudy and Ms. Lehcar have just been looking a little bit better throughout the series.
So I don't know about you, but we don't measure paper in ounces in the United States, Colin. Maybe that's a Canadian thing. Usually we just count pages. But I mean, however you want to measure things, you know, metric, standard system of measurement. Either way you slice it, Eclipse has been coming out strong, and now Queen and Divine Damsel have one last chance to find an answer, and what a map to do it on. We saw Divine Damsel absolutely tearing it up on live fire earlier today. Can she repeat it against this new opponent?
Overshield in the hand of Divine Damsel gets done with one. Should be the sniper rifle recovered as well, and this is what we wanted to see in her hands. MsAudy's got to be careful. There's still a little bit of overshield to work with, but right now pinched is going to be Divine Damsel at the moment, and you can see that Eclipse are trying to hunt this kill down. Tagged up by the nade. Their Repulsor is going to get out of the way, and somehow Divine Damsel finessing her life all the way back to C-Plat, back in hand with Queen. And Queen's, in fact, going to take down MsAudy as well. So some big things coming out here just because Divine Damsel has been able to stay alive. Now looking to transition into 2 and gets it done with the BR.
I love this from Divine Damsel. I got to throw back to my man Tony, aka Why Not Be Casting, because he always references Divine Damsel. She's out here slaying. She's out here getting a killing spree. But you know that back in the player comp, she's probably going tee-hee and laughing as she does it because that's the way that she rolls.
Oh!
No one's laughing after that one, I have to say.
Oh, you got to feel bad after that one. Brilliant shots, though, with the sniper. Cleaning up MsAudy with the plasma grenade and maybe just a tiki after it. Just because, why not? She is on a tear inside a live fire. This is her planes. Especially when the sniper rifle is in her hand. She still has 2 shots in the barrel. That could be 2 kills waiting to happen. But if you look, Magic, there is an overshield popping up in 3 seconds. So a big battle's going to happen in the field.
It's always a big battle happening in the field. You know that power up right there at the top open pillar? Can Divine Damsel hit this snipe? She goes for the swipe, doesn't connect on it, and now without any sniper ammo left, she has to give up on that combat, and MsAudy comes out with the overshield. This is a great opportunity for Eclipse. Does she connect on the plasma? That one went right past. I wasn't sure about the second one, but no connects. Finishes the work with the BR anyways.
Did you see the way that Queen Divine were playing that? They went for the plasma pistol, see if they can cut down that overshield. Just weren't able to hit that shot. And now Eclipse looking to flip the script here. Big nade from Divine Damsel is going to hunt down a kill. Now looking to overwhelm and surge forward onto MsAudy. They get it done with the team shots. 10-5. A masterclass on live fire so far. Looking to keep this momentum going. Double the points of their opponents. And are they going to read that Ms. Lehcar spawn in the back? They do.
Queen very aware of that spawn, ready to go, and now the fight for the fresh sniper. MsAudy comes away with it, and the double kill, one with the grenade, one with the BR, and she wins that sniper, even though she fought hard for it. See, she gives it up for her teammate. She says, no, you, Miss Lehcar, you take it, you run with it, and Ms. Lecar's ready to catch that snipe toss and put it to work.
Oh, just barely missing. Gets it done with the second. Double dips onto that shot. And now Divine Damsel, can she stay alive? Was able to do it back at the start of this game, but Eclipse are putting on the wheels right now. Seeing if they can catch her on the rotation, although should be back in hands with Queen. He's got 18 seconds coming up on another overshield. This time sniper in the hand of Eclipse. So I'm curious to see if they set up like we saw Queen Divine set up. Kind of going a mission here for MsAudy, trying to collect this one. Well, Miss Lehcar sets up for some Overwatch. So far, hasn't been able to get anything going, and Queen Divine have completely flipped this map around, just keeping the pressure on the sniper. The hipfire is going to manage to find one, but still the trades going the way of Eclipse, as you can see that damage from MsAudy disengages Divine Damsel from the positioning.
Now it's just a 3-point game after Eclipse had a nice little run there. Ms. Lehcar getting some work out of that sniper, including the no-scope headshot to finish it off before she's taken down. If I'm not mistaken, MsAudy might have overshield. She was just on the screen for a glimpse, but now she's going after the melee, nice and aggressive. Divine Damsel rotating back. Just a quick reminder, the heat wave is not in play, so you might see it down there at bottom mid. Neither team is going to pick it up. Instead, Divine Damsel is going to post up at the top middle, and MsAudy with just a few seconds left on the use of that overshield, she already managed to get one kill out of it. See if she can turn it into more.
That lead that we once saw from Queen Divine, now it is gone. 11-12, Eclipse looking to tie this one up. A kill and a Queen will make it happen. 12-12 we go. And right now, if you're Queen Divine, at this moment, Magic, you need to see him slow down, find that positioning, find that control that they had at the start. You look at Queen in general, 2-9, not having a strong game in the sense of staying alive. It's been mostly Divine Damsel, so if she can pick this one up, you know, take a little bit of the weight off Divine Damsel's shoulders, we might be able to see Queen Divine hit that positioning again, but it seems like Eclipse, they've adjusted and they found the answer on Livefire.
Wasn't it 10-5? Isn't that what you said when the score was doubled? And now it's turned back around. So have they outslayed 2-8 in the last couple minutes? If I'm doing that math right, make that 2-9. That's a huge turnaround coming out from Eclipse. A lot of it has to do with the last two overshield pickups. They secured both, and that advantage is what they used to springboard this comeback game. And now the table is flipped. Queen and Divine find themselves in the point deficit and needing to find a response to this run from Eclipse.
It's not just a big map for rivalry, Magic. It's a big map to stay alive in this series. Inside the winners finals, Eclipse, you can see up 2-0. Big kill in Audi right there from Queen is definitely going to put Miss Lehcar on a little bit of a retreat path as picks up the sniper, gets out and dodge. Still looking to hold it on, but Queen manages to get eyes on. Will drop that sniper. Overshield in the hands of Queen as well. So there's a lot of damage that could be had from this power-up. We're tied 14-14. And this is Queen Divine's chance to take this lead back. Shots are going to be ringing out. Looking to stay alive is going to be Damsel. MsAudy's going to find that kill. No trade so far from Queen. The overshield's been burned. And look at that, Miss Lehcar to the rescue.
Even with the use of the overshield, it wasn't enough. I have to give credit to the observer. We haven't mentioned them enough yet, but rotating right over to that fresh overshield to catch that action on the screen. But even with the use of the overshield taken down, a 2-point lead for Eclipse. What a show these four players are giving us right now. And just a great example of the ability of the women of Halo right here. Kills going back and forth, a little bit of a trade, but that 2-point lead remains. A Divine Damsel ends up in a 1v1 and gets the takedown on MsAudy.
12-6. She's having a fantastic game, like always in Livefire so far. Inside of this bracket, but right now, Queen Divine still down by 1, looking for their answer, right back into that dominance we saw at the start. This is a big play here from Miss Lehcar on the flank. Might be able to catch some players looking the wrong way, although she will lose out on her teammate, and Queen Divine are so aware of this positioning. They get right back into form. Can they clean her up? It doesn't seem like they will. So Miss Lehcar will fight the good fight again, but no, Queen has made the full wraparound and will lock down that kill. We got an overshield coming up soon, and it seems like Queen Divine, they have their eyes set on it.
Divine Damsel does find her way to that kill before she's taken down. There's a trade going both ways. Now Queen and Miss Lehcar in a little fight here. Queen with the damage, and Miss Lehcar cleans up again, finding herself out in that open field position. But the overshield goes into the hands of MsAudy. This is what allowed them to come back, make that little point streak we saw in the middle of the match. And I think this is dangerous for Queen Divine that they gave up that overshield again.
Look at that, MsAudy keeping this lead ever so steady. Up by 1, Repulsor. No pancake.
I
But it's going to be
wanted the
clean up with the
pancake!
beatdown. I know you wanted that pancake
It's still a
match,
great kill.
but
It's a great kill.
haven't gotten it just yet. Still excellent usage of that Repulsor. Just to keep Queen Divine out of a good, stable
Ooh.
shot on that BR. Repulsor now used to get up to the high ground, trying to take this fight on the front. Dips on back, 21-19. Queen Divine, they need a shutdown here, but MsAudy right on the doorstep finds the beatdown onto Queen, and even cleans up Divine Damsel, 23-19.
I don't know if I could ask this, but I'm going to try. I would love a clip of that double kill right there from MsAudy, because the movement combined with the precision from the weapons, it was absolutely beautiful. MsAudy showing all her skill and now coming out with that sniper. Does not connect. Divine Damsel takes her down. Divine Damsel needs to win this 1v2. Doesn't get the kill. And there's Miss Lehcar with another repulsor jump from bottom mid to top mid. And that's going to be enough that Queen cannot keep the chase going.
Ever since I said this was a masterclass from Queen Divine, this has been nothing but the Eclipse show. 24-20, looking to put this series away, and just like Recharge, they realize their position, then they tuck away into a corner.
We're still here. I just
Silence
don't want to
so far.
break. I don't want to break this intensity right now, because this
Oh,
is
man.
it. The final fight. And
There it is,
MsAudy cleans
MsAudy.
it up. Woo.
Wow, Magic. What a series from Eclipse. I mean, down by double their points at the start of that live fire, but they pull it back, and they find themselves 3-0ing Queen Divine in the winner's final. Something you and I probably would not have been able to predict, but Eclipse, it just seems like they had their number all series.
I don't know about that, Colin. I feel like at the beginning of the show, somebody predicted Eclipse in this. Who? Because oh wait, that was me.
But a 3-0?
No, I wouldn't have picked a 3-0. I have to agree. That comeback, one thing I wanted to mention as well, you talked about how they were down 10-5, double the score in favor of Queen and Divine. So that 5-point deficit, they ended up winning by 5 points. So in the second half of that game, they outslayed 10 points overall. It's a solid victory for MsAudy and Miss Lehcar, and they're going to continue on in the winner's bracket, where Queen and Divine find themselves for the first time fighting their way in the lower bracket.
I mean, it's just nice resilience out of this Eclipse team at the later end of that live fire, just showing exactly what can be showcased here inside of this 2v2 Women's Halo tournament, as they played their hearts out over on Queen Divine. They were phenomenal throughout that live fire, even on the recharge, you know, putting up some solid trades inside of that map number 2, but they just couldn't get it done in the end. And now they're going to have to walk through the lower bracket if they're going to see this rematch once more. And, you know, with what we saw on their side of the bracket, I think Queen Divine, they are going to be confident dropping down into the lower bracket.
They got a lot of teams ready and waiting for them, including this next matchup that we're going to hop to in the lower bracket between Pingu Pals. That was the favorite of Trooper and Phoebe, so appropriate. Oh, sorry, that was your favorite.
Was my
Yours
favorite.
and Phoebe's favorite. So excited to watch them on the cast against SakuraCom, who just took out Jinx. So a lot of great teams in that lower bracket. That might be a little bit of an upset, like you mentioned before. These women's tournaments are going, this is going so well. So many good teams left, but it's starting to narrow down. Remember to check out PaidiaGaming.com for more events, not just women's only events. They represent all gaming communities, all inclusive, safe place for gaming, and they have a lot of events, amazing merch. Go check it out and secure your own login there at PaidiaGaming.com. We got more action coming up as Trooper and Phoebe come back for the next matchup. We'll see you all after this short break.
spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, be right when I wake to save me, a superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. In every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, be right when I wake to save me, a superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep.
Yeah. Shawty loves it, yeah. Loves that I'm a dog. They don't want it, yeah. They scared of what I know. Told you the budget, yeah. I gotta get my own. Shout out my bros, this right here deserves a toast, yeah. A lot of people back home on my back and they know. Trying to get on my line, cause the people I know. Manifest this here, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah. I'm on the way, tell them I don't play. Yeah, I'm on the move.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Halo Infinite Women's 2v2 tournament here hosted by Paidia Gaming. I am Trooper here alongside my caster and colleague. We are here and ready to actually, it seems, Phoebe, that from what we were starting with our predictions today and what we've gotten to, I mean, needless to say, I'm quite surprised.
Yeah, it's been a surprising turn of events. The series that you guys have just watched with the wonderful Magic and Seymour casting, Eclipse versus Queen Divine. These are two teams that they hadn't even have a sort of even record, and in fact, actually in pools when they matched up, Eclipse 3-0'd Queen Divine. So maybe it's no surprise they 3-0'd them here, but kind of surprisingly, they 3-0'd them here on the big day. We weren't expecting that. We were expecting that to be a little bit close. That was an intense series to watch, and it was great to see them sort of play their Halo. But focusing on the lower bracket side, because that's what we're going to be jumping into with our match here. Pingu Pals versus SakuraCom, winner of which will go to face Queen Divine, that is waiting in the lower finals here. Both these teams, I gotta say, I think I kind of predicted what would happen to them in the lowest brackets there. No surprise, Pingu Pals kind of beat out Equipo 2-0, kind of like what they did in pools when they beat them at 3-0. And Jinx not having this tournament they would have liked. They finished third place on the podium, as it were, last time around. This time, I'd say there's a bit of an upset. They've dropped earlier than they probably should have, because they got taken out 2-1 by SakuraCom, allowing CommandStation and Pink to move forward into the semis. So some surprising matches going on in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, from what we're seeing here on the bracket, it was probably expected to see the Jinx and Pingu Pals showdown, but SakuraCom cutting right in there and setting up what we're about to get into in this series. And I can't imagine whoever wins this is going to have it easy going against an angry Queen Divine team who just lost 3-0 to Eclipse, as you guys saw in the previous series. So sitting pretty in the grand finals, that's Eclipse, and they're just waiting to see who they can try and overcome here.
And it's not just they lost 3-0 to Eclipse. They lost 3-0 to Eclipse again.
Yep.
But also with sort of like, it's expected the Jinx should have been in there. It goes to say, like, right from the beginning, when we saw the Jinx drop the map to Gisela in the first round, that they haven't been playing. They've not been on their game, and maybe it's no surprise that CommandStation and SakuraCom are here for the loser semis, going up against Pingu Pals, Lady Echidna, and Ideas. A team that surprised us last time around with an amazing lower bracket run. Can they do it again? Trooper, bring us in for the start of this match on Streets.
And we're starting on the top street with that opening engagement. PinkSakvra actually getting that double kill to start off with no help from her teammates. So making a statement right off the bat here for their squad. And really, it's a lot of this coming down now to start on Streets. I don't believe that we've had a series that's done that yet today. And I can't wait to see how these teams kind of unravel this.
No, we have not. We have not had a series that starts on Streets. A lot of Aquarius, a lot of live fire, a lot of recharge. Hell, actually a lot of recharge. But this is the first one starting on Streets. And of course, our series layout is going to be best of 3. So, SakuraCom, Pingu Pals, they only need to win 2 matches, not 3. The series layout is Streets, recharge, and if need be, Aquarius. As the scoreline is sitting pretty 2-0 in the first minute played. Both kills going in favor of Pink. I'm going to go with Sakura.
Yeah,
that B is
absolutely
throwing me like...
I know.
It's
We
throwing
both
me in my
know.
dyslexia like no tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to understand, everyone. It is, we already know it's Sakura, but when you're reading it, your brain tells you completely differently, especially when you're having to cast the game and follow every movement of these players, which what we're seeing so far, I got to say, Phoebe, I'm surprised at the pace that we're seeing so far here. Very, very slow start for both these teams as they're playing little on the defensive side. They don't want to overstep any boundaries here, and they actually want to make sure that they can get their bearings before they jump into these fights. They want to make sure that they're getting a good grasp on their teammates here. Going into these battles on this one head-to-head, you do have ideas coming in with the melee to get them their third kill on the side of Pingu Pals, and I want to know if they're going to be able to follow up more with this after Sakura, I believe, had a 5-1 lead.
Yeah, 5-0 lead, I think it was, until Ideas picked up the first kill for the Pingu Pals. But I'm having flashbacks. I'm having flashbacks to the last time we saw Pingu Pals on streets, because they were in a similar situation off the start like this throughout the match against a team that had been eliminated, Jinx. And they ended up closing it up, clutching it up in the dying seconds of the timer ticking over. So they've been in this situation before. They've been able to scrape out of it. I think Ideas, her shot is absolutely phenomenal. Jen has great tactical awareness as well. Jen, of course, is Lady Echidna. Yeah, they have been here before. They know how to, you know, get it done. And they're holding pretty good at a 3-kill game at the moment, sitting close. Plenty of time, plenty of kills still to go down. And for them to come back in.
Yeah, and from these follow-up engagements that we've seen, Sakura doing a good job here of their movement, as well as kind of isolating these fights. They're able to maintain not only the trades, but keeping the leg up here with that 3-kill lead right now. The nades come flying in there at the corner. They couldn't back off in time, and now cutting this down to only a 1-kill lead here after that flank. That was a very nice circular rotation around the underneath of the subway that they were able to capitalize on there. So let's see how they can make this happen, moving to the other side of the map near Arcade, where the interesting thing with this map, especially in 2v2s, are that you can't cover as much of the map that you're used to when you're playing in 4v4 games. So you have to really think about separating, but to the point where you're not going to leave yourselves caught off guard by any of these spawns or anything like that. So a lot harder to dictate, I would say.
Yes and no. You tend to see two sorts of styles depending on what the situation is. If it's slowed right down, you'll see sort of maybe one player take the left side of the map, one player take the right side of the map, watch angles and that sort of stuff. Or generally, you'll see what we've been seeing out of Sakura and CommandStation, where they will just buddy up. You go in the buddy system, you walk around, and you control kind of like, instead of half the map at a time, a quarter of the map at the time. Clear out a quarter, rotate round, and just kind of work like that while you try and, you know, gain some intel, which is kind of what we've been seeing, as it is a 1-kill game, 12-13 in favor of SakuraCom here. Ideas just wisely backing down, Jen pushing up, trying to get some intel, as things are starting to just slow down a bit.
Yeah, I understand the pacing on these teams, because playing in a best of 3, you lose this, you're done. You have to really think about now the less breathing room that you have to try and make up for any mistakes now throughout the series. So that is a good reason why you're seeing these teams play and kind of in a way that they're picking their spots a lot more carefully than we're usually seeing in these best of 5 series when they're right off the jump. So tie game here between these two squads, and I gotta say, I'm really loving the start of this game already.
Yes, and we've been highlighting some players going off throughout the night, throughout the day. Your Divine Damsels, I think Minx, some other players. Player that we should highlight this series is Ideas. Her shot is phenomenal, and the scoreboard, you know, is kind of telling that story. She is the first player to break that 10-kill boundary. She's on 11-7 at the moment. She is doing the work for Pingu Pals and keeping them within that very vital 1-kill deficit as the pace is slowing down. And what we're seeing here is SakuraCom and CommandStation just timing that thruster, timing that equipment, so they can use that, control that in the next engagement and try and push for a gap bigger than a 1-kill lead here.
Yeah, that's going to be really the name of the game, Phoebe. You gotta also take into account here when they rotate, especially through the middle, you're going to be leaving yourselves open to a lot more areas of mistakes and kind of having to play into those fights even more. You got to stand your ground in so many of these cases here when you don't have as many teammates there backing you up. So looking there as things go with both teams shoulder to shoulder and going at each other, and you can see who comes out on top there. Sakura is now with the 2-kill lead. They're moving forward on top street. They're looking for the 3-kill lead, and they get it. The trade-off changed it. I apologize. You're right.
Yes, the trade-off.
This game now is, you can see now how much more faster this pace is picking up.
Yes, a little bit. But what you can also see is how these teams are playing this map. They're avoiding the middle. The middle is so open, so much of a death sentence, especially if you've got someone up in the tower, if you've got someone up in the tram nest. Pushing through that can be a death sentence in 2v2. So you're seeing both teams just kind of rotate around the outside of the map, through purples, through the cafe, through the PD side, through tram, all of that, and just ignoring that middle unless they are pushed into it and just having to try and stay alive. That being said, CommandStation will fall. Nate flying in. Shots from Pink there, pushing this lead forward ever more. 22-18. It's a 4-kill lead, and 3 kills from SakuraCom here, closing out map number 1.
Yeah, just a few to go until we move along to this next map, and the pressure is going to be on for Pingu Pals if they cannot pull this out. As we move into the final moments here, we're going to most likely see SakuraCom actually move and into the full aggressor role here. They know they have the advantage. They know that they can get this win with just trades, but already
they
there
know they're 1 kill away from winning.
And right now, that's the case when they didn't even need trades to make it happen. You can see the final spot coming in there outside of PD, and that will do it for the first map. And right here, you have Sakura actually putting a little icing on the cake with the 26. Why not? As they really wanted to make sure that they get this opening map victory.
Yes, and to talk about the stats from that one thing I have to highlight, yet again, I don't want to be the person to highlight it. I was always highlighting it the last time around.
Go off.
Lady Echidna, Jen, heavily negative.
Yeah.
4 and 14. She was having a rough game, and like when they're on fire, Jen and Ideas, they are a disgusting team. We saw that the last time around with them getting second place. But them getting second place, a lot of the games during that run-up, it was Ideas going off and carrying. Jen just there with the teamwork and kind of not really playing her life so well. And we're seeing a little bit more of that continue over this time around. Being a best of 3, seeing that, you know, in this game number 1 here, you got to really turn that around and not go so negative going into game number 2. Otherwise, you're going home. You're going out, which will be a shame for the Penguins here.
I think also, too, with the dynamic that we're seeing between these teams at this point in the bracket, being at 2v2, you have to really worry about a lot about how these engagements are going to start in the beginning of the map towards the end of the map, because usually one player it's usually the underperforming from at least one player on a team if the game isn't too close. It depends if you do see those beautiful steak-taculars that you like so much, Phoebe, or another game such as this where it's a little bit closer. But you do have a lot of the luck that's based in when you spawn, the side of your teammate that you spawned on, and inadvertently you could be in the front line for taking a lot of the engagements for your team, whether it's intended or not. So really, the way that SakuraCom was able to capitalize on certain, I think, nuances like that throughout the map, I think really spelled well. But I know that Lady Echidna, she's going to actually fire back most likely in this next map, I would think. I mean, that first map, I think that kind of thing could happen to anybody.
Yeah, it can happen to anyone. It's just unfortunate in the Paidia 2v2s. It has been a bit of a pattern for Jen to be that player in that situation. But the other thing that's worth noting as well is, I think on the other side, the teams CommandStation, Sakura, they were both in a similar sort of situation as Jen. Jen as Echidna is at certain points, but they were just a step better at playing their lives, a step better at, you know, getting some of those kills, coming up clutch a little bit, keeping their lives in play, and that's what was able to just turn what was a close game around into a win. So as much as it could happen to anyone, you kind of want to avoid it happening a little bit. Otherwise, it could be the reason why you drop a game, you drop a map, you go home at the end of the day. But that's map number 1. Map number 2 is Recharge. This is going to be a very, very different map. Very different story.
Yeah, for what we're gonna see next in Recharge, I mean, for the most part, the way that a lot of the most common strategy that you're going to want to expect going into a map that you're down now is thinking about it, what you were saying, how to play your life more effectively and being more mindful of that. But really, when it comes down to that, it also it shows really how the big picture is going to unfold, because when you do lose fights, especially multiple fights in a row, even the map control gets so much harder to overcome. Your teammates are going to be in more dominant positions than they previously were, so it makes it even harder for that I'd say, to really bounce back for your team.
And we are seeing the opposite of what we saw on Streets as we jump into map number 2 here. Recharge, Lady Echidna cleaning up 2 off the break and going for a 2-0 lead. The complete opposite of what we saw off break on Streets, as it looks like, as Jen narrowly avoids sticking herself. That was close. Those grenades are extra sticky. You do not want to get them on. You know, it's tough to wash out in the wash. Slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, right off the bat, Lady Echidna able to fire back and actually make a statement here on the opening seconds of this map. And SakuraCom is able to get themselves on the board as well, as looks like they rotate all the way over towards elevator side. And you do have the attic being overlooked here by CommandStation, as that angle all the way across, as you see through the glass. It is so crucial if you're able to get one of those frags picked off through that doorway. But looks like the rotations are going to come in here, as Pengu Pals is going to be playing more reserved here and letting SakuraCom take the initiative here in the fight. So they're moving themselves right now through control room. Let's see how they can move and if this commando is going to be as effective.
Probably not with the BR being brought back out. That being said, the commando is coming out into play. Shots will go down, but the her teammate cleans it up first and foremost. CommandStation just sneaking around, looking for Jen. Will back down. Currently 2-3 in favor of the Pinky Pals here. Camo is up in 10 seconds. Jen will fall. Grapple hook coming into play as SakuraCom here are looking to control the camo, look for the spawners, which they don't know. Well, they do now. The spawners are over in that sort of C-plat area. Camo in favor of CommandStation. Let's see what she can do with it as she finds 2 people, but is being backed down.
Well, they know she's there. They can see it. They can see right through her. And it looks like as she backs up into attic, gets a little help from Sakura and actually able to now navigate over the batteries and get that kill near the pipes hallway, and actually gives them nice little lead here, 5-3 to start things off after that quick beginning there by Pengu Pals. A great response so far.
Yeah, I guess you could say their penguin senses were tingling or something like that. Finding that camo and just knowing exactly where they are, as Echidna will fall. And it looks like Sakura are putting out a little bit of a lead, 2-kill lead in favor of them. Now, last map, I highlighted ideas over on the Pinky Pals, but taking a moment to, you know, stay with SakuraCom for a little bit and look at their team. Another player of note in this in this lobby, in this match, is CommandStation. She has been at the top of Halo in Halo 5, top of Women's Halo going into Halo Infinite. She is a very good player. She knows how to get it done. And I do believe, because she's in the Air Force, she's also a Air Force gaming ambassador as well. So she does a lot of stuff, I think, esports and gaming within the military, outside of just competing as well.
It's incredibly impressive as well, just to stay on that grind in all facets and being able to provide that much value while also being able to pursue competitive gaming as well and be that sort of staple that is always going to be looked at by a lot of people in so many good ways and inspiring a lot of people as well. So we're getting a lot of that too through these players, and we're seeing a lot of them feeling confident going into this, I'd say, the latter portion of this first half of this map. And as you do have Sakura still with just that slight lead. Oh, that was a perfectly timed stick right there by Ideas. And then sneaking right out the back door there to try and get that flank going.
Yeah, perfectly timed indeed. Like we said, you do not want to get one of those grenades on you. Extra sticky, doesn't come out in the wash. Don't think they've invented detergent that can deal with plasma grenades yet. But looking at the scoreline, it's closed up a little, gang. A little bit, gang. It is a 1-kill lead in favor of SakuraCom. Now all tied up as Echidna will fall. Ideas just putting some shots down, putting some nades down, opting to just try and stay alive, run away, as CommandStation will be looking for her. Won't be able to find her just yet. Well, knows where she is now, knows where the spawners are. So her teammate will clean up one of them as the push is coming in.
And looks like Pengu Pal is going to be setting up in that pipes hallway. They are now doing the smart thing here on the side of SakuraCom and just trying to set up a different angle of attack here as they rotate through long haul and now catch that one-on-one all the way across. Luckily, CommandStation was able to get out with her life, and that is going to be the difference maker here, who is going to be able to assess that when they're in peril before it gets too late. You can see the tie game coming in here, and this one-on-one is going to end with both of them on the ground and respawning, and it's going to still now keep us right neck and neck here with this tie game.
Yes, keeping us right neck and neck as Ideas here narrowly avoids the nades flying in. I think those nades, though, have allowed Camo to go into the hands of SakuraCom. So it'd be interesting to see who actually picked that one up, as Camo will be spotted out on the bridge. Ideas is looking, won't be able to connect. Camo is staying alive. Will look for Echidna, will push shots down. Does have the team shot there, is able to take out Echidna. 2-kill lead in favor of SakuraCom. Just as I say that, Camo will fall.
As a couple more nades go flying in there below elevator. Nothing coming up yet there on the kill feed. As, man, these last couple of fights, they are really picking their spots here and trying to see who is going to be able to come out with this lead. Potentially a 2-kill lead for Sakura if they can hang tight, but Lady Echidna is able to follow up there. And looks like control room, you do have Ideas up there by her lonesome, but she's able to move forward. Oh, but at the wrong time and caught from attic by Sakura, who had her back covered very well on that play.
Yeah, unfortunate with the spawnings there, but also took way too long with that push a little bit, and a push that felt a little bit unnecessary, especially when you got a tied game this close to it potentially being over. CommandStation is going to be caught out. One shot there on the pillar. 1-kill lead in favor of the Pengu Pals. Yeah, and both these teams are playing this very well, very sort of closely knit together, playing this slow, valuing their lives a little bit, and this is going to be, as it's tied up at the moment, 1-kill lead now in favor of the Pengu Pals. This is just going to be a battle of those tiny little mistakes, as we saw just then, of them rushing Camo, not really clearing it clearing out and just getting that back rack. It's just going to be a battle of this for the remaining 6 kills.
Yeah, and this could be the game changer and the deciding factor if they can use this camo to its full potential right now. Oh, but looks like Lady Echidna took out Sakura, leaving CommandStation by herself, and they sniffed her out right away. But she's still got plenty left. She's going to move forward and just take the shots and now retreat as that camo wears off. Not as effective as they were hoping, but able to still get out of there in time so that they don't fall behind to 2 kills right here, which is going to be the most important thing on these final moments.
Yeah, I believe it's still a 1-kill game. I believe it's 19-20 at this point. So it's going to slow down a little bit probably here. But I'm kind of not surprised that camo was a non-factor, as CommandStation will fall, putting it a 2-kill lead in favor of Pingu Pals here. As I was saying, I'm kind of not surprised the camo is non-factor a little bit, because every time camo has gone into the hands of SakuraCom here, these crafty little penguins on Pingu Pals have managed to just use that penguin sense and sniff it out, shut it down. Which we've seen time and time again. Yes, it does.
And it's working out well, as now we're actually closing in on the final 2 minutes of the game clock here. So interesting if that's even going to be a factor here. But I don't think so, as Pingu Pals does seemingly have the right idea here. They have an opposing position that's equally as dominant right now if they're holding attic and pipes. But I wonder who's going to be overzealous and try and make a play here.
Probably Echidna, because the camo is up. She's moved down to the boxes, spots out PinkSakvra there. CommandStation does have a flank over towards C-Plat. Minute 47 of the clock, camo is up. This is just going to be... You don't want to see Pingu Pals here make a mistake, make an overzealous play. Echidna will get away with her life, but that allows CommandStation to get the camo. Ideas will fall.
I can't believe that she was able to survive the engagement.
Echidna off camera takes out CommandStation of the camo.
Oh, and now with the 2-kill lead for Pingu Pals, we're coming up to 60 seconds remaining here after this play.
I'm getting flashbacks.
Oh, it could happen here. You do have another 2 kills coming in the favor of Pingu Pals, and they're only 1 kill away from victory. They're going to hunt this down as fast as possible.
As fast as possible, but CommandStation are going to want to... SakuraCom are going to want to play this a little bit slow, looking for the remote detonation. Won't come in, poorly timed. Does probably know that the player is there, but with 40 seconds of the clock, 4-point lead...
I mean,
Sakura just still play slow here.
Yes,
they just still play slow.
They're the ones that have to move.
Yeah, and moving they are. CommandStation grapple hook, rushing into tower, not finding anyone because
they have to move now.
They have to move. The rotates. I don't even think 8-second respawn. I don't think there's enough time on the clock.
That's it. The train. Oh. So for them to move forward, they were trying to get the opening window, but you have to think about how you're going to wait for the respawn, have to rotate. They were running out of time, so they had to make a move there. And it looks like that they were set up perfectly on the side of Pingu, and they wrapped this up very nicely. 25-21.
I'm just thinking about it, though. 40 seconds on the clock. There's something like an 8-second respawn time.
Mm-hmm.
They needed 4. I think mathematically, even if they got the double kill team wipe, not enough time with respawn time.
They would have had a lot of ground to cover too on the respawn.
Yeah, lot of ground to cover. They would have needed, even if they knew exactly where they were spawning up, I think mathematically they wouldn't have had the time to get 2 team wipes.
I actually,
that's how close it was.
I do agree with you on that, Phoebe, to a certain extent, where I think that their best option left at that, once we were about 60 seconds remaining, was to tie the game, because you were going to have to get 2 team wipes plus an additional kill somehow to make it 25-24. It's an insane thing to try and overcome. Not to mention you have no time left on the clock. I mean, there were so many things going against you there. And the way the bigger picture kind of unfolded there, Pingus, they started off right away making the statement, and they finished strong.
Yes, they finished strong, and unfortunately, SakuraCom not able to do what we've seen the Pingu Pals do in the previous Paidia 2v2, and clutch it up from behind in the dying literal seconds of the map. But we know what this means. It's 1-1. Game 3.
Yeah.
Game 3.
And now I think, I mean, I want to make a prediction here, but both of these teams on each map have shown pretty excellent composure in many different scenarios, especially on how the first two maps have really been. So, I mean, I can't wait to see who comes out on top here. I got to give it to Pingu, though. I'm going to be, I believe, I think was that your prediction earlier? I'm going to take your, I'm going to hop on that train. If there's any room to hop on that train, I'm going to do so too. If there's an extra ticket available.
There is plenty of room on the Penguin Express, Polo Express, something like that. I don't know. Providing you don't run it through the Arctic, because I think that pollution probably wouldn't be good for the snow. Might melt it a little bit. But we're going to be on Aquarius. Last time we were here, we saw steak dinner. A very disgusting steak dinner. I kind of hope that that's not the story for Game 3 here.
I mean, I'm just saying, right off the bat, we could be causing the ultimate caster curse by both taking the sides of the same team. So we could, this could make us look silly on the latter portion of this game. So let's see how this is going to turn out for both these squads going in, where we do have a mirror opposite of the last game. 2-0 start for Sakura this time. Make that 3-0 right off the bat.
And the exact same start that we had on map number 1. So
very interesting style here, as they're going to just play that aggressive tone right off the jump of the game.
Yes, they're going to play that aggressive tone, but they're being backed off a little bit. Ideas is rushing in, but finds 2 people and just hits a wall of bullets.
Hey, Pengu train, this is my stop. I would like to get off here. Thank you.
Well, you could say that the train reached the station.
I'm just trying to stay on the winning side here because I hate losing. But as you can see right now, the way that the score's unfolding, the first frag coming in to Pengu Pal's favor there. And with SakuraCom holding and maintaining the top side of the map, they're really able to control, box out these players that are stuck down below. And there come the opening shots. And actually a really nice play there by Lady Echidna, who was actually able to shoot the teammate that was behind the one in front, catching them off guard, and didn't get shot until she went for that secondary kill right there. So got a little too, stepped a little too much, or far forward, I should say, there, without any additional help to add. But they're still maintaining now a side of the map where they have to worry about getting dropped down on, as PinkSakvra gets the melee kill right there and increases their lead.
Yes, I hate to say it, but we were seeing a kind of carbon copy of game number 1. It was 5-0 something to SakuraCom here, until Ideas yet again was the one to break that goose egg and get the first points on the board. But since then, they haven't been able to get many more points in. Beatdown comes in, doesn't quite connect the kill. Camo will fall. That is a little bit unfortunate there, as Sakura will fall as well. Well, they've doubled their score. Camo play was a little bit, unfortunate there. So, well, 9 minutes on the clock, 6 points down.
I thought that
it's possible.
I thought that that blue utility room play was really impressive, that they were able to stay alive and stay so close together that those fights were almost guaranteed to go in their favor without a trade. And they were able to overcome the dynamo grenades to also push that kill and get themselves back somewhat into this game. But now, up until that moment, they were racking up the points here, but you did have that double kill coming in from PinkSakvra, who was able to jump their lead now 12-5, and Smart, with the way she's able to back up there, get out of there with her life, as they already have such a big lead right now by 7. No need to get too aggressive yet.
No need to get too aggressive yet, but, why not if you're up, right? Just
Oh,
get
yes.
the map over faster. Dynamo nades will come flying in, but it is a bit of a team nade as we see the blue hit indicators on the HUD instead of the red indicators. Now, I'm not all for team support, especially in, an elite competitive environment, but throwing a dynamo nade on your teammate, not exactly the kind of help that, you want.
Yeah, I mean, with how fast they drain your energy, it's really something that once you try to throw it around a corner and it clips the edge and it comes right back in your face, which has happened to me about 24 times already in my career playing this game.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's something when it happens that you really just have to bite the bullet and retreat because you really have no other choice there. When you're actually going to be moving forward now with the camo and CommandStation pulling out those dynamo grenades and actually spreading them out pretty nicely there next to the utility and kind of boxing in Pengu pals here. Let's see if they're going to know. Oh, they saw the camo sneak in. CommandStation got caught, not turning in the right direction there and gets taken out. But PinkSakvra was able to avenge her and keep them in a pretty gigantic lead.
Yeah, the lead is only getting bigger. It's a 9-point lead at the moment, 16-7. The Penguin train is, dare I say it, derailing.
I hate to say it.
Yeah, hate to say it, 18-7. SakuraCom are looking pretty dominant here. It must be said. It may be all she wrote for the Penguins and the Penguin hype, which, well, it's going to be sad to see, but at the end of the day, you got to play Halo, and at this moment in time, 5-10, 3-9, the Pingu Pals, the Penguins, they aren't being able to play their Halo at the moment.
And PinkSakvra is feeling fearless right now as she moves forward and trying to just end this game as soon as possible, seeing how they're winning so many engagements. Why not take the chances now? So they cross that 20-point threshold here, and PinkSakvra has done such a great job in this game of playing her life and getting out of those fights when she realizes that there's a possibility of losing or even trading. She wants to make sure that she puts the stamp on these fights and gets as many of these wins as possible to add on to this lead, 22-9, as we're seeing in an incredible display here by SakuraCom.
Yep, an incredible display. I guess the Penguin sense just wasn't strong enough. Or maybe someone, maybe someone spilled some tuna or something over the map. Just, blocked out those senses because they're just not able to just fire up. And we talk about, in Slayer, we talk about there being this magic number of deaths that you just cannot cross. The magic number of 12. IDs is already at that number. Kidna is getting very, very close to that number as well. It's not going well.
I mean, let's see. SakuraCom, the way that they're playing right now, I cannot wait to look for. I'm looking forward to the next series where we get this matchup between SakuraCom and Queen Divine's team. I mean, these fights that we've been seeing so far with how SakuraCom is coming out on top, I would expect the next series to be dangerously close.
Yes, I expect the next series to be dangerous, but at the same time, and that's it. They clear it out, 25-10, and I think that's a steak dinner.
I believe you're right.
I think that is a steak dinner.
I mean, let's not talk about that. I'm getting pretty hungry.
Yes. Let's not talk about how you like the steaks. Last time around, we were making jokes about how Penguins like their steak dinner. This time around, the Penguins are the steak dinner. It's Penguin for dinner for SakuraCom, and well, it's as close to a roasted penguin as we can get. Looking at those numbers, 5-5, 13 13 and 12 respectively across the board. Rough series for the Pingu Pals. They will unfortunately drop out. I guess there goes my prediction. There goes Seymour's prediction of who's going to be winning it. We got it wrong, but, you know, can you blame us? They're the Pingu Pals. They have an amazing name. Like, they have style and class.
You know, usually your gut feeling is the best intuition too. So it's a shame that it didn't work out in that way, but gotta give my props to them where it's due. They did have at least in a lot of those engagements, they were kind of making a lot of the right moves, but the way that they followed up some of those big wins that they got within these maps, they just weren't able to capitalize on anything or any of the opportunities they were given. So really, SakuraCom, the way that they set themselves up now to go into this next game, which I believe is going to be now best of 5.
Yes,
so
best
we
of
are
5
now
with
going
Queen
to be,
Divine.
we're getting quite the treat here between Queen Divine and SakuraCom.
Yes, it's hopefully going to be quite the treat. Hopefully, maybe a series. We will see, but they are going to be going up against a Queen Divine that is not somewhere they want to be. They want to be in the grand finals, sitting on the throne, going, we're here. Come take our spot. We're not going to let you. Instead, they're in the position where they have to earn that second seat in the grand finals. So they're going to be playing angry. So it's going to be a question of which team wants it more. And to kind of close out the point on this series, you were bringing up the whole sort of like they were doing the right thing. As we kind of said, I think during map 2 a little bit, it's going to be a question of those tiny little mistakes, tiny little errors. And I think at the end of the day, it came down to that. Just did the right thing, but tiny little errors, tiny little mistakes, and one team just getting a little bit of luck and playing their game.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that now getting into this level of the bracket, every single error, every single mistake is going to be that much more crucial. So I cannot wait to see what we're in store for in this upcoming series with SakuraCom versus Queen Divine. But before we do, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, step away, grab some snacks, grab some water, and we'll be right back after this.
Yeah. Shawty loves it, yeah. Loves that I'm a dog. They don't want it, yeah. They scared of what I know. Told you the budget, yeah. I gotta get my own. Shout out my bros, this right here deserves a toast, yeah. A lot of people back home on my back and they know. Trying to get on my line, cause the people I know. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah. I'm on the way, tell them I don't play. Yeah, I'm on the move, trying to get my pay. I might just move on and watch and pray. Yeah, I'm on the way, I'm on my way. Yeah. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah. Shawty loves it, yeah. Loves that I'm a goat. Yeah. loves it, yeah. Loves that I'm a goat. They don't want it, yeah. They scared of what I know. Told you the budget, yeah. I gotta get my own. Shout out my bros, this right here deserves a toast, yeah. A lot of people back home on my back and they know. Trying to get on my line, cause the people I know. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah. I'm on the way, tell them I don't play. Yeah, I'm on the move, trying to get my pay. I might just move on and watch and pray. Yeah, I'm on the way, I'm on my way. Yeah. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah. Shawty loves it, yeah. Loves that I'm a goat. Yeah. Yeah.
Say I'm good-hearted, but I'm just getting started. Got my eyes on the target. No, no. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. To give me your loyalty, cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Say I'm dangerous, cause I broke all the cages. No, I won't sit and take it. No, no. They left me for dead, I guess I'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. They'll never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. I'll never run. Best to give me your loyalty, cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Halo Infinite Women's 2v2 tournament sponsored by Paidia Gaming. And I am Trooper here alongside my friend and colleague Phoebe Cass. And really, I mean, what do you think are we going to expect here? Going to this next game, Phoebe, it's actually going to be now this grudge match seemingly between SakuraCom and Queen Divine. And the winner of this goes on to the grand finals.
I expect chaos. I expect utter chaos because I
Summed it
think
up in one
that's-
word. Nice.
I think that's pretty much what we've got a little bit in this tournament so far, especially in the lower bracket. There's been some, I think SakuraCom are a team where, don't get me wrong, there's great players on them, but they've gone up against great players. Players that have had a little bit of a reputation, have done things in the past with Paidia, got some results, got some credit to their name with Paidia, and they steamrolled straight through them. So I'm expecting chaos. We're, of course, last one was best of 3. It went the distance. We're now jumping into a best of for this matchup. We're, of course, going to be seeing Livefire, Aquarius, Recharge, Streets, and Livefire. It could be an interesting one. It certainly is with the map layout and the maps that we're seeing.
Yeah. What was the first map that you said there? I believe you said Livefire, right? So we're beginning and ending on Livefire. So very interesting to see, especially since we did get a chance to see both these teams play on that earlier. And really, I want to know exactly how I'd say opening first few engagements are going to roll out, because I think that's really going to paint the picture for what we could expect throughout the rest of the series.
Well, I'm just going to say we open and close on Livefire if we get to game number 5.
Very
we
true.
have to get there
Let's
first.
see.
But yeah, what I'm gonna be curious about is how angry are Queen Divine, because as we said before the break, they are the team that want to be up on that throne. They want to be in the grand finals, just sort of waiting there going, okay, we're here. Which one of you is going to come and try and face us? They're not. They're the team that's having to claw their way back up and earn that seat. As we jump in now off the break on Livefire, seeing both Queen and Divine a little bit contest with the sniper. Nades will go flying in. Back Divine off. Still no 0-0 at the moment. Both teams playing alive, but I do think Sniper will go into the hands of CommandStation here.
Oh, and right there it gets dropped. Dropped just as soon as they were able to get out of harm's way with it, as the other engagement to follow up over on the side of the Overshield. You now have Divine Damsel walking away with it.
She didn't pick up the sniper. She was in a position on the map a little bit to pick it up off the respawn command station, but just
very interesting.
Didn't pick it up, though.
She didn't need to right there. She ended up winning that engagement, taking it right out of their hands. And now, as we start off in this game, you can see pretty close between these teams and how they're handling the opening fights. Yeah,
pretty close. This is only a 1 point lead, but that's all to change as the no-scope comes in, connects with the body, shots to clean it up. Now a 2 point lead. CommandStation will drop down, clear up the sniper. Repulsor jump coming in. Great map movement and awareness coming out of Command Station, sprinting away, trying to stay alive, which is the tiniest sliver of health. Will get the regen, comes back around, says, hey, I'm not finished with you yet, Queen. Come back here. I want that sniper.
And very nice play right there by PinkSakvra to pick up that double kill, with Command Station able to play a great support role in cleaning up those kills. You do have the sniper in Command Station's hand as she makes that rotation all the way over top middle near house. She senses somebody nearby and knows they couldn't have gone far, already getting the body shot next to the overshield and able to finish that kill off. Both of them now are here, but that overshield gets picked up, so they're going to have to try and just OD and get that health back down to 0, which they do. If anything, it did waste that overshield and force it to be put in play before it was really intended.
Yeah, it wasted that overshield. Also wasted the sniper bullets as Command Station burnt the final few. And there's the pancake medal. Magic, we know you love it. We got one. We got to see one during the stream. Of course, if you don't know, the pancake medal in Halo Infinite is when you use that evil repulsor to send someone flying into a wall and pancake them against it.
Yeah, now kind of takes me back to breakfast this morning, because that's that always gets me excited when I see that too.
What is it
especially
with Halo and food?
I mean, all day today. I mean, we're just stacking it up. It's really like pizzas.
Yes.
Oh, there I go again. Sorry.
Yeah, pancakes, pizza, steak dinners. We're getting all the treats tonight.
I mean, and right now, so far, this game has been quite the treat, as these teams now, nobody's really jumping out too far ahead yet. Honestly, this is the biggest gap that we've seen in this early stage, but I don't mean that obviously just based on the score, but the way that they were stacking up the engagements and able to follow up it in a positive way to keep themselves in control and in those dominant spots of the map. It's working out very well, with Command Station in command of that sniper and looking to see if anybody's going to try and make a play on that overshield.
Yes, and there's one thing to note while we're watching this overshield come up. Sniper in the hands of Command Station here. Will, dipsy doodle again and try and stay alive. Throw some nades out. Finds the player, sends them flying with the repulsor, and allows her teammate PinkSakvra to get the overshield as she's able to just stay alive. Now, one thing to note with these two teams, quickly, is both these teams were in different pools. So, in terms of stats, looking at it, we haven't seen these teams match up against each other. So we really don't know what could happen here. And my guess is we're in for a show, especially looking at the scoreline being an 8-kill lead, 16-8 in favor of SakuraCom. Now, Trooper, are you surprised by that?
Right off the bat, I would have to say, yeah, definitely, based on the fact that we did see how well Queen Divine were able to start off the day, and we already know how well they're able to finish as well. But right here, so far they're having trouble getting started and in this series alone. And I think the most important thing was to start in a more reactive way, or kind of solidifying more of a position that shows you can win the series and you're supposed to be here. But with the opening of this game, as you do see slightly SakuraCom is actually able to get this lead, but also how they're now slowing the game down. They're actually able to kind of dictate this pace here, and it's going to be a Hail Mary attempt there right in the face of Command Station to try and, if not get that sniper kill, see if she could have jumped out of the map with it. I don't believe she was able to. Oh, she did. Okay.
Yes.
It seemed like that was close.
It hit the railing and teetered over. But it doesn't matter, because a new snipe is going to be coming up in 6 seconds. But there's also going to be an overshield coming up as well, as Command Station cleans up one on dummies. Will find herself an overshield. Spawners are in the garage area. Nades come flying in. Pulsar jump. Will find Divine. Damsel has the overshield and the shots to take her out. Looking for Queen here. Shots come flying down. She is chasing. She is hungry. She cleans up both the spawners there. 20-11, it's a 9-kill lead. SakuraCom are here. You know, they're here to make a presence and make themselves known in this losers final.
And these next couple of engagements could just end the map outright. Let's see if they're going to get the first one to start off. They do. And now PinkSakvra holding on to that last sniper shot before the reload is needed. Trying to go for the body shot, but not able to connect. Dropping that sniper in the hallway. And it's going to get rebounded, I should say, there. Right into the hands of CommandStation again. And only 3 kills separate them from taking this opening map in a pretty, I'd say, pretty fast fashion.
Yeah, I just can't help but look at the scoreboard. Look at this 9-kill, now 10-kill deficit. What dare I say might be another steak dinner at this rate.
How dare you?
It's close. If they get 2 more kills, it's not going to be a steak dinner, but you know, it might be. Just might be another steak dinner. I just can't help but look at this score and just think, how demotivated must Queen Divine be? No scope comes in. CommandStation ripping the head off Divine Damsel there. You're already demoralized enough as it is with the score and being 10 kills down. You do not want your head being ripped off like that. And that's game. That's steak with a killing spree. What did we just witness, Trooper?
The finish on that map right there. I mean, coming in with the highlight play, putting some style on it as they walk away with that opening map. I love this going into our grand finals series next up. I love this kind of energy to start off this deciding who was going to be the team that does that job to go forward and make it there.
Yeah, this map alone, you know, it's going to be a little bit of a highlight reel. That no scope at the end, the pancake, killing spree steak-tacular. They're coming out of the gates ready to fire, and like, this is against a team that I guess many would say potentially the favorite, if not one of the 2 favorites to potentially win this split finals.
Yeah.
And we've got a team here that's coming out firing and just saying, okay, we've taken you, which got 3rd last time out. We've taken you, that's got 2nd last time out. Oh, last time out, you got 1st. Well, guess what? We just gave you a steak dinner. We're here to play.
Are we looking at a 3-0? Is that the question to ask right now? Or is it too early to ask? I don't think it's too early or out of the ballpark to really bring that up.
If we keep getting steak dinners like this.
I mean, we're going to have so much steak that we can now give some for the viewers to take home too if this keeps up.
Yes,
so I know think we're going to be looking forward to that.
I think we're going to be eating well tonight. We've had pancakes. You brought up pizza. We've had steak dinners. We've had barbecue steak. I'd say
the weirdest buffet ever.
I'd say this is a little bit of a medium rare steak. The last series we had steak penguins. Like, I've seen turkey steaks. I've seen chicken steaks. I am yet to see a steak penguin until today. So, you know, we're going on all sorts of culinary adventures thanks to the plays that these ladies are making. And I gotta say, it's a good thing that they're making these plays, because I'm having a good time. You're probably having a good time. And I think the viewers are certainly enjoying this show and no scopes like we saw at the end of that match.
Yeah, and I think something that's so fun to watch, especially when you're in 2v2s, in Halo, sometimes it's even more fast-paced than a 4v4 because of how these teams kind of catch fire in the middle of the map, and you'll see how the game is played at a certain pace, and then all of a sudden things just open up for a team and everything just starts working for them, and then they just put their foot down on the gas pedal. And right there, SakuraCom did an excellent job demonstrating that.
Yes, indeed. Excellent. Excellent job demonstrating that. They're certainly holding the reins as we go into game number 2, as a 1v1 will happen. 1 point on the board for each team's camo in the hands of CommandStation. Will try to stay alive, is staying alive. So even Steven's still off the break despite, you know, both teams losing a player. They're in the driver's seat. They've got the tools to do it. And dare I say, they've got the skill, shot, and teamwork to do it.
As this opening fight comes down, or the secondary fight of this map, you do have now both teams tied at 2. And as they are going to be trying to fight forward here, this game, or this one, is going to be most important thing to kind of focus it with this map is who is going to be controlling that top side of the map. You can just get such an advantage until right there, dropping down prematurely. And Queen is able to come underneath and get a great angle. And also box out Sakura, PinkSakvra that is, to more on the opposing side there to hopefully regroup and see where they're going to go. But now, oh, they sense one player by themselves, and PinkSakvra does wrap up Divine Damsel. Look at that. Queen is begging that shoulder to come off, but she's not able to clip it around that corner. A very nice play for them to stay out of sight.
And tries with the re-challenge, but the nades will come flying, take the shields off, and the double BR will say, nope, go to the respawn screen. Because if you thought one BR was deadly, you know, 2 BRs, that is just, it's even faster for melt.
Ooh. Speaking of fast right there, very nice kill wrapped up onto Queen. And as they actually get that 2-kill lead here for Sakura, oh, that is not going to be any easier now for Divine, as they have to up right there, try and keep an eye out for the camo, and almost picking up the double kill. Might as well have been. Both of them were on point right there to clean up those kills. And that is the perfect way to use this camo. Let's see if they could actually get another play out of this.
Yes, that is the perfect way to use that camo. And even if they don't get another play out of it, they do pick themselves up some dynamo nades and some intelligence as well, as they did know where those spawners are. And looking at this leaderboard at the moment, it's 10-5. They have a 5-point lead. If you're in Queen Divine's shoes here, you're used to being up at the top. You're used to winning. You're now in a situation where, on the trot, you have lost 4 maps back to back. You may be wondering where I'm getting the number 4 from. That's because in the last series that they played before this one, even though we're on map number 2 here, they went down 3-0. They didn't even get a point on the board. So they have lost 4 maps back to back. And you can't help but say, we're looking at the scoreline, they're feeling traumatized. They're not the winners and the top team that we expect them to be.
How are they going to adapt, really, is the question. That's what we're going to have to see, is what they're really made of when they're in this position, if they're going to find some way to claw their way back in. But as we follow this SakuraCom team, they are just dominating so many of these fights right there. Finally, it looked like that one of their engagements did not go the way they had planned, and you have another couple points coming in to Queen Divine's team, and right there, another one as well. So they're not completely done, but I mean, the double score line does say a lot.
Yeah, it does say a lot. And like, this is the map where Queen Divine put Jinx into this situation. This is the map where they were dominating, got the most dominant steak dinner that we've seen tonight, and now they're being on the receiving end. They're down by 7 here. Like, this is going to be tough for them to bounce back. This is, of course, where we see what they're made of, and right now, what they're made of is death screens, because they're just being sent into them constantly.
And as we're seeing the scoreline here, I mean, Queen Divine, they're I'd say 1 to 2 team wipes here potentially to get themselves right back in this game. You do have it creeping in. They did win the first engagement, the Dynamo Grenade. They really wanted to follow up on that, but it was smart to get out of there in time and let Queen pick up the kill. There comes the second Dynamo. They're using them nearly to perfection here. Another kill coming in there, and they're starting to get themselves right back in this game.
Yes, they are starting to get themselves right back in this game. There may be hope in the eyes of Queen Divine, as it is now a 2-point game, I do believe. And hey, they've crossed that 16 kill threshold. So do you know what that means? We're not going to see a steak dinner.
No, we're out of steak for the time being. 18-17 for these two teams. And this is now getting into a high-pressure situation if it wasn't already. And it seems almost with Sakura, they're getting shot from every angle here. And right there, CommandStation makes a great play to top up and able to catch her off guard right in that doorway. Divine Damsel is able to follow up, though, nicely. And Sakura getting the 1-point lead, but not for long. It's tied up suddenly here with a 19 apiece. And really, this next fight could decide who's going to keep this momentum to the end.
Yes, indeed. And also an important thing to note, when Divine, I think, took out CommandStation up top, CommandStation plugged the camo in, so they burned the camo with that fight as well, as Divine will fall. Momentum is in the hands of SakuraCom right now, 19-21. 4 kills away from closing this one out, as things will start to slow down a little bit. We're seeing CommandStation push into the closet area, looking for the players. We know where they are, but it's that won't help these players here, as we see the push coming in from Queen Divine and being met by one with SakuraCom here. Shots will come in through the tiniest of gaps. 3 points away from closing out. Thanks, Mac. Double kill. Wow.
That was tragic. Great positioning, and an unable to really know that they were just going to get popped right through that long angle, right through the gap, and then the hop up to get the flank right there was perfectly executed. And now as they double down here, 1 kill does go in the favor of Queen, 23-20 here. They do cross that 20-point threshold, and now as that thruster helping to get out of harm's way so desperately there, but not able to keep her out of the sight of Queen, who gets the back smack and now keeps them still alive here with only a 2-kill deficit here.
Yes, 2-kill deficit, but we've been in this situation before with Queen Divine versus Jinx on the map that they lost. They were against a team in a similar situation, as it's now 22-24. The shots are coming in. Queen is being caught, no shields. Spawners will be there. She will stay alive. Just for the moment. Game is not over yet. 2-kill game. As it slows down. Both teams slowing this one down. Not wanting to make a mistake. As we were saying, you were in this situation before. Team up 2 kills. Something like that. As at the end of the day, all you need to do is trade. And they don't even trade. They close it out. They're up 2-0. You asked the question, it was a 3-0 in the cards. I guess if we're 2-0 up in the series, quite possibly.
I mean, I'm still kind of speechless. I thought that they were going to bring that one back. It seemed like it was going to be a guarantee. Everything seemed to work out, but on those last couple of kills, I mean, really, CommandStation took it front and center and was able to finish so strong.
Yes, she was definitely able to match. She was definitely able to match the tenacity and shots coming out of Divine Damsel. But at the end of the day, SakuraCom are just looking that much stronger, and Queen Divine have put themselves in a position now where this is now map number 5 that they've lost in a row across 2 series. Yeah, they're going to be demotivated, and now they're in a position where they've got to pull off the reverse sweep. They've got to win 3 in a row. Half of what they've just lost in a row to keep their tournament life alive.
Yeah. And I have to agree with you there that it's got to be hard to go into this next game knowing what the scoreline is sitting at, but also, I mean, reverse sweep talk, maybe, possibility. I don't know. Am I biased? No, not my prediction. I promise. It's really like it was quite in the realm of possibility that they were just going to tie this series, make it very interesting, and potentially push at least 4 maps. But I mean, right now, I think we also got to shine some light onto SakuraCom because they were able to take a big lead. They gave up quite a bit of ground towards the end there, and then they were keeping themselves composed and finished strong like they should have. So they're up 2-0 for a reason, a good reason, if
Yes.
that. And right now, this could be it. We could have the deciding factor to see who goes into the grand finals, but we still got a little bit more Halo left to go.
Yeah, still a little bit more Halo to go indeed. We're going to be on Recharge coming up next. So, Shock Rifle, Grapple. So, this is going to be interesting.
Exactly. I mean, I think for just the length of the series right now, as we get later and deeper into this event, we are going to get these players set up and take a quick break. But do not go anywhere. We are here 2 maps through the series, and we'll be right back with more Halo action.
There are theories that throughout the vast universe exist garden worlds, home to complex ecosystems and unknown life forms. Life can be ravenous. Many philosophers believe this is the nature of life itself, to grow and evolve through consumption of energy. In a distant galaxy, a shattered planet has a history wrought with lessons for intelligent species to learn. What happens when life accelerates out of control? Welcome to the world of Paidia. Paidia presents a world contrary to popular culture, a world defined by ecological sustainability, social equity, and self-governance. The people of Paidia live collectively and regard nature and humanity as one, as they strive to create a mutually beneficial relationship with their environment. This planet is home to an inclusive cast of characters whose stories do not focus on the horrors of our reality, but the hope that could be fostered if the systems holding us back were removed. Built on the 66 million year old bones of a collapsed alien society, humanity on Paidia looks forward to an optimistic, adventurous, and hopeful future.
Welcome back to the Halo Infinite Women's 2v2 event, sponsored by Paidia Gaming. We are ready to get back in to this best of 5 series to determine who's going to go to our grand finals today. And right here, as we do start this map here on Recharge, it is a 2-0 lead so far for SakuraCom over Queen Divine. So what are we going to see here, Phoebe? Is it really going to be all she wrote here for Queen Divine, or they got something up their sleeve?
It potentially could be all she wrote for Queen Divine here, but they do go up 1-0 off the break. So they're not out of this one just yet. They just can keep, if they can keep playing the game, they can turn around their mentality. The reverse sweep is possible, and hey, wouldn't it be nice a little bit? You know, we've talked a lot about food. You know, it might be nice to talk about those brooms in a broom closet for once.
Absolutely. With what is on the line, I wouldn't doubt it here. Looking up, actually, in this little area from the top side of elevator, looking across the long hall and seeing what they can pick off. With Queen Divine up 4-0 in the opening couple of fights here. And these opening moments, look at that. They could get, almost catching CommandStation off guard. Queen doing the smart thing to back up there, not over pushing without her teammate.
Yeah, no, they're not over pushing. What I'm curious about is who has control of the shock rifle, because you do not want to meet that. And just as I say that, we find the answer. It's Divine Damsel She won't be taken out, but she will be back down and put into a position where she can't really use that. She's going to be looking to see where CommandStation is. Will shoot her to one shot. Can't quite get the cleanup, but Queen is there to come in with the assist. Trying to make a pick. Won't quite connect just yet. These long-range fights are going in favor of Queen Divine here. And it's a 7, dare I say it, 8 now nil lead with Camo in favor of Divine Damsel. Sorry, what just happened? Why are they in the lead? This is a different team to what we've seen come up against SakuraCom so far.
This is the Queen Divine's team that we were expecting to see show up in the latter portion of the bracket. And right now, it's starting to come to form here, and it's not too little too late. They still can pull this back. I did call that reverse sweep in the beginning of the broadcast. It is such a tall order for anybody that is familiar with not just Halo, but any game alone. It's just so much to really expect. But that is why the best way to make that happen is you got to just go one moment at a time, one play at a time. Just stay mindful as possible and do not get too aggressive. Try and let your opponents fall into your bait and see what you can actually pull together and jump ahead with. Because right here, the first kill went to Sakura, and sitting in that doorway at elevator, Divine Damsel was looking to just get a quick kill, knowing that they were going to be rotating through that top side of control room, almost having an opportunity to get the headshot, but instead backing off, making the smart play.
Yes, making the smart play indeed. Earlier on, she did have the camo as well as the shock rifle, but they weren't able to utilize the camo and shock rifle, which is, I guess, a blessing for SakuraCom here, because that combo on this map can be quite a very, very deadly combo, as Divine Damsel opts to just kind of dip away. Will find PinkSakvra though. Will fall. Queen there with the trade. Scoreline at the moment 9-4. Camo coming up in 5 seconds. I think Queen Divine have they found their controllers. They've found their button layouts. You know, they might have had an issue. You know, they were playing, you know, upside down on Recon or something.
I mean, from what we saw in the beginning moments to what we just saw in the last couple, I mean, yeah, they're starting to now figure out the way that Queen Divine is adapting to their playstyle, and they're able to respond in a positive way for their team. And at this point, they're getting a couple things put together, but Queen Divine's still staying in that driver's seat, and they're racking up kills in favor of their team as well to keep this score line pretty, I'd say, a pretty gigantic gap, at least to start off with.
Yes, and that gap's only getting bigger as it's now an 8-point deficit. Momentarily, they did make that 9 with those crisp shots onto PinkSakvra there, as Divine Damsel will fall. They did momentarily have the shock rifle and camo again, but yet again, not making use out of that combo, which is, I guess, the only blessing for SakuraCom here. But it's not much of a blessing when you are facing a scoreline of 6-14.
Indeed, it's not. You do have those. Ooh, the nades come flying down orange pipes to see if they can get another kill here quickly. And I think PinkSakvra was trying to time a shot on those frags and get that remote detonation, but was not able to connect. The trade-off, though, going to come into play there instead. And that is that's going to be the way of the game right now if you're Queen Divine. Just keep forcing yourself in close quarters situations and just make sure that you get these trades to get yourselves on the board in the series and potentially set up a 5th map if they can keep that same energy going.
Yes, potentially indeed. But what you don't want to be doing is you do not want to be dying with the power weapon, which is what happened when CommandStation pushed in. And she did manage to get herself to camo as well. Stay alive. Some kills do go in their favor. The deficit will be closed down to a 7-kill deficit, grappling herself a shock rifle. But I don't think she has enough time left in the camo to really make use of the combo that is the camo shock rifle. and kind of being a little bit isolated from her teammates, who needs to be a little bit careful because behind her and behind those walls are both Queen and Divine Damsel.
And as they move around that elevator doorway to try and see if they could shut down that push near control, you do have these members of Queen Divine able to get one, and they're going to have to chase down that second player who somehow was able to escape for the time being, and connecting, I believe, on the shock rifle shot to finish off that kill. CommandStation going to get out of there and also get help from her teammate to get on that assist. So a very nice 1-2 punch right there to keep them within 6.
Considering the CommandStation hit the grapple there, I thought for a moment the grapple hook just pierced the Spartan's helmet, and like just it was a grapple hook to the face and a massacre like that. But you know, the grapple hook doesn't work like that. It would be cool if it did, but the only way you can do damage with the grapple hook is if you hit the Spartan and you zoom right into their face and hit them with a beatdown, which CommandStation didn't do. So it looked like it happened, but it didn't. But the scoreline, 21-14, despite some things going in their favor, some good plays, it's getting very close to Queen Divine putting a map on the board and taking this to map number 4.
Oh, and that's a big fight right there. If Queen was able to pull that down, but she gets help from Divine Damsel, and only leaving 2 kills remaining for them here. And if I'm not mistaken, is this, are we in line with the steak dinner here for Queen Divine if they can get these first 2 kills?
Yes, if they don't. No, the steak dinner is now gone.
Why did I say anything?
Just as I was about to say, if they don't, and then they do.
Of course, but we're going to see how the last couple of fights here bode, and if Sakura is able to just somehow stay invulnerable, if possible, because there's no breathing room left. If they're able to get one more squad wipe over on Queen's Divine, this is going to be their map, and they're going to be front runner to hopefully bring this series back. Oh,
yes.
But there goes the trade, and now 1 more remaining. This could be the final fight, 1v1. Queen potentially had the advantage, but actually maybe had to regenerate her health as she backed off a little bit longer than I would have thought. You do have her. Oh, looks like one getting caught in no man's land over there. No female's land, actually, because you do have that middle section of the map near batteries. It looks like trying to make that rotation potentially through the doorway, that cubby to get into orange pipes. It's such a smart play, but if somebody is overlooking that area, it is not going to end well. Look at how they're holding down the area up until that nade, that rogue grenade comes in and ends up closing things down. Finally, I'm sure Queen Divine is thinking, what a relief.
I don't know who that was at the end there. Potentially we'll see on the replay. Okay, it was PinkSakvra. I don't like this play there because we saw it on the shields. She was already weak from the shots Divine Damsel put out. Challenging the way that she did, she risked just dying straight to a beatdown then and there. She was lucky in that fight against Queen, and that luck made her weak and put her even in an even more of a vulnerable spot against Divine Damsel there. I would have liked to just back off a little bit, not open herself up to 2 angles, still be able to help a teammate, and just play her life differently in a tense situation where you're trying to mount that comeback. I think the pressure just getting to them a little bit there, but they have a cushion. They're still on match point. They're still on series point, as it were. They win this next map. They end the reverse sweep. They still go into the grand finals. So they're still in the driver's seat a little bit. Just need to hopefully not make some mistakes like that. But on the other side, Queen Divine, they found their form.
They did. And you know, Phoebe, it's interesting to think about, because if Queen Divine is able to make this reverse sweep happen and they go on to the finals, they need to have a bracket reset in their favor and win that to actually walk away with this. So there is so much left for them to still fight through. But if they can actually pull this off in this series, you got to give them all of the props and all the momentum going into the grand finals.
Yes, indeed. But there is also the fact that if they were face the reset, they have to face a reset against a team that 3-0'd them. Not once, but twice.
Indeed.
But that's only if we get there. They have to claw through this map first. And they have to win this map. Because failing to win this map, it's bye-bye, Queen Divine. They go home in 3rd place. And they don't want that.
No, nobody does, especially because a lot of people try. Well, I mean, really, 3rd place is okay because then you get those little cool snake plushies. But other than that, it's not optimal to want that because really, Queen Divine had such a great start today. They have been quite cool, obviously pretty rocky in the last couple series, but right now, this is the best gameplay that we have seen out of them since the beginning of today. So I'm excited to see if they're finally. They finally have awoken that the need right now for them to go forward and actually go toe-to-toe and bring this back.
Yes, and this is going to be on streets, so I expect a lot of rotations, a lot of people working in twos, rotating around the map. Of course, there's going to be very minimal equipment on this one. There's just going to be the thrusters. I think some spike grenades, but that's really about it. This is just going to be a question of angles, teamwork, communication, and BR fights. And off the start, we see Divine Damsel trading one out. CommandStation will turn that too, and it's going to be a 2-1 advantage for SakuraCom off the break.
And a nice start to, I would say, as well, because when you're able on streets to get the 2-0 right there or get a potential team wipe to start, I mean, you can pick essentially where you're going to want to rotate and hold that next position so quickly and hopefully try and lock in those spawn camping situations that a lot of teams are so fond of on this map. So right now with players stacking up towards that arcade side, SakuraCom with that 1-kill lead here in the early going. And let's see how Queen's Divine can actually move forward in this game and if they're pushing this map 5.
Well, they move forward. They are. It's a tied game at the moment. Trade doesn't come in, so 1-kill advantage now for Queen Divine. And I gotta say, throughout the night, we have seen some great use of utilities. We've seen a pancake. We've seen the boom block. We've seen, I think, some other things with the repulsor and all of that. So all these players really know how to use the sandbox, and it's been great to see a showcase of that throughout the night and see Halo Infinite's utility and sandbox and everything being used to maximum efficiency from the teams here as we see a 1-point lead in the favor of Queen Divine. Was a 2-point lead, but the shots coming in does end up with being a trade. Still a 1-point lead. This is close.
And really, I would expect that to be because the way that these two teams have started kind of adapting to each other's styles, really, I didn't expect anybody to jump ahead with a humongous lead in this one.
No, we did not. But I guess anything's possible after the last few maps that we've seen from this series. But looking at the scoreboard, it is all tied up again, 6-6. So expect to maybe slow down a little bit. Expect to watch expect to watch these teams play with each other, try and play around each other. But that being said, it looks like Sakura is going to be in a little bit of a 1v1 against Queen. Will be caught out weak. Help is coming in with CommandStation. Unfortunately, doesn't have the reticle placement to really help out too much.
Oh, that's actually a nice play there by CommandStation to move forward up to that point right after that trade took place.
Yes.
Gonna be in a weaker spot though, making that rotation. Oh, but going wide around PD, seeing if she can catch somebody there. Oh, and a nice redirection on the thruster to try and throw them off and catch a couple more shots through the doorway before she fully moves up. But she's gonna get caught from the side as well and in front. Actually, that was gonna be straight up a one-on-one situation that Divine Damsel is gonna walk away with. And on a 5-2 kill death scoreline so far, playing very well.
Yes, indeed, playing very well, and it's again just a 1-kill deficit. This game is feeling very, very close and looking very, very close indeed. Signs of life definitely in both of these teams. We're going to be, I guess, looking, I guess, on the side of Queen Divine here. You know your tournament life is on the line. You have the lead. I think they're going to be looking to play this kind of slow at this point. Make a SakuraCom push them. Because if they don't, and it just ticks out as it is, Queen Divine will win the map and force it to a game 5. So they're in the driver's seat in this map at this moment in time, even if SakuraCom are in the driver's seat of the series.
And that's going to be the most important thing, because how you're controlling the momentum of your opponents and how you can kind of, I would say, be able to pivot anytime a lot of these plays or these fights break down, especially when you go in there with a full head of steam. That is always going to be hard. And right now, speaking of which, these teams are playing very slow pace now after they realize how close this has been. So up to this point, they making sure that they know every kill is going to be that much more crucial when they give it up. And so far, once they realized how close these fights were, like, all right, I think we should step back and see if they're going to be the ones to be aggressive. And they both have the same mentality right now.
Yes, they both have the same mentality. They're both waiting to just play down the time a little bit. As CommandStation will push in, will turn 2 because she does get Queen as well. So that's turned the tables with both those kills there, putting it a 1-point lead in favor of SakuraCom. Patience does play off, and they're rotating in to choke these spawns as fast as possible here.
Oh, and another kill there for Divine Damsel in that middle fight now. Above that balcony, when the thruster gets her out of position quickly, but not able to stay alive. We're tied at 10 now here, and this is just getting pretty scary.
Yes, this is getting pretty scary, but hey, the upside is, if it keeps going at this point, we still don't see a steak dinner. We've seen a lot of those tonight.
Yes, indeed. I think I'm quite full. I need the bill on that at this point. We've had way too many. And I think it's time to now look ahead to see who is just going to take the ultimate W at the end and have the winner chicken dinner.
Oh, so we're adding chicken to the menu now, are we? So
I had to do it.
Guess we're having a absolute banquet tonight. Lots of Halo, lots of great food references, all of it making me hungry for some great Halo action and some food. But unfortunately, 11 o'clock at night.
There is a pizza shop in this map. See if they can stop by real quick on one of these rotations. Middle of the map right here. Look at that thruster fight. It almost seemed like we were watching a completely different game.
Yeah, I don't think a Warzone is going to be a good place for pizza delivery. I don't know. Can you get insurance on that?
Pizza insurance? I hope so.
Yeah, you don't want a BR's nice crisp 3-shot going through your nice pizza. That being said, it's a 2-point lead swinging in the favor of Queen Divine here. Make that 3-point lead. All that time we've been talking about food, steak dinners, and pizza. It's swung in the favor of Queen Divine and swinging back a little bit as the lead is reduced to just 2 now.
Yeah, I mean, from that 3-piece that they were able to put themselves ahead with, it was so helpful. But the biggest key right there was once you had that lead to make sure you did not lose the next fight. I think that was even more important. And right there, you could see they're making up for it well with a 4-point lead here. Now going and crossing the threshold into the second half of this map. And I wonder if SakuraCom is going to hang with this, and potentially are we going to see a close 1-kill difference between these teams? But really, it's hard to say who that's going to be in favor of at this point. So far, it's going to be Queen Divine, who is fully in control right now, and this is going to be such an important fight to follow up with.
Yes, it is. They did manage to pick up 1 kill during that engagement, reduce the deficit down from 4 to 3, but they weren't really able to take Queen out. She was doing such a great job staying alive, just putting shots down, trying to neutralize the 2-on-1 advantage that SakuraCom had. And now we're just seeing things just slow down. The playtime will find SakuraCom. Divine Damsel knows what's coming, knows she was in a 2v1, and just runs away. Goes to try and push this. Might be taken out here. Opts to back down with the nades. Getting a bit dangerous. Teamwork. We talked about it earlier. Teams being a bit stretched out. We're seeing that a little bit. Queen and Divine are liking to stretch themselves out thin at times on this map.
And those shots going into balcony, as they already know where they're setting up, and trying to dictate as well when they go for this kill, maybe where their opponents are going to try and spawn up. And that 3-kill difference between these teams as we cross the 2-minute warning on this map. And it's interesting how they have played with, I'd say, a pretty fast pace. They slowed it down significantly, and now we're just starting to see them pick it up even a little bit more. But right when I was even thinking that, it seems that now, as the time's ticking away, I think that we're just playing into the point differential rather than hitting 25 at this point.
Yeah, we're playing into the point differential most certainly at this point. But what's interesting to know is when they did slow down, it was SakuraCom that came out on top. But I think Queen and Divine have noted that, and they're not letting them. They're not slowing it down too much at this point. They're controlling the place. Absolutely right. Controlling their rotations, absolutely right. Just keep it level pegging. As I say,
that's big.
Crisp shots coming in. 14 to 17. 1 minute on the clock. 14 to 18. 4-point lead. We're now less than a minute. SakuraCom can't afford to play this slow here. We've seen this situation before from them. This is in the exact same situation. This is the exact same situation where they lost to Pingu Pals.
And this is exactly what we're seeing again, because, man, Queen has been holding on to that commando so long that it's actually run completely out of ammo right now, just doing work and creating so many opportunities for her teammate to come in here and clean up some of these kills. And now with that deficit cut down to 5, only 15 seconds remaining, we're going to see a map number 5.
Yep, we're going to see a game number 5, and you said she's out of bullets. With 20 seconds on the clock, now 5 seconds. You don't need to worry about sitting down and crafting some more because the game is over. 22 to 15 at the end there. We're going to game number 5. The reverse sweep is now on the cards. We're going back to live. We're going back to live fire.
Yeah, and that did not work out well the first time around. So it's going to be time for redemption here for Queen Divine.
Yeah, it's going to be time for redemption. But hey, this time, they've picked up their controllers. They've picked up the controllers. They've checked their settings. They've realized their button layouts were wrong, or whatever the excuse was for the first couple of games. They're the Queen Divine that we saw play through the first few sort of maps in this sort of stream, in this broadcast, in the early sort of games. They're starting to be the Queen Divine that we expect to see in a grand finals. So anything's in the cards, but we can't count out the fact that last time we were here, it did not end so well. So I don't know what we're in store for here. repeat, something new, whatever. It seems like anything's on the table.
I think personally, I would expect this next map here to be played very slowly. I think that these teams now, especially SakuraCom, they could have wrapped this up. They had many chances, and Queen Divine, they showed exactly why they've made it this far in the first place, and to put some respect on their name.
Yes, they're certainly showing why they were number one the last time around. Because just the question is can they keep it up? Because they've had a grueling run to put themselves in this position. They've had to push all the way to game number 5, push for the reverse sweep. I think they're going to be tired. They're going to be a little bit tired of going into the grand finals if they were to pull this off.
Yeah,
they're in a difficult spot.
They'll be more than warmed up if they can pull this out and move on to the grand finals, and where we have had Eclipse sitting and just biding their time. So there's always the possibility of, could this team be coming in with a full head of steam and just catch them off guard in the grand finals? Who knows? But let's see if it's going to be Queen Divine who pulls us out, or if SakuraCom is going to solidify their spot and show why they took the 2-0 lead in the series to begin with, and that they should have ended sooner.
Yes, that is definitely going to be something that's on their mind if they close this out. And it looks like we're not jumping in just yet, as there's a disconnect and tech issue going on. It happens, Unfortunate side effect: bad weather, bad internet.
Yeah, I mean these are a lot of it's the byproduct of the online setting as well. But we can be thankful that those have been kept to an absolute minimum today, and we've seen just pretty much straightforward action. I believe we only had another one to really note, and I think that with how we've gotten to this point, a lot of these teams, I mean, hey, this is me personally. I'd be like, whoops, and then use that time to strategize more. But I don't think that that's really the case in any aspect.
Are we trying to say that teams just go, oh, hey, I'm losing. I
mean,
power off.
That would actually be something that would be unfortunate at this level, because we've had such a good series. It would be such a cop-out. But right now, as these teams are getting ready to load back into the map, really, from what we saw on the live fire earlier, it was pretty much a big open and shut case there for SakuraCom. They were able to hold the main positioning, control a lot of the map, control the power weapons as well, and that overshield coming into play being so effective for them. But right here, going into this one, I can't wait to see how Queen's Divine is going to adapt to a lot of those nuances and those things that really kept SakuraCom on top throughout the remainder of the first map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch indeed. Especially with how dominant they were, and the fact that the first time around here, it was a steak dinner. It was a steak dinner against a Queen Divine that weren't firing on all cylinders. So it's going to be interesting to see how they control everything. But at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see what SakuraCom do. They've been up 2-0. They've just lost 2 back-to-back. They were probably in a position thinking, like, we're here to play. We should have got this 3-0. What's their mentality going to be like? Are they still going to have fight in them to sort of close this one out and go to the grand finals themselves?
I think that they're more than capable, and they definitely have that. And it's been shown before with shades of their gameplay as well. And I think it's just such a tall order to ask for a reverse sweep in the first place and then get this close to actually pulling it off, because now there's an entirely different side of the pressure that you have to really think about when you go into the grand finals and have to win not once but twice against a team that has been sitting there waiting for their challenger to step up and hopefully walk away with the championship. But that's the exciting thing about this first split.
Yeah, and I guess another exciting element coming into this is on this side of the pond, the weather has decided to take a turn for the worse. I don't know if it can be heard through the microphones, but the thunder has decided to show up in time for game number 5. So,
Oh, I can't hear it, but it's because of the energy that we're bringing.
I'm just hoping it doesn't bring down a power line or anything, and I miss out on some great Halo action. So I will try and stay with you as long as I can. I'm hoping the weather is now nice to us, and we get to close out this series, close out this game number 5, and I get to see all the Halo action because it has been some good Halo action tonight.
I mean, I've seen some player disconnects before, but caster disconnects, that would be a whole different problem. Really.
Yes. Hopefully I don't leave you high and dry and solo on this one.
Yeah, no worries. Though I think that the Halo gods are going to be smiling down on us for this one, especially these players and how much they're bringing to the table in this game. It's actually going. It's saying a lot too for kind of the endurance as well with these players and how they can keep themselves composed throughout lengthy tournaments and throughout the entire day and keep it at that same level of energy as well. And I think that's exciting to see how that spills over into their follow-up games and how they're able to kind of grow on those types of advantages.
Yes, indeed. Well, hopefully we can jump into this game soon. We're just waiting for a player, of course, to return after a disconnect and the lobby to get set up. Hopefully we're not keeping you waiting too much longer because the series is nearly over. We are at game number 5 here, and tournament life on the line for both these teams. This is going to be an important one. And perhaps this disconnect could potentially play into the favor of both teams here. It is time for both of them to reset mentally a little bit.
Quite a long time too. So you got to think like it would be. It's tragic enough that we have had to hold off this map 5 this long because of how we've set things up. We're keeping you guys on the hook here for sure.
Yes, indeed. Indeed we are. Yeah, so I guess predictions while we wait. Who's taking this game number 5? Who's got the momentum on their side?
I'm sticking to my guns. I picked Queen Divine at the beginning of the day, and I am going to run with that.
All right, Based on how the series has gone so far, it's a series of 2 halves. It could be a coin toss who takes this, but I'd have to say potentially Queen Divine momentum is maybe on their side, but that's not to count out SakuraCom just yet, and yeah, hopefully we can get this underway soon, because the sound of the rain, it sounds like this BR bullet's just hitting the window right now. I'm starting to get nervous. And just as I say that, the Halo gods shine at us. We are underway with game 5. 12 minutes on the clock, internet, power, everything. Please last for 12 minutes while we can see this series out.
And it's going to start with Queen Divine getting the opening kill as they make a push forward to try and control that sniper, that power weapon that is oh so crucial on this map.
Yes. And I'm just trying to wonder, did the overshield go into the hands of Queen Divine, or did it get burned?
Right there.
No, it's in the hands of CommandStation. Okay. So, seems like they've got both the toys. They've got the sniper and they've got the overshield.
And those nades come flying in there. Able to get out of harm's way. I thought potentially was close enough to a stick there by PinkSakvra, and able to flush out Divine Damsel to get taken out and cleaned up there by CommandStation. The sniper still up.
She's staying alive there.
That was actually great.
Yeah, she got tagged on the shoulder just before she dipped through the wall by that sniper. We'll find both the players there. We'll turn that into a 2-for-1 trade. Scoreline 3-4 in favor of SakuraCom. 1 point lead advantage here. I don't know. This is good. This is close to this moment in time, but
I'm seeing keeping where that sniper where they're going to be holding it. I actually wonder if they're going to sense the underneath. Oh, they do get the intel that's needed, and a beautiful call out to send Divine Damsel down low and also pick up the double kill with the sniper in the process and really set the tone there to bring them back and tie this game.
yeah, really set the tone. But double kill doesn't really matter because they couldn't capitalize and get the overshield because that double kill pushed them into the most fortunate spawn ever to deny a free overshield grab. Scoreline 6-5. Overshield now in the hands of Queen Divine.
Sniper and the OS as well in the same player's hands. Divine Damsel is going to try and move forward with the body shot and see what can be done. Using the repulsor to try and take a sneaky way up through the top middle. Did not see any players there, even though one was right around the corner. She sensed somebody was nearby, but did not want to overextend, which was definitely the smart play. Now rotating towards the nest and holding that position, overlooking the area of green and seeing what can be done with these remaining few seconds of the overshield. And taking that first shot, it was a body shot. Luck, unfortunately not able to follow it up with a second one. And with that 2-kill lead for now in favor of Queen Divine, they're able to get some extra ammo there for the sniper and keep it in play.
Yes, indeed. They were able to collect the new sniper, reload it, 8 bullets to now play with. Ooh, CommandStation getting very lucky, but not lucky enough as her head will be taken out. Double kill, killing spree coming in for Divine Damsel. Well, this isn't a repeat of what we've seen before. Makes it 3. Divine Damsel, 7-2. Going off with the sniper, ripping heads. 4-kill lead in favor of Queen Divine here. This is definitely not a repeat of what we've seen map number 1 in the series.
And it looks
That
like
is for sure.
that kill right there left the door open for Sakura to actually move up, get the sniper, make that CommandStation exactly who holds that sniper, and taking the step forward now down towards tunnel and back towards the tower, recontrolling that top or that high point of the map with the sniper rifle. And this is the best chance that they have to try and turn this momentum around.
Yes, indeed it is. But, you know, they're in a situation where Queen Divine can still just control the momentum. All they need to do is just rotate away, not die. It's going to be tough for SakuraCom to get back into this one at this point, especially if Queen Divine just don't peek to the sniper, and don't peek to, I think, CommandStation, who has that sniper rifle. But they will find one there. And, in fact, find 2 and go 2-for-1 with trades. So that's put it to just a 2-kill game now.
That overshield worked overtime for them on that play and really setting the tone for that to give them that the change back in power for this game. You do have that 2-kill lead still for Queen Divine, but with them now losing out on that sniper, nice play to try and bounce that that grenade away, that misthrow for the repulsor, and then coming in with that headshot, catching Queen right off the top of her head there and making a play all the way through house as well with only 1 sniper shot left as they overlook that respawn coming up for the overshield. That's going to be a big play.
I gotta say it.
Go for it.
It sucks that live fire is the only map with a sniper on it because I want to see more disgusting headshots like that.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I want to see more like that because that was crisp. That was clean. perfect quick scope there from, I believe, CommandStation.
Oh, no.
You know, 10 out of 10, chef's kiss. Couldn't get any better.
Man, I gotta say that flank right there, that worked out almost too well there for SakuraCom, and now they wrap up another follow-up kill to give them the lead for, I believe, the first time in this map.
Yeah, I think the first time, potentially. I don't know, it's been close. But I have a question. Does it count as teabagging if you do a repulsor jump off of the person you just killed? Because that's what we just saw.
That is the ultimate teabag. Putting some extra stank on that one, and as you can see the repulsor jump by command to get on top and towards top middle. She's now pushing up forward, knowing that she's got that one of those players on their back heels. Still with one shot left before the reload. There is the good play to get the full chamber now and set up again to see where they're going to be poking through.
Yep, and that 1 point lead has become a 2 point lead in favor of them. Secure will find one down bottom mid. Queen coming around the corner. No scope coming out. Doesn't connect. Queen staying alive a little bit. Still a 2 point game. CommandStation having to run away. Not really able to connect with the sniper as of yet. Overshield coming up in 10 seconds. Let's look to see how both these teams choose to set up for this.
I love CommandStation using the repulsor to ricochet her plasma grenades to try and catch them off guard and not make it so obvious that they're being thrown. And look at that nice piece coming in there with the shot, and also going forward to get the overshield in their hands as well. This is really setting them up to possibly sweep the rug out here from under Queen Divine.
Yes, indeed, possibly. And an interesting thing to note is she has not popped the overshield yet. She is keeping it in her back pocket. A new feature for Halo Infinite. No longer do you, when you walk over an overshield, do you instantly pop it. You could keep it in your back pocket like spare change for that rainy day when you do need that overshield or that active camo. So it's going to be interesting to see when she uses this, but the game has slowed right down to a crawl. We've got SakuraCom both controlling tower, Queen and Divine just hiding over towards the pillars and the garage area, playing out the clock as the new sniper is now up. Going to see if who is going to be foolish enough to try and push that with a CommandStation staring at it.
Ooh, it's getting real close actually towards the opportunity to move forward for that sniper there. But
Yes.
taking the extra few seconds here to see, because they know it's already going to be set up for bait at this level of the map here.
Somebody's grabbed it.
Right
And
there.
it's going to be Divine Damsel. So we're going to be seeing a snipe off between CommandStation and Divine Damsel. CommandStation finally popping that overshield, rushing in towards Green, will be tagged up.
Lost half of the
think-
overshield on that first one.
Yeah, new overshield is up though. She's trying to bait it with sniper. I don't think she knows the player is behind her. And the combo comes in, taking her out.
That is absolutely huge. Taking out the overshield player in one fell swoop, as well as the same player who's holding the sniper. An amazing play for them to make. And also to get control of that secondary overshield. Look at that, also getting the ammo as well. Divine Damsel going to be trying to stack those grenades. Gets the turnaround shot on the body, and she's able to wrap up the kill and stay alive for just an extra moment. But that sniper now dropped in the bottom tunnel, and it's changed hands to PinkSakvra. This is absolutely crucial to see if they're going to be able to keep going here and get the lead back in their favor.
A minute on the clock now, as two
Oh,
kills
that's
will
so
drop
huge.
in favor of SakuraCom. 2 point lead, 55 seconds on the clock. Sniper in the hands of CommandStation here. Woo! This is
Ooh, that's a
getting
big play. She
close.
missed the shot with the sniper. Oh, but she's able.
Doesn't matter. Her BR is pretty heavy. Breaks jaws.
Oh, that was so clutch by CommandStation to get out of there with her life. That could have been a 1-kill separator with 30 seconds left, and now this 2-kill advantage could be it. 20 seconds left. Queen's Divine need to pick a spot, and they need to take it now.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if they pick a spot and take it if CommandStation is hitting those sniper shots to back you off or send you back into death screen. Three kills is the difference.
They're
5
not even getting
seconds
shot.
on the clock. This is over now.
Unbelievable.
The reverse sweep looked like it could happen, but didn't. It didn't happen. SakuraCom will be going to the grand finals, where Eclipse are waiting ever so patiently for them.
Unbelievable effort by Queen Divine. They played so well in this series, bringing this all the way back to a game number 5. And as they came down into these final moments here, that 1-2 setup that they were able to pull off for the side of SakuraCom, that gained that 21-19 lead, that was really what separated them, because they noticed the time that was left. They played so much more defensively. They didn't even bother taking shots until the final few seconds, and they just tried to stay out of sight, which was really the smart play, and just play into the time that was left on the map. But kudos to both of these teams for making it this far, and a big hats off to SakuraCom to move on to those grand finals to take on Eclipse.
Yes, indeed. Kudos to both these teams here. They both played so well. SakuraCom just coming up clutch in that moment. And, like, again, Halo Infinite, it needs more snipers on more maps, because those were some great sniper shots. It would be nice if we could see some more of that.
Hopefully soon. You never know.
And hopefully...
Maybe you do.
Hopefully in the grand finals, we won't be casting it, but Livefire does come up game number 2 in the grand finals. So hopefully we just get to watch some nice sniper shots.
Yes.
I
mean,
yeah.
From that game alone, I mean, to sum it all up, I'm quite devastated. I gotta say, Queen Divine was my choice, and they put up a hell of a fight. But I gotta say, big round of applause for everybody so far up to this point, and even in that last series, it was incredibly intense to come down to the wire the way that it did. And
yes.
I mean, really, we get to put our feet up and check out what's coming up next, and it's going to be the grand finals.
Before we do that, though, there's something that's a bit of a dark horse that none of us predicted. SakuraCom. Like, two of us predicted Pingu Pals. They've been knocked out. You predicted Queen Divine. They've been knocked out. SakuraCom has been the team to absolutely destroy our predictions.
Yeah, just call them the collectors, because they are just stealing dreams today.
Yes, they're stealing dreams. So before we throw it to a break, before we switch over for the grand finals, I guess the question that we've got is: are SakuraCom going to continue that collective run of stealing predictions away from casters and steal the final prediction that is left on this desk of Magic's and Eclipse taking it? Will it happen?
Hey, Magic, you're the last stand here for the talent. Let's see if we're going to be, at least one of us is going to hold out and help make the right call here for this victory today. And as we move forward into the next series, our final series of today for the grand finals, we wanted to thank you guys for tuning in. We are going to be right back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
It's 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony. Until one day, a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in. But it's time now, you ignite and turn to embers. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. They let you down, but you get up. They let you drown, but you don't stop. You show you're a phoenix.
Get ready for verse 2, Electric Boogaloo.
You see the truth behind the veil, and you know that they're just looking for attention. Oh, you don't let their ruthlessness prevail. Oh, it's time now, light your fires for ascension. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up. Phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes.
Tell me what's your life. Go! Tell me what's your life. Go! What's your life? Go!
know the air I'm breathing, it's no good for my lungs. I do this every season, I hate when summer comes. I fall into a trap that I made by myself. Oh, and I always do the wrong thing. I'm unstable and I'm unsteady, I've lost a million times already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down. I feel unable and so unworthy, my heart feels heavy, I've lost already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. And I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. And I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. I'm always self-destructive, I take a hit, I love it. Can you give me a second? I'm slow, got blurry vision. I fall into a trap that I made by myself. Oh, and I always do the wrong thing. I'm unstable and I'm unsteady, I've lost a million times already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down. I feel unable and so unworthy, my heart feels heavy, I've lost already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. Please help me see the things that I am, I don't understand. I'm doing the best that I can right now, but it's never enough. I'm not even ready to slow down. Just slow down.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Paidia Circuit, and all of today's tournament is building up to the grand finals that is coming up next. If you've stuck with us so far, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm Magic Moonshot, joined by the one only Seymour. You can find him on Twitter at SeymourCasts. How are we feeling today, Colin?
On V-Makes Magic.
It sounded
but
really good. I could say, but start over. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'll just start from the top. We just saw a lower finals matchup almost get reverse sweeps going into the grand final, but it didn't happen. And it was an absolute iced matchup from SakuraCom to make it happen. I was impressed by everything that we're seeing through these teams. But now we got a top two, and I don't know who's coming out to win this one. It could be anyone's game.
It's going to be really down to the wire if that last matchup is any indicator going down to the game 5. Before we dive into this head-to-head, want to give a big thanks, obviously, to Paidia and the rest of the crew working behind the scenes tirelessly to put this event together. This is just, the tip of the iceberg, this tournament, because the circuit is an ongoing event with multiple splits happening off-screen and all the time, and work is being put in behind the scenes. But big thanks to Paidia, everything they're doing. Check out more of their events, Halo Infinite and otherwise. This tournament that we're in right now, women only, but they also have other open tournaments that are, for a wide range of gamers and inclusive. So check them out, PaidiaGaming.com.
Magic, I got a little bit of a fun fact. Little bit of a fun fact to tell you. Do you know what Paidia stands for?
Is it an acronym or does it mean something?
Well, Paidia means spontaneous manifestations of play. And if people go on PaidiaGaming.com, they can not only spontaneously sign up for tournaments, small ones or big ones alike, but they can also just spontaneously play with anybody that they'd like inside of matchmaking as well. So you guys should go ahead, check out PaidiaGaming.com. It's very interesting, everything that they have, and it's honestly very accessible, and it's a very safe space for people to play games across all levels on different titles. So if you check that out, you can not only join tournaments inside a quick bracket with friends or hosting a big tournament with a prize pool, but you can also collect tournament signups, manage a bracket, and communicate with players when inside tournaments that you yourself have created. So if you take a look at PaidiaGaming.com, go sign up. It's totally free, very inclusive, and a fun time.
Everything kind of all in one right there, which is awesome. And thanks for kind of, summarizing everything that we can find there, including the signups for split number 2, which are going to be live after today. So if you're out there, you're a woman Halo player and you find a duo, sign up for split number 2. You didn't have to play in split number 1. You can still get in, get some points, get some cash prizes, as well as these goodies across from the sponsors. Shout out to both Razer and Xbox for coming in huge. But we do have the grand finals coming up. Let's shift our attention back to the 4 players remaining. Colin, do you have any predictions about this upcoming series or points that you want to emphasize?
Well, I've been very impressed by SakuraCom going into this grand final, but what we saw, you and I, inside that winners final between Eclipse and Queen Divine, it was another level of Halo inside of that. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news for SakuraCom right now, but unless they're playing like their top of the line Halo right now, I think Eclipse just looked like the better team today inside of the bracket, and I would be afraid to go up against this duo.
I would too, and beside the fact that they are the team remaining in the winners bracket, that just adds another layer of difficulty. It could be a challenge that SakuraCom comes back, rises to the occasion, and forces that bracket reset, but it's up to these 4 players to decide how that plays out. I do have to say, Phoebe mentioned it earlier, that my prediction of Eclipse taking it all is starting to look pretty good, but
it really is.
The story's not over just yet.
We even look back at the start of this whole thing, back in round 1 of this bracket, SakuraCom and Eclipse went head-to-head.
Yeah.
We're all the way back in the quarterfinals of the winners bracket. And you want to know how it turned out? It was a 3-0 for Eclipse. A 3-0 sweep for them to move into that second semifinals. So right now, if you're an Eclipse fan, or if you're an Eclipse just in general, you're feeling pretty good going into this grand final. And probably all the confidence is in their boat.
I mean, credit to you, though. I know you picked Pinky Pals, and they were eliminated, but not before they took one map off of Eclipse, which no other team has been able to do in today's tournament. So something to look out for in this coming matchup. It'll be interesting to see. I don't necessarily think it's going to be a 3-0 sweep like it was in earlier rounds, but the favor is obviously on the side of Eclipse. So with that, let's get a little breakdown of... Sorry, did you have something else you wanted to add?
No, I was just going to say, SakuraCom, they might have just showed up to the tournament a little bit cold. And since then, their lower bracket run has been phenomenal. And,
true.
It's just their lower run right now. And they got all the momentum coming off of that win against Queen Divine. That whole, potential reverse sweep, and they shut it down. It goes to time. It was neck and neck, and it was close, and they barely scraped along. So I'm sure that they're fired up after that Game 5 victory.
I mean, that Game 5 is everything you love about watching Halo at the most, high-level competitive sense. Back and forth on the lead and then down to the wire, clock ticking down for the win. It just adds to all that excitement. So hopefully they can carry that momentum through into this fresh series. We do have a best of 5 again here. We're going to be starting off on streets, because if you want to brawl, you take it to the streets.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Big best of 5 right now going to the streets. I like that. I like what you did right there.
Yeah,
Magic. But going into this whole thing, I think when you're looking at SakuraCom, it's going to come down to those maps, like Streets and Aquarius, where you're going to have a little bit of trouble going up against a team like Eclipse. They're going to have to figure out how to not have to use those power weapons like a sniper or a shock rifle against a team like Eclipse and maintain a lot of map control, maintain a lot of pacing against this team, because MsAudy and Lehcar are fantastic at putting on the pressure and maintaining map control inside of a split situation. So right now, if you're SakuraCom, you just need to step up the gas right now, because this is going to be the next level.
Well, one person who has been bringing their game to the next level has to be CommandStation. Absolutely destroying in that Game 5 in the last series that we watched. I think she came out with the top overall KDA, if I'm remembering correctly. But just as a player on her own, CommandStation has been performing so well here today. You love to see it. She's in the active military for the Air Force. She has other tournaments coming up later on in the month, which I saw her posting about on Twitter. She's just an all-around competitive force. So looking forward to seeing what else she can bring to the game, like we saw in that last Game 5.
A lethal weapon on and off the sticks. Ready to just take the number here in the grand final. Speaking of that, big $1,000 for the team who wins this, USD, $600 for the team that loses this. So a lot on the line between the two, along with a lot of swag from Razer and Xbox. So huge shout out to Razer and Xbox for those prizing sponsors, and excited to see who walks out on top, as the early break is going to be an even 1-1. And look how patient they are, Magic. You can tell this is a grand final because nobody wants to make the first move.
I just feel that grand finals weight, right? You do not want to give up. Every point means so much. You do not want to give up your life. You want to play this as perfectly as you can, and sometimes that does lead to a little bit more cautious gameplay. Meanwhile, MsAudy gets a takedown on CommandStation. PinkSakvra gets the takedown right back, leaving Lehcar here, kind of a difficult position, using that plasma grenade to rotate back out, regroup with her teammate, and we're back, basically a reset, 2-2 on the score, and both teams lined up together.
Doesn't seem like Miss Lehcar caught Sakura inside of red, but instead turns it around with a kill onto 1 and snaps onto CommandStation for 2 down. That's 4-2 in favor of Eclipse off of that break. And immediately look at MsAudy pushing aggressively towards PD. It's going to be punished, but Miss Lehcar there for the trade onto Pink. And moving out towards the middle of the map, see if she can regroup with her duo off the respawn and get back into a safe situation.
You see them avoiding the rocket pickup and the bulldog, but the commando is fair game. And I don't know about you, Colin, but I'm seeing more impressive plays of the commando than I would have expected. Maybe I'm underestimating this gun, or maybe I'm underestimating the skill of these players,
good.
because Miss Lehcar is putting in some work with that commando.
That consistent damage that a fully auto weapon can put in, it is good. It is tough to fire, but if you can get the shots down, it is a lethal weapon. Look at those. Miss Lehcar, a little bit shaky, gets the job done at the CommandStation. A trade's going to ring through from PinkSakvra. But still here, one-on-one, MsAudy just playing her life, not wanting to give up anything too much to SakuraCom, and again, waiting for her teammate, Miss Lehcar, to respawn. They do have that A stronghold set up right now inside of it with MsAudy on the overextension. Beautiful nades there from the spiker nades. PinkSakvra is getting it caught. And look at that. Lehcar is going to find a punishment with that beatdown. That's going to be 2 down now. 4-point lead.
What a beautiful angle with those spike grenades. I mean, I was so impressed. I saw the first one land. Oh, that one's going to do damage. And then the follow-up spike. Beautiful throws there from MsAudy. If Halo doesn't work out, I mean, she'd make an awesome quarterback. I could see that happening with that throwing arm she has on her. Amazing plays there coming from Eclipse as they take an early lead. But now MsAudy finds herself in a tough spot. Pink and CommandStation wasting no time to capitalize. And they get 2 down, tightening up that scoreline.
Neck and neck as ever. Exactly what you would expect. It's tight score line. Only down by 2. SakuraCom. Clean wipe here would be an even game. It's MsAudy constantly being in these overextension plays. I'm surprised it hasn't been punished just yet, but that's just, you know, it's known for players who can stay alive in situations like this and not get punished. It takes a level of skill to make that happen, as Lehcar always in a position to relieve some that pressure that SakuraCom have been putting onto MsAudy. So it's not just all on MsAudy right now. Lehcar has been doing a great job at making sure her duo can just fly around the map.
Now it's on CommandStation as we see Lehcar getting that high ground on Heaven and MsAudy rotating through tires. MsAudy with the first kill on this engagement. Now CommandStation trying to stay alive. She's dealt out good damage, but she's getting close on this smart rotation. In the end, though, not able to dip out of there. And then Pink coming to try to give the help, shows up just a little too late, ends up getting taken down as well. So that's a full reset for SakuraCom.
It's just the woes of Streets Magic. The rotations can stagger you out, and PinkSakvra, it happens there. Tries to get back to CommandStation in time, but it's too little too late. Now 11-6 is easy. The respawns for SakuraCom. CommandStation is going to be over towards those street sides, as you can see the duo backed up towards a cafe. Going to be caught out here. Information. Look at the collapse. MsAudy for the beatdown. Finishes Sakura. Coming around the backside. It's going to be Lehcar looking to put this away and get 2 down again, but CommandStation still alive, finessing her life. And even gets out back to PinkSakvra. So big, crucial live right there. As CommandStation goes down, that would just be even farther out of their hands.
I mean, I respect her escape there and being able to rotate back and wait for her teammate. In the end, Lehcar still rolls through with a double kill, using that commando to deal out some damage. She's kind of tossing it down the road. But, I mean, in the case of a trade, it goes in Eclipse's favor, even in that case. And we see MsAudy not letting off the gas as she gets another pick. And now here comes Lehcar closing in on CommandStation. And this is a lot of momentum that Eclipse have running in their favor.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody put the commando to such a high use as Lehcar right now. MsAudy is going to get PinkSakvra gifted to her with some pressure. As CommandStation finds the trade, but 17-7, whole 10 kills off. Big respawn there from PinkSakvra. Lehcar still alive. A little bit shaky shots coming out of SakuraCom. You need to finish those at this point, because if you get that, if you keep losing out on those kills, I mean, you can see why Eclipse is at such a high lead at the moment. And in the corner, tucked away, Lehcar. CommandStation didn't see it coming, and PinkSakvra trying to escape, but you cannot escape Lehcar.
I thought Lehcar was the one backed in the corner, and she turns it right around into a double kill. 12 kills on the board. She has already more kills than the other team combined, and is just tearing up the streets. Lehcar, that's a name you're not going to soon forget.
No, it's not. She thinks, or you think she's trapped in there with you, but you're trapped in there with her. And now look at this, trying to utilize that thruster to get a reversal, and CommandStation will drop. So a break in the pressure as SakuraCom can breathe a little bit now. 19-9. 10-point lead still. MsAudy and Lehcar respawning over towards Tram. So you can see MsAudy slips up into tires, trying to get the call here. PinkSakvra going to peek on out, but a double team right there. Nice team shots from Lehcar to get that one done. Now 5 kills remaining. They're going to spot out CommandStation as well, looking to escape, using the thruster to get across the map and staying alive here, but this is a huge deficit. A comeback would be monumental. 4 minutes to get 11 kills.
Well, they take one down, but in the process, PinkSakvra does also get taken down, leaving MsAudy and CommandStation this 1v1. CommandStation doing out a lot of damage, using that thruster for some mobility, closing in with the melee. It's a nice win. There were 10 points down, so I feel like it might be too little too late unless we see, like you said, something monumental coming out of SakuraCom. They have the individual player skill, but can they string together enough good plays to come back on that score line? It's CommandStation firing down to bottom mid. Didn't like how that engagement was shaking up for her, so she chooses to rotate out, looking for Miss Lehcar. Spots her at the top of A, dashing down to hologram. Miss Lehcar is lasering with those shots.
I didn't think she could hit another level, but here in the grand final, she has 14-4 with 4 assists. Hunting down CommandStation right now. Shots are there, cleaning up a second one. Double kill again from Miss Lehcar. She's just putting that medal on the board again and again throughout this, and already understanding the respawns towards Cafe. CommandStation not even getting a second to breathe. Already into the action. 1 kill would be the end, and MsAudy's going to clean that up. So Eclipse, a dominant, commanding map number 1. 25-11.
25-11 is a great score line if you're on the side of Eclipse. But when it's SakuraCom, you got to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong and what can we fix. The games are all going to 25, just to be clear. I think that map was set to 50, but both, teams respecting that 25-point limit, so they end the game. Even though it didn't appear on screen, that was a stake-tacular with that 25-11 scoreline. I mean, I don't know that things could have gone much better for Eclipse, with Miss Lehcar single-handedly getting more kills than the whole roster of SakuraCom.
MsAudy was just, she just had to kind of kick her feet up, rotate around the map. It was just a walk in the park for her. Miss Lehcar was putting in work. You look at that, 16-4, 5 assists, just doing it all. And, MsAudy, she wasn't doing nothing. 8 assists, 9 kills, putting up the damage that she needs to. But when you're looking at this as a SakuraCom fan, you need to look towards map number 2 to be a big, convincing answer back, because we're heading to live fire. And, yes, we just saw SakuraCom on this map absolutely clutch up in a Game 5 Magic. But when we were watching Eclipse back in that winner's final against Queen Divine, they were just insane. I mean, just the knowledge that you can see from this team thrives in a situation like live fire, and the skill with those snipers is deadly.
I mean, the game you're referring to back in the finals versus Queen Divine, Eclipse were actually down 5 points. You remember that 5-10 score line? They end up winning by 5, taking the game 25-20. So one of the closer games in the series. Maybe that's a glimmer of hope for SakuraCom, who just took down Queen and Divine Damsel. So there's some hope there. CommandStation and PinkSakvra, both very solid sniper players. And that's one thing I wanted to bring up, is that in game number 1 on Streets, the primary weapons there on the map, power-ups are on the ban list. So we don't have rockets, you don't have Bulldog, those are the 1 and 2, but also without that stalker rifle. That's why you see the use of the commando, the spike grenades, everything else the players can get their hands on. But it's a different story when you come over here to live fire. We have a lot more for the players to work with.
And as we do, we have a tech issue right now, so we're going to head back to the caster desk, wait to get those players back in the lobby, and as soon as they are, we're going to hop into live fire, folks. But Magic, we never touched on it inside the pregame, prizing for this. I may have mentioned it a little bit going into the streets, but it's just a small little brush over. Winner of this, $1,000, but, walking away as the winner of Split 1, that's going to mean something going from this, because you're looking at the championships over all the way down the road in September, and a win in Split 1, it's going to put you in a really good spot for the rest of this format.
Yeah, the points are definitely going to help towards that seeding for the championship finals as well. But even 1,000 split 2 ways, $500 in each person's pocket, that's looking pretty good for just the first split of this Paidia Circuit. There's going to be 3 rounds of splits, and then leading up to that championship finals.
A whole lot of Razor swag, too. I was seeing a lot of that is great. You got keyboard, headset, mouse pad. You will be stacked with Razor swag. And even if you come in second place, Xbox Series X, not too shabby, but we're hopping into live fire now.
I love those prize packs. I mean, that Razor set, so beautiful.
And while we're on camera for it,
you're gonna flex?
you get the hoodie too.
Yes,
You get the hoodie too. It's not just that. I had to take it off because it's pretty hot. Summertime, or well, almost summertime.
Nice and cozy in it, but the players here not getting nice and cozy. They're the ones that are bringing the heat. Colin, MsAudy and Lehcar, both starting off with 1 kill apiece, but more notably, they each also have an assist. That means every kill on the board so far, or both kills, have been teamfire related. That's not going to continue in this case, though, as MsAudy just delivers the melee finish on the kill.
You see 3-1. Not the start you wanted to bring this one back. Lehcar finds the... Was that a pancake? I think that was a pancake I was seeing.
I missed a pancake. No, I mean, I saw it. Phoebe shouted out the pancake earlier. My favorite medal. I love to see the pancake medal. But was that another one that came through? Was it for PinkSakvra?
I think it was on the PinkSakvra. I saw it in the kill feed. It was like, it wasn't a gun. It wasn't a beatdown. And it had to be a pancake coming through there. 4-1 in the opening. You can see Commando back in the hand of Lehcar. We just saw what she could do with this gun back on streets, and another situation where I'm just afraid if I'm SakuraCom.
I mean, afraid maybe, but you have to work through that intimidation that this Eclipse lineup does bring to the table. Somehow they need to force the issue. You know, they're already down 3 points, and now with MsAudy threading the needle on that headshot for another takedown. But here comes PinkSakvra, and that's what you gotta do to overcome that fear. You just take the fight to them, you scoop up some overshield, and now feeling much more comfortable with their place, not just in this game, but also in the series overall.
Dominating the power weapons is going to be a way into this if you're SakuraCom, and right there trading it out to win that overshield's huge. Now looking to convert this into kills. CommandStation's going to take down Lehcar. MsAudy on the escape, but you're looking here. PinkSakvra on the chase, removing her from the tunnels. 5-5, back to even, putting this overshield to full use.
You see MsAudy double back right there. She knew she wasn't going to outrun that fight, so maybe going for a last-second ninja, but no, PinkSakvra was too ready. Finishes off that kill, and that momentum continues forward as she flanks around, catches MsAudy off guard, and now Lehcar finds herself in the similar position of being on the run. She turns it back around, gets the takedown, scoops up a couple spike grenades, and we have a tied scoreline.
Right here, CommandStation actually catching MsAudy. It's something I was talking about back on Streets Magic, is that MsAudy tends to go for those overextension plays. So SakuraCom, they can realize that here on live fire and punish it. Catching her in 2v1s often, you might be able to really push Lehcar into unfavorable positions just like that. And you can see turning this one around. SakuraCom coming alive now inside live fire. 9-6, only up by 3, but a wonderful little stint there.
I love these plays coming out of PinkSakvra right when she needs to perform and get the shots that count. She does so, including right there, CommandStation, beautiful body shot. Pink ready to clean it up with a little BR finish. That's some great team fire, and now they're camping, waiting for this overshield. Lehcar peeks. Oh, CommandStation barely misses that window of opportunity on that snipe shot. And now you see Lehcar and MsAudy are split. Overshield comes up. CommandStation doubles back, scoops it up, trying to get a beat on either of these players. Rushing in with the sniper.
Oh, the repulsor.
The repulsor pushing her back. And Lehcar and MsAudy combine fire with plasmas, with repulsor, with BRs, and take down the overshield and steal that sniper, which Lehcar wastes no time in dealing out a headshot.
That was disgusting, that headshot with the sniper. And almost as disgusting as the way to burn that overshield, using the repulsor, having the pinch onto that player, and just getting rid of that power-up. Big plays there from Eclipse. That's why they're coming out of the winner's bracket into this grand final in SakuraCom. They just took a big hit into the ego of live fire, and they're going to have to stop, like you see on screen right now, go back to the drawing boards and figure out how they want to get some stabilization going forward. And you can see Lehcar and MsAudy playing again in that divide and conquer mentality like we've been seeing. They did get punished a little bit earlier for this one, and you can see that MsAudy realizing that they want to get through this. They got to do it together.
Well, playing that slower pace certainly paid off earlier for SakuraCom in game number 5, as it did go to time with them having more points on the board. So you see this slower pace coming through yet again. Not really surprising that that would be their approach. There's another repulsor, almost the pancake, but MsAudy finishes off that kill. I think even with the
Pea
What was it,
shooter.
the plasma pistol? Yeah, I think it was. Here's another repulsor play, followed up by the commando fire, and Miss Lehcar takes down another kill, leaving her in a 1v1.
Oh, it's so impressive, the moves that you can do with the repulsors here in Halo Infinite, and it seems like Eclipse have been practicing how to put them to full use. As you can see, that eyes on MsAudy on the chase here. You see PinkSakvra all the way through, finish the kill with the BR, brilliant headshot. Now looking to overwhelm Miss Lehcar with the plasma grenade. Was set for the kill, but it's going to be BR to clean up. 13-11, still a lead here for SakuraCom. Eclipse still at a 2-kill disadvantage. They're going to be spawning up back green. They're going to have to bunker on down for a second. As SakuraCom, they know exactly where they are, and they have the sniper overshield again.
The power-ups are so crucial when it comes here to live fire, and they give such an advantage. You see CommandStation gets the body shot with the sniper for the takedown. Pink is rotating back away from this fight. And there's the overshield top mid. You can afford to be in a more risky position when you have that overshield to help you get a little boost to your shield.
Information to MsAudy. Card going for the rat play. Audi here to back them up. You have to be careful if you're SakuraCom because you've taken a lot of damage. Down to no shields. You see PinkSakvra just opting to give up on that gunfight. Play your life with the commando, and CommandStation's not going to give them anything at all either. So both players on SakuraCom realizing that they're at the disadvantage in that gunfight, giving up. Back to the drawing boards for the second gunfight. It doesn't matter. MsAudy's going to clean it up anyways. Here comes Lehcar around the backside, and it's going to be CommandStation to get cleaned up. Big plays at Eclipse there to just surge on forward and clean up house.
Now, I do want to address the scoreboard has been adjusted. Map number 1 did go to Eclipse on streets, 25-11. But in map number 2 now, we see a slight lead from SakuraCom as PinkSakvra is popping off. 11-7. For a minute there, she had the same number of kills as Eclipse did combined until that little comeback right there. But man, credit to her on these huge plays. Now MsAudy and Miss Lehcar both rotating to tower side, looking for that next target. Uses the repulsor, and Miss Lehcar hits the headshot sniper in the meantime to take down Pink. Now, I think MsAudy is on the hunt for CommandStation, and she's down behind her at the bottom of the tunnel. There comes the trap. We're seeing repulsors left, right, and center.
Eclipse not afraid to make a comeback on live fire. We've seen it before. Big cleanup on the CommandStation, as the damage from both MsAudy and Miss Lehcar just feeding into their teammates constantly. They've brought this one back. Now we flipped the script. It's going to be Eclipse in the lead, 16-15. Miss Lehcar still with that overshield, it looks like. So still inside dangerous waters here. SakuraCom trying to find some level. But it's just not happening whatsoever. Eclipse, they've turned up the pace. They've turned up the fire. And it is getting a little too hot in live fire.
It certainly is heating up in here as the game has shifted sides. A 3-point lead now for Eclipse, and they were just behind not 30 seconds ago. A trade is going to go down between MsAudy and Pink, leaving CommandStation on the hunt for Miss Lehcar, who is taking a quick dip in through that bottom tunnel. I do believe both teams are going to be able to regroup, regather. We might see things slow down here, but there's less than 3 minutes to play. So keep your eye on that. We are playing to 25, so this game going to time or score is left to be seen as CommandStation is regrouped with Pink, and they found their prey as MsAudy is left alone in bottom tunnel with Miss Lehcar holding the snipes. Threads one down the middle of the tunnel. CommandStation is pushing the aggression, gets the killjoy, gets the takedown, but does not have much time to breathe.
Oh, MsAudy looking to escape. On the hunt here, Eclipse. Can she get away? MsAudy still finessing her life. Just can't catch a break here. Plasma grenade gonna chip her down. Clean up from CommandStation. Now 19-20 as time was the catalyst to SakuraCom back inside that game 5 that we saw on stream. Another overshield's gonna be here. A chance to flip the script once more. It's gonna be CommandStation with it in hand.
This game has just been a roller coaster, right? Back and forth, but now we see something familiar. CommandStation with the overshield and the sniper. Interested to see if Eclipse try to use the plasma pistol, but they don't need it because they get the repulsor, taking out the sniper, taking out the overshield with one repulsor play and that mind the gap medal.
Spartans can't swim, Magic. taking a dip with the overshield is not going to help on this comeback. SakuraCom now down 23-19. Only 2 kills. That would be 2-0 for Eclipse. Looking to surge on forward. CommandStation, can she stay alive? The repulsor to projectile that nade even farther. Not going to land and hit its mark. 23-20. SakuraCom, can they bring this back? A minute 5 to work with. And here we go. Big plays here from MsAudy to climb up to the high ground, looking to overwhelm them. A trade's going to come through from PinkSakvra now. Here, MsAudy looking to put this away. 2-0 for Eclipse. MsAudy and Miss Lehcar, they have been out of this world.
Absolutely amazing finish to that game. What was neck and neck, suddenly they ran away in the final moments when it counts. And you're right, the Spartans can't swim. I think it's due to the heavy armor weighing them down. But that play, I think, was the summary of the game. When they took out CommandStation with the repulsor, get rid of the sniper, get rid of the overshield, get a kill on the board, and that was the shifting of the tide in the match.
It's just using the map to its full potential. You know, the repulsors can do a lot of damage. We saw it countless times from Eclipse's point of view. Just either throwing those nades even farther, using that repulsor to just projectile it across the map, or, you know, bouncing them back at your enemies, throwing them off the map with them behind the gap. It's just so many utilizations of that repulsor to just make it a comeback for the side of Eclipse to now be up 2-0 inside of Livefire. We saw it back inside that winners final when they made the comeback against Queen Divine, and now they're doing it again here against SakuraCom. Up 2-0 going into this third map, and SakuraCom, they're there, Magic. They are right there.
Yes.
They just need to clutch up at the end and finish the job, because every single time that they're looking to close the map, it seems like they just let off the gas and they allow the monster back in.
And unfortunately, with map number 3, we have repulsor back in play, going to recharge, and we have the shock rifle. Doesn't play the same as a sniper, but can have that same long range accuracy to get those one-tap kills. But SakuraCom, do they have what it takes to get a map or even a reverse sweep, a bracket reset? I feel like it's a lot to ask, but if there's a team that can do it, it is PinkSakvra and CommandStation. But it's going to come down to this map number 3. It's do or die between these two. It'll be interesting to see. We had that breakdown of recharge earlier. We were just kind of saving it, right, for this series. But break down a little bit about what you might expect to see from the two teams based off of, I guess, the strategies that we've come across so far.
Well, so far we've seen that, you know, for a recipe to success in SakuraCom's favor, it is the slow play. And I think recharge is going to complement that a little bit. You know, you have the shock rifle, you have the active camo. The repulsors may be able to kind of pick up the pace a little bit for Eclipse, but realistically, I'm looking at SakuraCom to really slow things down going into this map 3. You got a long way to go to get this grand final done. You have to get a reverse sweep in the first best of 5 and finish out the second best of 5. So there's a lot of Halo to be played here. And you don't want to burn that gas way too early. So I'm looking at them to slow it down in this game 3, use the sandbox, pick up that shock rifle, make sure you're always on the rotation for the active camo as well. And you want to make sure you're dominating it like you were inside of that live fire. They had it countless times, Magic, and it was really the reason why they were in the lead for most of it. Just towards the end, they slipped up a little bit. I think that repulsor play really threw them off the rhythm, and you can't allow that to happen inside of recharge now.
Yeah, I think that breakdown is so accurate. The fact that their slow play is strong, and so then on the reverse side, if you're looking at Eclipse, I expect to see them continually pushing the issue, forcing those fights to take place, winning out the gunfights. But we'll see. We've seen that team as well. Ms. Lehcar and MsAudy, more notably, you know, hiding. You said holding hands at the bottom of Hydro over there at the edge of the map, but they have to get that lead first. So that's what's going to happen on the side of you know, SakuraCom. They need to play what I'd like to call the Mary Poppins version of Halo. They have to be practically perfect in every way, and that's what it's going to take to make a mark on this series.
I like that. I don't think I've ever heard somebody say that, but I
really
coined it. I
You're
like
welcome.
that. There you go. Gotta
Doesn't have to
play
be
perfect.
absolutely perfect. It has to be practically perfect.
That's Mary Poppins right there. Practically perfect.
I'm going to come in with an umbrella on the next broadcast, just, you know, to be ready.
Flying in from the roof. Maybe that's what we need at a SakuraCom. They just need to fly into recharge with a mentality of a comeback here into this one, because they've had it. You know, we saw in that live fire, they had the lead for the majority of the time. Just towards the end, as soon as you let Eclipse into the business, it's just, it seems like it's game over because this team just so good at bouncing back. I think right now, if you're looking at this from SakuraCom's side, you just need to make sure that you're adjusting to the pacing that Eclipse is setting, because we saw throughout the halfway part of that live fire that Eclipse were managing to catch out some really unfavorable gunfights towards SakuraCom. So realistically, if you're SakuraCom and you notice that, you just need to look to your teammate off the respawn, try to link up, bunker down, and just dig yourself out of that hole.
And hopefully SakuraCom can bring that in this next match. We're not going to spend too much time before we jump into it, but it is going to require that full map of consistent gameplay. Like you said, these matches are right within their reach. That last
Right
map
there.
in particular, you know, they were down 25-22 was the end score line, but that lead was bouncing back and forth as PinkSakvra was playing some of the best Halo I've ever seen from her. But can they keep it going through the whole length of the map? That's what it's going to take to come out with this win. So right now, 0-2 Eclipse looking very strong in CommandStation, and PinkSakvra being the last team given the opportunity to answer back.
Well, it's a tough one because MsAudy and Lehcar have looked like the best players inside this whole bracket, without a doubt. I mean, their knowledge of the game, their pacing of the game, and just the way that they're using these weapons to full skill. I mean, the sniper, the repulsors, and even the commando from Lehcar back on streets. I mean, it seems like every bit of these maps have been studied by these players, and I think that Eclipse, you know, you look at MsAudy and you look at Lehcar, and they've just been the best inside the tournament today. And realistically, I think that right here, this is their chance to close it out in a quick 3. They have looked lights out all day long, only giving up 1 map, by the way, Magic. So, I mean, it's not out of the ballpark to see them close it out here. They have been nothing but perfect all day.
Now, for me coming into the tournament, you know, Eclipse was my pick. I'm not trying to rub it in. I'm trying to make a point here. And with that, the one question mark that was left in my mind, I knew both of these players were solid gunplay, solid map knowledge. I mean, very big brain players, very skillful. But the one question mark I had left was how will they play together as a duo? Because that was the factor that was untested. So do you feel like Lehcar and MsAudy are playing together well, or are they just riding off of individual skill?
I think it's a little bit of both. You can really see that the individual skill is blossoming into some great duo inside of the map oftentimes, but realistically, when you're looking at those overextension plays from MsAudy, it's complementing the slow pace from Lehcar, who just cleans up a house as soon as MsAudy is dealing the damage from afar. It's just always making sure they're in each other's line of sight and cleaning up when they need to. It is a big compliment to their duo right now, and their synergy is just the way that they understand each other's play.
Well, that teamwork is blooming at the right time. We have a few weeks of spring left, so if there's any time to blossom, it's right now, and that's what we're seeing from this Eclipse lineup. Can they take it down to a 3-0 sweep? It's going to come down to this game. Either CommandStation and Sakura keep their lives in this tournament, or the deal is sealed by MsAudy and Lehcar, and right out the gates, 2 kills down and camo in the hands of MsAudy.
This is not what you want to see if you're SakuraCom off the bit. This active camo looking to pick up the shock rifle as well. Repulsor, plasma grenade, a lot of utility to be used right now from MsAudy. So what are we seeing out of SakuraCom? It looks like they're going to be together inside of elevator. See if they can bunker down, catch MsAudy and Lehcar getting a little bit aggressive. But at the same time, with the shock rifle in hand, you wouldn't expect them to get aggressive. You're going to get eyes on CommandStation. We're going to move on forward now with the shock rifle. Misses the first shot, and you're going to have to back up because a lot of damage being dealt there from SakuraCom.
There's a little bit of a standoff happening right now, but if MsAudy can land a shot with the shock rifle, she doesn't connect, but Lehcar with the perfect off of the commando. I mean, she's turning me into a commando believer, I have to say. Although the perfect kills, that's probably not going to happen when the controller is in my hands. However, Lehcar more than proficient with the use of it. She's going to be put to the test, though, as MsAudy is taken down, finds herself in the double team, and CommandStation is going to win that fight.
The big shots there from CommandStation to shut down Lehcar, who has been nothing but outstanding with the accuracy of her commando. That should be a big win there for the confidence at a command station to just pick up some momentum in those 1v1s. Most importantly here, you look at PinkSakvra is going to be in a 1v1 against Lehcar again. You have to be careful because it looks like Lehcar is unnoticed going into pipes, and we're going to deal some damage and put some pressure on. Jumps across the shock rifle. You're looking at the cleanup there from PinkSakvra, but the help from MsAudy going to clean up both of them.
I don't even know what happened. Did Lehcar survive in that fight because of the crossfire from
did.
MsAudy? Is that what I'm seeing that happened? I definitely thought there was going to be MsAudy going down and then maybe the double kill, but no, it turned right back around. A great play from this Eclipse lineup. Command station there gets another takedown on the board. Has 4 to her name, but she still has to deal with MsAudy. Deals out some damage. It's not enough. Can PinkSakvra get over here in time while MsAudy is trying to regenerate? I think they're going to go for a full reset instead.
Off the respawn. Shots from command station. MsAudy with the shock rifle, just barely missing the mark with the shot. Drops down to regen those shields. Second peek from below. Over onto that Mangler spawn. Not giving up on this. MsAudy just wants this kill. And seems like she's going to take it, whether it's her or Lehcar, just dealing damage on a command station and never feel comfortable. And PinkSakvra now inside the pit. She has to hightail it out of there and play her life. Down 4-8 now. Doubling the score. Eclipse in a very comfortable spot. Making sure that they are just, well, like we saw before in that winner's final, holding hands and rotating around the map.
They're back at Hydro once again. It doesn't look like they're quite comfortable just yet. You still see some movement from all the players. Pink did duck down in pit there for a minute, regen that shield before popping back up. But we've seen multiple times PinkSakvra command station kind of trapped in the pit. It has not worked for them. Meanwhile, MsAudy and Lehcar taking those high ground positions at top of control or top of attic, which is where you see command station repeatedly checking in this. She keeps looking over to attic, making sure no one's sneaking around through the opposite side. She's gonna run into MsAudy. MsAudy doesn't connect with that shock rifle, but the team fire does connect, and PinkSakvra is gonna come away with a nice double kill.
I think a little overambitious there from MsAudy and that shock rifle, but a chance to shut down this active camo, barely sneaking away with their life. Command station still with the power up in hand, loses out on PinkSakvra, and she stay alive and turn this active camo into something even better. It looks like Lehcar has a little bit of an idea that she's down here. Still with the cleanup. Command station taking him down. Lehcar with a little bit of help from PinkSakvra off the respawn inside attic, and those are MsAudy's as well. Can she clean this one up? Good damage with the BR. MsAudy.
Watch out, repulsor v repulsor right here. I think they both have repulsor uses right now, and they're right at the edge of the map there. Unfortunately, that didn't come into play, but what did come out was PinkSakvra with some nice BR fire, and then command station with another kill.
9-11 in favor of Eclipse. SakuraCom only down by 2. Good wipe would bring this one back. Shots from Lehcar. It looked like that was the commando. Dropping command station very low. You have to be careful here for your SakuraCom because it seems like Eclipse wants to go for one of those pinch plays that we've been seeing non-stop. MsAudy's going to be here to chuck down some damage, but Lehcar in no position to finish it out.
Pink's in a tough spot right there. She's able to preserve her life, but not a good angle for any crossfire unless that engagement gets really close and personal. MsAudy taking the jump up here at bridge is just 2 command stations left. You see Pink dealing out a few rounds of damage as she rotates to a better spot. MsAudy hit that skill jump though to get to the C plat, leaving Lehcar taken down, and the remote detonation from MsAudy takes down Pink as she explodes those plasma grenades on the seaside spawn. Here comes the repulsor play. I was a little early predicting it, and it ends up with command station going down and Lehcar with the cleanup.
Every single time we think Eclipse is backed into a corner, just some outstanding play claws them back. There's that remote detonation from MsAudy. Shot a kill that she probably did not deserve, but just the knowledge of the map, the knowledge of, you know, what to do in those sticky situations. Now 13-11.
Situations. It was a sticky grenade. Was that intentional, or was that a lucky? It was
a little bit. I didn't expect it to hit the mark, but it was thrown out there in case. And you can see that off of this Eclipse, just their confidence is so just one-sided right now. Just non-stop putting on the pressure against SakuraCom. They're going to clean up command station and trying to get out of there as Lehcar won't be able to preserve their life, but it's a 15-12 lead. 3-kill lead.
3-kill lead, and we're past the halfway point of this match. We do see CommandStation picking up a fresh repulsor. Could come into play. We've already seen it being used multiple times on this map. Deals out some damage on MsAudy. MsAudy hates to give up that fight, but makes the smart choice. Dips back to cover. Now Miss Lehcar right up here by the sneaky grenades. That grenade from CommandStation forces her to drop down into long haul. CommandStation wants this fight, but does she know MsAudy is watching? No. MsAudy takes her down with a beautiful shock rifle, and then Miss Lehcar turns around, takes down PinkSakvra, so they increase their lead 2 more. They're up by 5.
Lurking in the shadows of the commando. What it seems like, not unnoticed. PinkSakvra gets a whiff of positioning, tosses a nade to disengage. Every single time, in this situation, just play the Jaws theme.
Well, she's trying to bait them out onto that ledge because MsAudy's on the other side with a shock rifle. So if Miss Lehcar can just lure them out of cover, she has that reliance on her teammate to be able to hit the shots with the shock rifle across the map. And that's what MsAudy is trying to do right now. Deals out some damage, but also receives damage. A little bit of back and forth. They're very split up as a duo, but Miss Lehcar takes down CommandStation. Now they can turn and try to trap PinkSakvra, but I don't know if they know where she is. I don't know where she is.
I don't think anybody does. I'm pretty sure she picked up the active camo. But even at that, will it be enough? No active camo. Spotted out. Shock rifle gonna miss its mark. Tries to swap over to PinkSakvra inside pipes, but again, both shots not hitting its target. With that active camo, PinkSakvra striking from the shadows, and that's gonna be a big shutdown right there for SakuraCom to once again cut this lead down to 2. So the only thing is, Magic, it just seems like they are always behind by a small margin like this.
I mean, it was 6 points. It's now 4. I know that the white on green's a little hard to read, so I do a lot of quick addition here, but 7 and 11 are the kills over on the side of Eclipse. So definitely a big turnaround. 3 minutes left on the clock. It's plenty of time to kind of build off of what you have going for you. Pink and CommandStation both splitting the kills 7 and 7. CommandStation also 5 assists. So she's been a part of 12 out of the 14 kills on the board for her team, which is a really impressive count. Meanwhile, on the side of Eclipse, Miss Lehcar leading the way on kills, but I have to tell you that Eclipse is happy to play the slow game right now with that 4-point lead.
Well, up by 4, it has to be not just 1, but 2 wipes from SakuraCom clean to bring this one back. And right now, if you're Eclipse, it's all fine and dandy to just sit back, relax, kick your feet up, and you know that at some point it's going to have to be SakuraCom who push the advantage. And right now, if you're SakuraCom, I don't know if I really like this play because neither one of them are working towards map control for this camo even. That camo is way out in the open, and both players are kind of stuck inside command center right now. They have no information where Miss Lehcar is. Luckily, PinkSakvra is going to spot this one out, deal some damage on Miss Lehcar to disengage. It's a big fight here from CommandStation, but overwhelmed by a 2v1. That's going to put PinkSakvra in a very uncomfortable situation. That's going to give up the active camo to Miss Lehcar.
Giving up that kill, giving up that camo. I think that Pink's little double back there, worried about the flank, ended up coming back to bite her. And speaking of coming back to bite her, Miss Lehcar with active camo runs up right behind, steals back that shock rifle, and now they are 5 points away from not just taking the map, not just the series, but the whole tournament. And Miss Lehcar with the perfect kill on the shock rifle turns it back around and gets the double kill.
There's been a masterclass at Eclipse all day long, only giving up 1 map. Now 3 kills needed to put this grand final away, chalk it up to 23. As you can see, PinkSakvra trying to play her life. The grapple hook along the long haul. On the hunt right now is Eclipse, as they're going to trap her up top. The grenade should be able to clean this one up, but it looks like the BRs can get the job done. Only 1 kill left. As you can see, PinkSakvra will find the trade with a grenade here, but can she stay alive? Miss Lehcar using the grapple hook to get out of there. 3 shots left in this shock rifle. So this last one can be it. Gets the shots in the body. Won't be able to clean up with the BR. A lot of damage going to be done here. Magic, as this could be the final fight. Still alive is Command Center, taking her down on the run to stay alive. Hops up top, still down, no shields. As you can see this in the 1 point of view. Trying to spread this life as far as she can, but Miss Lehcar going to keep her down to no shields. 21 seconds. The time is on. If you're SakuraCom, you have to push the advantage here, but you can't. Eclipse has you pinned, Magic.
I mean, that pin is it. They don't need the final kill if they play for time.
Here it is.
Everything in the favor of the Eclipse team, and Miss Lehcar planting the sticky grenade for the win.
What a series we had from these two. Albeit it was a 3-0 from Eclipse, SakuraCom put up the long fight. And Magic, I mean, this grand final, it was a statement to how good these two players on Eclipse are. MsAudy and Miss Lehcar put on a show today.
They certainly did. They played absolutely phenomenal Halo. Amazing skill from all of the players that we've seen throughout today. Have to respect everyone that came out to compete, but at the end of the day, Eclipse are the last Spartans standing as they take this 2v2 Paidia Circuit, the first split. We got more to come throughout this Paidia Circuit, but for today, they're going to be the reigning champions, taking away that nice chunk of the prize pool, taking away that beautiful set of Razor peripherals, and they're feeling pretty confident moving forward.
I mean, SakuraCom, they had a fantastic run for through the lower bracket, not just taking down Jinx, you know, a team that was predicted to go a long way inside of this bracket, but they also take down Pingu Pals. They take down Queen Divine. They keep on checking off the names just to get to this grand final, and they're going to be walking away with 600 US along with Xbox Series S's.
Very nice prize pool and well earned from the SakuraCom lineup. All the top 3 teams are getting a chunk of that prize pool. But here's the point breakdown. These are the points that will pool towards that championship finals on September 10th. If you don't have it on your calendar just yet, but respectable points across the board for top 8, with some points also going to teams 9 through 12 and 13 through 16.
We haven't talked about them too much, but big shout out to Equipo7, Pushing P, and Gishlia, who all showed up and put up a big fight into the early side of this bracket, but they dipped out before they wanted to, and they're going to be walking away towards the 6th, 7th, and 8th side. But all through all, I mean, Magic, this has been a fantastic day of Halo 2v2s for the Paidia Circuit Women's 2v2 Halo Infinite Tournament. Let's bring in our two casters, Phoebe, Rox, and Trooper, to come talk about everything. I mean, it was a great day. How are you two? I'm gonna start with Phoebe real quick. How are you feeling about the whole tournament?
I'm feeling tired. It's late. It's been a nice 6-hour show at this point. A lot of great Halo. I gotta say, looking over the results there, I noticed something interesting with the results.
Okay.
The order that the teams finished in. So yeah, we've got Eclipse 1, and then Secure obviously came second. But looking at it from the last time out, 3rd, 4th, and 5th were in the exact same order as 1, 2, and 3 from the first Paidia 2v2. Queen Divine, Pingu, and then Jinx. So it just seems like we've, on top of that order there, we've just added another 2 teams with Sakura and Queen Divine. So it's going to be interesting to see sort of if that order of the top 5 kind of stays as it is going into Split 2. If it changes, who's going to want some blood money come Split 2? But yeah, it's been great. It's been fun. Been great to cast Game 5 again and see some of the nice Halo utility, and all of that get used to great efficiency. We're making pancakes and everything else.
I feel very happy we got that pancake in. Thank you, Phoebe, for the shout out on my favorite medal in the game. But you're right. That's such a cool analogy to see 3rd, 4th, and 5th kind of stacked up where 1st, 2nd, and 3rd were on the last one. So with these top 2 teams being names that maybe were less expected, it's just the whole women of Halo community is being elevated, right? That competitive level is hitting the next stage. So for you, Trooper, what was your favorite moment, your favorite series? What's your takeaway?
I was really pulling for Queen's Divine to get through the bracket and hopefully make it to the finals. But even though we saw SakuraCom come in step toe to toe with Eclipse, Eclipse showed exactly why they got there to begin with through the winners bracket. They didn't need any additional maps to save face. They already put the 3-0 stamp on this one and solidified their victory, which I gotta say though, I don't think I specified when I made my prediction earlier today for Queen's Divine. I meant to say that I predicted they were going to win the snake plushies, which I was correct on. So
that makes so much sense.
I should have mentioned that. Sorry.
Should have.
They're the real winners in all of this. They get the snake
exactly.
Excellent. Colin, for you, what was like the standout moment or series of today's tournament?
Well, to just look back at that, Game 5 comeback that we were seeing out of Queen's Divine and SakuraCom back when Phoebe and Trooper were casting it. I mean, it's just the complete, showcase that, throughout this Paidia circuit from the pool play into the bracket play, we have seen a lot of teams just grow and, become even better going into this one. And if it shows, how much these teams have stepped up to change the placings going into this bracket for the Paidia circuit, I'm excited to see what we get out of Split 2. And I think, just what is impressing me the most is how much these teams have grown over a short period.
No, absolutely right. Split number 2 right around the corner. In fact, you can sign up tonight, whether you competed in Split 1 or have not. Either way, you can get your teammate, get your duo, get signed up. It's going to be starting in the middle of June, so you got a little bit of time. I'm sorry, early June. So you got a couple of weeks to practice and get that locked down. Before we sign off here, obviously want to give a huge shout out to Xbox and to Razer, the sponsors. Thank you, Xbox, for letting this broadcast be on your channel, but also for the sweet prizes that are added to the prize pool here for top 3. Absolutely a game changer with that. Let's go around, maybe give everybody a quick sign off. Trooper, do you mind starting off?
I just wanted to say it was a pleasure to work with the 3 of you today, and for a big shout out to everybody that worked behind the scenes and kept the ball rolling and everything working as smoothly as possible for this event. And also big thanks to Paidia Gaming as well, and our sponsors Xbox and Razer. You guys have been incredible, and I thank you guys for the opportunity.
Awesome, sounds good. What about for you, Phoebe?
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast being able to sort of come back with Paidia for what's like our second sort of event broadcasting doing like this. It's like getting into casting could be so difficult sometimes just to get an opportunity. So just thanks to Paidia for the opportunities. Thanks to the broadcast team, everyone. You've done an amazing. You've done an amazing job. It's been great to sort of work with the 3 of you. Been cast all these games, spend all these moments with Trooper in the trenches, in the series, witnessing those cool headshots, all those steak dinners. Like, we've had so much steak today. We're just we've been eating good on Halo. It's been great. And and a huge thanks to also Paidia and everyone for sort of what they do and creating this platform and trying to create this safe space in sort of gaming for sort of different groups of people, where it's very much needed, as out in the real world of gaming sometimes the trash talk can be quite hostile. So it's nice to have a safe space like this created, and like it's already been echoed before, thanks to the sponsors Xbox and Razer for sponsoring this and giving some amazing players some very cool prizes and some snakes that I'm sure we are all totally not jealous about.
Not at all. Sounds good, Phoebe. And to my duo of the day, Colin, Seymour, it's been awesome working alongside you. Any remarks that you want to leave right here?
I just want to say it's just been a pleasure and a treat to work with all 3 of you on the desk, and alongside, just big thank you to Paidia for putting on this tournament, showcasing some excellent talent inside of women's Halo and creating, like Phoebe said, a safe space where a lot of people can come and just relax and not have to worry about, said toxicity that might be in elsewhere. So it's a big shout out. I think, it's not a lot of people do what they do, and it really, shows a lot to people who make that happen. It's very awesome to see that inside of esports. So I can't wait to see what's next for Paidia. And for all of you out there, don't forget to go to PaidiaGamingShop.com so you yourself can pick up.
Oh, here we go.
Rubbing it in again.
A nice hoodie. A nice comfy hoodie.
Yeah.
I agree. I think you said it best. Go to PaidiaGaming.com, check out the merch, sign up, and check out upcoming events. Until next time, guys, I'm Magic Moonshot, joined by Trooper, Phoebe Rocks, Seymour Cass. It's been our pleasure to be here today as part of this broadcast. And the only thing I want to leave off with is we are the ones that create a positive gaming space for everyone out there. So do your part. Every little bit makes a difference. And thanks to Paidia for creating this all-inclusive area for us to enjoy games together. Until next time, guys, this has been the Paidia Gaming Circuit. We'll see you on the other side.
There are theories that throughout the vast universe exist garden worlds, home to complex ecosystems and unknown life forms. Life can be ravenous. Many philosophers believe this is the nature of life itself, to grow and evolve through consumption of energy. In a distant galaxy, a shattered planet has a history wrought with lessons for intelligent species to learn. What happens when life accelerates out of control? Welcome to the world of Paidia. Paidia presents a world contrary to popular culture, a world defined by ecological sustainability, social equity, and self-governance. The people of Paidia live collectively and regard nature and humanity as one, as they strive to create a mutually beneficial relationship with their environment. This planet is home to an inclusive cast of characters whose stories do not focus on the horrors of our reality, but the hope that could be fostered if the systems holding us back were removed. Built on the 66-million-year-old bones of a collapsed alien society, humanity on Paidia looks forward to an optimistic, adventurous, and hopeful future.